What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of LPL English. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by K-Man on the cast tonight, where we have got a battle to determine who is going to be moving up to the top of our middle group. It's Ninjas in Pajamas taking on Team WE. 2-0 versus 2-1. These teams just played a couple of days ago, and now it is time for the rematch already, K-Man.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround here in terms of group perseverance with that double round robin, but we already saw a great series between these two teams just a couple of days ago. We saw Team WE take their first loss. Ninjas in Pajamas still undefeated. These are probably the two best teams in group perseverance right now, and they are fighting it out to really see who can come out on top and be crowned the true #1 team of this middle group.
Absolutely here. So let's take a quick look at our standings, see just how we have ended up in this sort of position. NiP sitting up at 2-0, having taken wins off of both WE and EDG. WE at 2-1. They have played up against the full suite of competition, only dropping to NiP in a 3-game series. EDG sitting at 2-2 here, still not able to quite eke out wins over these top two teams. And Thunder Talk sitting at 0-3. They've got to get a win on the board.
Yeah, it's getting pretty dire for Thunder Talk right now. You're not out of the woods or anything like that. Everybody from Group Perseverance has the shot to be able to make playoffs and push their way forward, but momentum is a big deal, and that's why today's matchup is so important, because showing that you are the best team in Group Perseverance could be really big moving forward.
Yeah, certainly. So let's get a little bit more detailed about our two teams here tonight. Let's move on and start with NiP. Of course, this roster, you know them, you love them. It's Hoya, Guan, Care, Awesome, and Zhou.
Yeah, this team, you know, I was quoted on the LPL English podcast saying that the only way that they were going to be able to win was through some miraculous pentakills. I was very wrong about that. They have looked fantastic so far to start this year. They're not the most consistent team. They're certainly not the cleanest, but their execution down the stretch in a couple of these games has been massive, and the leads they've been able to generate have been shockingly good.
And a huge part of that has been their journeyman marksman here, Awesome, who has put himself together perhaps his strongest early start to a split throughout his whole career so far. He's got the highest gold percentage of all bot laners right now, and he has absolutely been taking it to all of the other teams here in Group Perseverance.
Yeah, and you can see down on the bottom of the screen, Journeyman is the right way to describe this, and I would say it's to no fault of Awesome, who has been the best, if not, one of the most interesting young AD carries in the LPL for some time. But you're seeing Rare Adam, you're seeing, some of the dark days of EDG, or, subbing in for FPX. These have been some tough teams that he's had to play with, and it really does feel like now he's in a situation where he can really emerge as a true carry and a true breakthrough star down in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, after this many teams and this many teams not panning out the way that you would hope for, it's hard to start to believe that it could turn around. But Awesome and this crew here on NiP, it feels like they are starting to hit their stride. And, undefeated in series so far. It is only 2 in, but if they're able to take another win over WE here, it's going to come very close to locking them in to a top 2 spot in this group, perhaps even locking in first. It'd be very hard for them to lose first if they're able to take down WE tonight and get a 2-0 series record up against them.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting at a spot where you start 3-0, you have all this confidence, it truly would be the best setup you can have. And remember, being top 2 is really important in Group Perseverance because it gives you that extra chance to get into the playoffs and, in facto, get into Group Ascend. That's the goal, right? Is to make sure you can make your way into that upper group for that next split and to get into that top 8, prove you can compete. And Ninjas in Pajamas so far, at least this split with, Care and Awesome and Guan really stepping up, have shown everything they need to show that they have the ability, they are talented enough, they have the hands to be able to make this happen.
Yeah, and if you're paying close enough attention to Group Ascend, there might be some spots up for grabs if you're able to maintain a high level of performance. So yeah, that's absolutely going to be the goal for both of these teams that we're talking about here tonight, right? They feel like they have a somewhat firm grasp on the top of the table, even though EDG is only 2-2. Both of these teams have had good performances against EDG, so it feels hard to give EDG the edge there, and that does mean, beating out each other is going to be very, very important to lock in those top seeds and give yourself that chance to move on up. That said, let's check out who is going to be facing off against them here tonight. It is going to be Team WE. It's Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Yao Yao.
This team has been so interesting to watch because all of the preconceived notions of what WE were going to be going into the year, even coming off of their 2025, they've been thrown up in the air. This team is good, and it's for a lot of reasons that you maybe wouldn't expect. Monkey with quite a slow start to the split. It's been Karis, it's been About, it's even at times been Yao Yao that have been able to step up in some big moments and really keep WE competitive near the top.
Yeah, pre-season, we were only talking really about Monkey and what he was going to be able to do in year 2 with WE and how he was going to need to be the engine that would get this team going. But in reality, like you said, it's been this mid and bottom side, and in particular, it's been Karis who's put himself together. Perhaps his best split ever here in year number 2 with WE, and seems to finally be figuring it out after a really long period of kind of being somewhat of the Akali one trick here around the LPL, right? So, did a little comparison, 2025 versus 2026. On Akali versus off Akali. And something you're going to notice across the board on these stats is he's significantly better on Akali than off. That's not going to change, and that hasn't changed so far in 26, but the stats off Akali, they're getting better. They're getting a lot better in certain areas, and his rise has been really sick. He's put himself together some really nice, a really nice Azir game in there up against EDG, and if that champion pool can expand a little bit further while he's still drawing bans on picks like Akali and Orianna, that's a complete mid laner right there, and that's a real advantage that Team WE bring in to their matchup against NiP and have brought into every matchup that they've played in Group Perseverance so far.
You're absolutely right, Gordo, and I love the call out of both the Rise and the Azir because these are two champions that he was playing a lot of back in the LCK last year on WE, of course, when they were, up and down, we'll say, in the standings. He was playing a lot of these champions, but he wasn't finding the success. Now, you can see him in these situations being a lot more comfortable. You can see him looking for the flank angles that made him so enticing as a prospect back during his LCK Challengers League days, and finding the ability to get onto the backline. But it's the patience, it's the stability in a lot of these fights that ends up opening things up for WE a lot more, especially when you're really relying on him in the early game to generate some leads. His laning has been a lot better. It just feels like the complete package of Karis as a player that we had yet to see get put together for an extended period of time is finally starting to build itself, and WE really need it right now, and he is stepping up.
Yeah, definitely. And, he's not getting access to that Akali very frequently. That highlight right there you just saw, that's the only game he's gotten to play of it so far in the LPL. He got to play it a bunch of times in Demacia Cup as well. But since then, these teams have been keeping it off the board. It's gotten, obviously, Fearless away after that game against EDG, and then banned twice by Thunder Talk, banned twice by NiP. So did not really, or so far has not really been getting chances to play it, but he's still been showing up and performing regardless. He's gotten player of the games twice now on Rise, once on that Azir, putting up some solid performances on picks like the Mill and the Syndra, even though they haven't been able to win. He got to bust out the Sylas as kind of a pseudo counter to the jungle Malphite. That was really effective for them up against Thunder Talk. He's bringing a lot of other angles to the table in the mid lane than he has previously, and like you said, that's exactly what it takes to be able to level this team up and level himself up.
Absolutely. And he has really been an X factor in that early game, like you talked about, generating gold leads and pushing the team forward. I think today that's going to be especially important. We're talking about a WE team that is pretty often behind in the early game. If Karis can get a pretty big lead on a player in Care that's important to NiP as well, that could really shift the tides of it.
Yeah, that's definitely something I want to talk about here too before we get into champion select in just a couple of moments. Team WE, their record is good, but their early games have been lacking. This team currently averaging negative 1,500 gold at 15 minutes. That's not a good number. You should not be falling behind 100 gold per minute from the exact go of the beginning of the game, but that's exactly where they find themselves. They have like a 14% first blood rate, meaning I think for 7 games, that means I think they've gotten 1 first blood. It's not great. It's really a weak early game, and that means that they are kind of starting behind the 8 ball every single time, and they need to climb themselves back in. And they've done it so far against pretty much every opponent that isn't NiP, and they've done it once against NiP, but you don't want that to be your recipe each and every game. Figuring out a way to stop bleeding so much gold in the early game would do wonders for WE and how we feel about their ability to take on teams from Group Ascent.
Yeah, and that's really where Monkey comes in as the X factor. When we have seen this team be able to pressure in the early game, it's been through Monkey's aggressiveness, and that was something they relied on a ton in 2025 when he was getting MVP votes, All-Pro votes last year in the summer split. He was really pushing that team forward, specifically in the early game. It's been a rough start to the year for Monkey, but with the way Karis is playing, if you can get that mid-jungle going and get some of that attention on the bottom side, NiP could really be in some trouble, like we saw in game number 1 of the previous series.
Yeah, exactly. But you got to give respect over to NiP, the team that won this matchup last time, just a couple of days ago, and a lot of that success has come on the back of course, Awesome, like you brought up earlier. He has got a lot of gold allocated in towards him, and the team is very confident in his ability to be able to perform in these team fights. But it's also Guan showing up in the early game, setting his team up to be able to find success early. They're the exact opposite of WE. They've got an 83% first blood rate across 6 games, which, again, if I'm doing the quick math in my head correctly, all but once they've been able to pick that one up.
Yeah, it's really going to be a fun matchup to see whether or not the teams lean in to that identity or maybe move away from it and try and shore up some of their weaknesses. But with Guan in particular, what I think has really been able to enable his success so far in the LPL that he's maybe not found in some of the other regions is, I talk about this a lot, simplifying the draft, simplifying the game plan. He's playing so many engaged champions. The Malphite has been big. The Jarvan's been picked twice for him. You're looking at champions like Vi that really helped out this team. It's making sure that he has a very defined role with how he can help out the rest of NiP and giving him that go button that he can be that raw initiator if he generates a lead in the early game. I expect a lot of similar things here today from NiP. If it ain't broke, I certainly don't think they're going to fix it.
Yeah, definitely. not looking like something that they're going to change up too much. They've gone for these kind of enabling junglers, these heavy engage style out of Guan, and it's served them very, very well, right? A lot of Jarvans, a lot of Malphites so far, and I don't expect to see that changing coming on forward. Awesome has had some really sick Misfortune games. He's gotten to play some of those hyper carries as well, like the Aphelios and the Jinx and the Sivir, and they've really kind of built right into the way that he wants to play the game. Joeau's kind of leaned a lot more into the Enchanters to make sure that Awesome's going to be able to have those big pop-off performances, and all in all, it's all come together fantastically for this NiP squad that, maybe wasn't considered top of the board coming into the season, but has been able to really show that they're going to be very competitive in this group, at least 2 series in.
Yeah, I actually think you hit on something really important there, which is the synergy between the AD carry and support on NiP. We talk a lot about Awesome. I think Joeau's actually been really in meta. This was a player that came through the top esports system and was a bit of an enchanter player at the start of his career, and I think that's not really been something that he's been able to access over the past couple of years. It's not always been meta to be able to play for the 2v2 or to get hyper carries like the Jinx and Aphelios is regularly down on the bot side. Awesome is very, very willing to be Superman in terms of the hyper carries with, being able to scale into the late game. And I think Joeau has looked a lot more comfortable in a role where he can just facilitate that rather than needing to be this big playmaker, with that falling on Guan a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely, leaning more into the Lulus of the world, pairing that up with Awesome on these hyper carries has been good. He's not beyond playing a Rakan or a Leona here or there, but it's definitely feeling a lot more comfortable to be able to let the engage duties fall over to Guan, or even over to Hoya, who's been playing some more of these, kind of frontline tanks as well. Got the Ornn up in there once or twice, gotten to play the Scion, gotten to play the Poppy, to make sure that you're going to have that additional source of frontline that you can pair up with Guan, and then Joeau can take the time to play these Enchanters without sacrificing your ability to have any kind of determination over when and where these fights happen.
Yeah, I really think it just comes down to, once again, not overthinking it. I think NiP's drafts have been very straightforward. They've been very easy to execute. These aren't complicated. They're not, you don't have to dominate the early game. You have point-and-click engage coming in from your jungle. You've got a top laner who can just play tanks on weak side and join for team fights, and an AD carry that if you get a couple of kills on can really snowball the game out of control. You add Care into the mix as well, who has been very good throughout this split. You can get some leads out of the middle of the map. It really just makes your win condition as clear as possible, and I think NiP have really reaped the rewards of that, and we've seen other teams in Group Perseverance come out with a lot of these more, 5-head types of drafts. ThunderTalk, I think, has kind of been known for them at the start of this year, and it's really been teams like NiP that have really simplified down the identity of what they want to play that have really come out on top so far.
Definitely, and part of that I'm going to be curious about, too, is going to be the top lane matchup here as Hoya faces off against Cube. I think we've not been the most thrilled with Cube over on WE so far. He's definitely not solely responsible for the weaker early games, but it definitely feels like he has got a little bit to sort out in regards to what his role is going to be on this WE team. We've seen a lot of Yorick, a lot of Renekton. Kind of feels like they're leaning into that kind of ability to dominate lane and draw advantages on paper in this new season. Cube has not been finding those advantages, though, and when you come in on the Yorick flanks, it doesn't feel like it has the same impact as some of these other potential engagers or frontliners. So will Cube start to move away from it? Currently, he's 3-0 on the pick, so I think we might see it again here tonight.
Yeah, he's looking at this as a job well done. 3-0 on Yorick. He's feeling pretty good right now, but definitely agree with you. It's not ideal when Yorick and Renekton and even Rek'Sai are some of your most picked champions, and you have the lowest DPM of any top laner in the league and the lowest GD at 15 of any top laner in the league. That's not a good combination of things to line up throughout the beginning of the year. Of course, Cube, a longtime veteran here in the LPL. You can definitely point out some moments where maybe his impact was a little bit more than the stat sheet would read, but you're definitely looking for a bigger output from Cube. If he could just get a little bit closer to what he was, especially at times in the spring split last year, that's going to be massive for this team's ability to play off of that top side, and might even open things up for a player like Monkey a little bit more as well.
Yeah, and the thing about, you brought it up, Cube is a veteran, right? Cube has been playing here for a while. It's not like he doesn't have the pool. You know that he plays other champions, So there's something going on with WE's read of the meta where they believe this is good. That's why they're picking it every game, but it's just not quite working out for them. Maybe as the season goes on, they'll keep picking it, and we'll get to see a little bit more of what the intent was. Yeah, it's still early days, 7 games in. We can draw some conclusions from that, but not absolutely 100% of everything. Or maybe they just start to move away from it as they get to see more footage around the world. That's going to be one of the questions I'm looking to have at least partially answered here tonight, as we are about to get into Champion Select here and see where these priorities are going to fall for the two teams.
That is definitely the intriguing idea here is are we going to see, as we pointed out, them kind of stick to their identity so far with NiP wanting to push that early game, or are we going to see WE perhaps kind of go in a different direction and try to get that early? WE looks like they will be on blue side, but it will be first pick for Ninjas in Pajamas coming in here. As we get some bans coming through. The Varus, importantly, taken off the board. The Akali and the Sylas as well, as we pointed out for Karis. You want to get rid of those assassins. Jason, Nico, kind of important bans in the current meta, but, unfortunate for WE that they will not get the chance to play them here tonight.
And NiP right off the board going to take away Sylas. I think they're already setting up for a potential Malphite pick here. And I wouldn't surprise me if WE gives it over to them. Monkey has been a player that has not really jumped on the Malphite train himself. He has been much more willing to take the counters, but they do choose to ban it away here. And, that was a strategy that they went for the last time these teams met. They gave up the Malphite, and Monkey picked the Trundle into it, and it wasn't enough. And NiP ended up coming up with the win regardless. So this time, Guwon not going to have access to that pick or the Jace, the common jungle bans coming in from second pick side, and instead he's going to lean on this other engager. It's going to be the Jarvan snapped up for NiP.
This has regularly been their game 1 pick when they need it throughout this. I think all 3 series now, it's been game 1 Jarvan for Guwon, so makes a lot of sense, but it does leave the Rumble up. Right now, Jason Rumble really dominating a lot of the presence for the LPL in particular. Cube has been somebody who's had a lot of success on Rumble in the past. It hasn't been able to play it this year up until this point, but is going to be able to lock it in here. We already are starting to get that identity kind of coming through, and you wanted a clear identity of some potential scaling. I think Rumble Azir with those power spikes will give you that.
Definitely. The Orianna's still up here, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that one come through for Care. Pairs up really nicely with the Jarvan, and of course, if you don't take it here, then you're going to be left playing second fiddle up against the Azir. Still, I do assume this will be taken on this next pick here, and they're going to take the Cassante in the top lane for Hoya as their matchup du jour up against the Rumble. Quick hover of the Kassadin. We're not going to take that seriously. This is, in all likelihood, going to be an Orianna.
Yeah, and if it is Orianna, it will be Care's, 7th unique champion in 7 games of the split, so certainly a fun little tidbit there. Care has shown a huge champion pool. That's really been his calling card in the past. I don't see any reason, even with, and I think especially with the Cassante lock-in, you're really looking at Orianna here, and I think both teams kind of took the advice to heart. It really is, again, straightforward. It's dive in and go. It's the ultimate combination coming in from NiP. I expect to see something similar here from WE, kind of depending on how aggressive they want to go in the early game. Dr. Mundo makes the most sense for me here. This is what I would expect to be the lock-in. It's been something Monkey has found some success on early on in the split, and I think fits well with the combo they have so far.
Yeah, this will be his 3rd Mundo game of the split. He's been loving what Mundo gives them in the map and gives them on the field. I do kind of wonder, this is a whole top triangle taken without real access to hard CC now. So it might be a little bit questioning where that lockdown is going to come from. That's got to be Yao Yao now, kind of fulfilling that role. So eyes on what he's going to go for this game, as a lot of the picks that he's kind of been going for game in and game out this season probably starting to fall off the board. I wouldn't want to see a Braum here. I wouldn't want to see something like the Lulu or the Nami. Do need to see probably some primary engage there for him, and he's going to start to lose access to some of the most preferred picks as the Rakan gets picked up.
The Rakan is the obvious ban here. Yao Yao was a huge Rakan player even back on Thunder Talk a couple of years ago. He's found some really nice, successful teamfight engages on that champion so far this split. The only other engager that he's played over the course of this split so far is the Nautilus. Don't be surprised if that also gets taken off the board. Still plenty of options for playmakers available if he does want to go in that direction, but definitely is going to be limiting a champion pool for a player that still has a lot to prove coming back to pro play after some time off. So definitely could be a big swing. We see some 80 carry bans on the other side. We mentioned Awesome and his hyper carry ability. It's the Sivir, it's the Kai'Sa, it's these champions that want to dominate in the 5v5 that can pair up with Jarvan Engage as well, that are taken off the board, and even more safety going over to a player in a bout that loves his Ezreal.
Yeah, very cool to see that one come on through here. Starting to see the Ezreal drop off a little bit in modern meta, but definitely a strong champion, and does really limit NiP's options for what kind of engage they can go for. It's certainly going to hose the Jarvan somewhat. So now both of these carries have abilities to kind of dip and duck, get out of the Cataclysm as necessary. Awesome looking at this Yunara, will lock it on in, and NiP going to have to take first crack at support, leaving Yao the opportunity to counter.
Yeah, this definitely screams Enchanter for me, for Zhuo. We, again, talked about this a bit in the pre-show. He's really loved the flexibility that this new meta provides, the ability to play a little more aggressive on poke champions in the 2v2. It's benefited him a lot. But when you're looking at NiP's comp, I mean, it's late game. Like, you are looking at a team that really wants to try to get to those 5v5 coordinated fights as quickly as possible. If you can bridge that gap with some Yunara damage, that's going to be massive. But it's not like you're not staring down at Dr. Mundo and a Rumble and an Azir on the other side. And if you pick something like a Karma here, if you're locking in and saying, we want to fight you out in the 2v2, things could get pretty spicy for WE, and that will be the lock-in.
All right, so they're trying to get themselves some of these winning lanes, trying to stop the early game bleeding that we talked about for WE. This does mean that it's going to be tough for them to start fights on their own terms. Like, the first pick Rumble feels like it has kind of gotten left by the wayside as the rest of the draft played out. There's not really any way to keep the members of NiP on top of that equalizer once it comes on out. So instead, it's going to have to be about finding these lane advantages and being the ones who show up first to these objectives.
Yeah, this is a massive game for About. I really think this Ezreal needs to be huge in the mid game in order for them to feel that advantage. If he can be the kind of player that you can play through and get those skirmish advantages, get Mundo online, get Azir into a spot where he can play safer, that is WE's pathway to victory. For NiP, it is such a straightforward comp. It is very, very simple for them to just play out the game normally, play off your Jarvan Ori power spikes, and get to a spot where you can dominate off of what is likely going to be a pretty massive topside lead.
You're going to be on the lookout for, so trying to set up the top side for advantages, trying to make sure that you're going to have some kind of source to play through. That Jarvan, Cassante, going to be the engage source available for NiP, of course, and they do find themselves pathways on towards these carries, or if these carries aren't able to deal enough damage to really be able to work their way through that front line, things are going to go real sideways for WE incredibly quickly. Going to need to find those advantages through Monkey. Going to need to see a little bit more of that 2025 form that got us so excited for this player in the first place.
It is a big game for some important players. Man, Monkey needs to step up here today. I want to see that bounce back.
As do I, K-Man. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, everybody, for game number 1, which very well may determine who is taking first place in Group Perseverance once this second round robin is done and dusted. WE up against NiP, both teams hanging out at the top of the table.
We got some Gyos coming in for both teams. Definitely some fan bases in the crowd here today. It's always good to see the passion for the LPL here, but I'm definitely going to be interested to see how this bot lane 2v2 goes early. If any summoners are blown quickly, that could be really important for jungle pathing. If we're talking about Monkey doing anything at the start of this split, he has been the most aggressive jungler in looking at level 3 and level 4 ganks in the entirety of the LPL. Certainly something that you are at least going to be thinking about if you're NiP shoved under tower here.
Absolutely. And going to have that double range bot lane for both sides, but of course the Karma brings that little bit of additional combat power with the level 1 mantra, and they're going to try to play aggressively with it, about shifting in to make a trade happen up against Awesome. Zhuo gets a little bit of help on through, but he's still at level 1. That will help them out over the course of that trade. Make sure that About ends up with the higher health total at the end of the day. I think that's Arcane Comet on Yao as well, if I saw that correctly. Yes, it is. So really indexing into the ability to harass in this bot lane.
That's what you drafted for here. You want to make sure that this 2v2 is as aggressive as they can be. WE needs to bridge that gap, as I keep talking about, into their late game comp. If About can be successful and Yao Yao can really push that lane forward, that is huge. We got a trade going down in the mid lane. Nice stuff from Karis here. He has been so important, as we talked about, to WE. If we're looking at a situation where this Azir can scale into the late game, that is very, very important if he can find those Shuriman and shuffles onto pivotal members, just like he did on his one Azir game so far this split. We could be looking at something big. Monkey, like I warned, looking for something aggressive here at level 4, but it could just be an invade.
Yeah, not going to be able to find this blue buff, although he did throw a briefcase. The timing had been just a little different. Maybe would have been able to snag that one away. We'll have to let that fish go. Guan pathing back up towards the top side. We'll give the bottom side scuttler over to Monkey and give him a slight tempo advantage as the scuttler just being started up here on this top side, but all he's going to do with it is take that early recall, get back out on the map a little bit sooner.
Yeah, it's honestly ideal for Monkey, even if he isn't able to steal the blue buff. This is still a very good start and situation for him. We can see Guan getting some vision down, and we'll have some understanding of perhaps, you know, where Monkey will be heading next. But with the TP coming down on the top side, it makes a lot of sense for the Mundo to continue to pressure out. But the question is, how much do you want to index into these early objectives if you are either team? Because we talk about the scaling. It could be really important to make sure that you don't allow some free grubs or dragons to get stacked on either side. I definitely want to see the pathing of the junglers in terms of where they want to put their priority in just a couple of minutes.
Certainly, as they are going to continue to just shove in these bottom lanes wave after wave. Karis doing a solid job every time we check out this mid lane, has a little bit of a health total lead, and it definitely feels good pre-level 6 on the Azir side of this matchup. It's generally considered to be a bit better for the Orianna, but Karis navigating it no problem, at least thus far. It's both junglers hovering around this mid lane. Shuo paying a visit over here as well, just to make sure that they are able to get this wave shoved back out.
Yeah, Guan's still in the area as well. He has to be careful of a flash play here, but no such play will be made. No timer here, at least for Guan. He feels comfortable with the situation he's in. Just going to make his way down to this side of the map. Dragon is spawning in 15 seconds. I doubt they want to go for it this early, but it is something to point out that it will be at least a little bit more difficult for them to control the top side of the map at the moment. Boya doing a good job to shove in. He will likely get his recall through. And now it's just once again about the push on the bot side. We saw Zhuo make that roam, mostly because he doesn't really have any tempo or pressure here. We got some jungler pings coming down. This is something that you got to be worried about.
Tricky goes wide, but the root does connect onto Awesome, and Monkey showing on up here as well. Good dodge out on the briefcase. Awesome going to lose about half of his HP to the continued harassment of the WE bottom lane. Guan spotted by Monkey, who will advance towards him and see if he can find an opportunity for a fight. Karis going all in the mid lane. Throws out Emperor's Divide just for a little bit of additional harass damage, and keep Karis' health bar low after that TP's already been expended.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that was a misplay. I think that there was something potentially there, but with Jarvan in the area, probably best he didn't go full in on the 1v1 fight. Still, some nice harass going down. Shockwave.
Karis going to be able to slide his way out of there. Yeah, not too much of a permanent effect. And the constant poke in the bottom lane has forced out Awesome and Zhuo. Briefcases joining in with the Karma Ezreal poke there to get them off of this bot lane turret, and they're going to try to just funnel that gold into About. Karen Guan doing the same in mid to get them a little bit of plate gold, but it does look like they're going to get 2 into About's pocket, and they're going to be solo plates as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we were talking about, getting gold on the right targets as Cube tries to at least secure the crab area here, but with Karis so low on health, it's going to be a pretty difficult contest for him to have. He's just going to get some vision and walk away, although he'll get a little bit more than that with Monkey on the way.
He's going to start torching him a little bit here. Gets pulled in by the Intofo strikes. Monkey arrives, but is at a level disadvantage versus Guan, who did just take up over to level 6. So that second scuttler will go over to NiP without too much that WE can say about it, but plenty of camps left for Monkey to farm. Afterwards, Dragon's still standing. No solid advantage in the bot lane built up to be able to actually take that one, but About finds himself in about a 300 gold lead thanks to the addition of those turret plates. Awesome hits level 6 though, and will immediately pop it for Harass onto Yao Yao and About and move up into the river.
This is quite bad for WE. You're really relying on About and Yao Yao being in a dominant position to fight around these neutral objectives early in the game. I think Guan has done a great job on this Jarvan to really keep pressure up on the top side of the map and really get gold into the pockets of this Orianna. Once that combo is online, as it is now, you have that Shockwave and Cataclysm available. It becomes really, really scary to try and skirmish, even if you are an Ezreal. That damage can come through really quick and really fast, and so you definitely want to see WE putting some more pressure down onto the bottom side, but a really nice start here from NiP to keep the gold even.
Level 6 finally ticked by About there, and he's just going to pop the True Shot Barrage, just trying to keep the wave shoved in and support Monkey in this attempted blue buff steal. Guan has redeployed, coming out of base with the Tunneler for a little bit of extra value, but this wave is crashing in the bottom side. Shuo already moving up, but it's too late. Monkey smites down the blue buff. Karis took a rough trade in mid. Carrot looks to have committed the Shockwave in order to do so. To get that shove in. Guan immediately going to pop the Cataclysm to lock down Yao Yao. Going to stop Monkey from being able to return too much damage, but Yao Yao's got health to spare. He's able to stay alive and walk on out. Shuo takes a ton of poke damage, and there's About over the wall. Going to force the flash out. Guan now going to be the next target. He falls for first blood. That gold goes over to About, but Awesome going to be able to trade right back, and not stopping there. Monkey has to pop the maximum dosage to get himself out of danger. It's a 1-for-1 trade with first blood going the way of WE.
Yeah, definitely a WE favored trade there. Just an ill-advised Cataclysm coming in from Guan. It really does feel like an over-aggressive play made in the jungle. That 3v3 is going to be very difficult to win at this stage of the game, and Monkey being able to obviously survive, gain that healing with the ultimate, he will be able to secure that first dragon as well. And I think dragons are actually going to be really important this game for both of these teams. Guan's making his way down. I think this will be gone in time, but Monkey could be a target.
Saw it tick down to 1 there for a moment, but Monkey has got the briefcase to give it the business. He is able to secure that dragon for himself. 1-1 on the scoreboard. WE with the faint lead. They do have an advantage for About. It's not quite on that Trinity Force, but once he does hit that power spike, that's where you're really going to start to feel how strong this Ezreal can be in those earlier stages. But for now, Guan taking a peek down here. I don't think Monkey's in position to be able to respond, and About is all alone. He's got no support. Dive incoming, gets hit with a polymorph, focus down, and Awesome will close out the kill. Down goes About.
This fight is not over. Here come WE.
Awesome going to be able to dash himself back on away. Monkey pops the maximum dosage. In goes Guan. Karis tries to shuffle him back, but connects onto nobody. The Soldier's whip. Shockwave doesn't. Pulls back in Karis. Nearly takes down Monkey, who will just continue to book it back to his base. No other bodies hit the floor. A successful dive for NiP.
Very, very well done for NiP. Guan barely gets away with that, getting over the blast cone, not being spotted by Monkey, who's making his way up to the red buff. It's perfectly timed from him on the Jarvan, and the dive goes about as well as you could hope. You have to burn maybe a few more resources than you wanted, but shouldn't matter too much now that we're getting these lane swaps coming in. Karis is going to continue to have a lot of trouble in the side lane here. Karis is going to get a lot of these plates as well. This is where the NiP comp just becomes so dangerous, and Karis is just in trouble.
Yeah, there's the Orianna winning that side of the matchup we were talking about. Monkey focused down too fast. Maximum dosage will not get him out of dodge that time. Doesn't get an item finished until he's in the death chamber, and now Guan has free reign to work on these grubs.
And that's the kind of mistake that Monkey has been making pretty commonly over the course of this split, where he's just a little too far forward and exploitable. It's a nice pickup from NiP. They've really regained full control of this game over the past couple of minutes with some nice plays and some great side laning. The grubs are going to be very helpful for a team that has so much teamfight control, I would normally say, as About ends up coming in and picking up something here.
2 grubs is still good. But the 3 grubs denied from NiP, as Awesome somehow gets one with the True Shot Barrage cross map. Surely 90+% of the time that doesn't work out, but he gets paid this time, and that could matter. You know, the little mites definitely help you out in your pushing abilities. Yeah, we'll get a little replay here. I guess that wasn't as far away as we might have thought, so he had a little bit more control over it. But still, nice shot from Awesome. Or from About.
Yes, About obviously very important in this game here for WE, and he is coming through. This is a player that we didn't touch upon all that much in the pre-show, but he's been very, very solid so far in his rookie campaign for WE, of course, coming from that pretty prestigious Gen G Academy team. He has a lot to prove here for WE, and I think the Ezreal is going to be an important factor in winning some of these mid-game fights. We're about a minute 45 away from that second dragon. WE getting the first. It's really important for them to keep. Karis
connects on that shuffle this time. Care forced to flash away. Nicely done, but here's Guan. Let's see what he has to say about this. He will be able to walk this one out, goes where he pleases, as windows are apt to do. 2 versus 1 now. Awesome, trying to kite away, gets hit by the root, has to flash, still goes down. Awesome just takes an inadvisable 1v2 and drops.
It's a really, really big mistake from Awesome there. He expects his team to be a lot quicker than they actually are on the rotation, but Juo and Guan just cannot get there in time to punish About. And that's even more gold going into the pocket of the Ezreal. And now Guan's in a tough spot in his own jungle. Again, Dragon spawning in just under a minute. Monkey going to continue to pressure out 1v3, and he got it. He's going to walk away with the blue buff.
Very nice. That's a second blue buff in a row taken by Monkey here, successfully controlling 3 buffs around the map. And Guan still up in gold, but down in CS. Those kills making up the difference as Monkey continues to bully him in his own jungle each and every opportunity afforded. Got to keep your eyes on what he'll be able to do as he is able to actually get to have some impact on these lanes. You can already start to feel that Monkey's ability to actually gank is a little bit limited by the absence of hard CC in all of his lanes.
Yeah, that's the hard part of this WE comp, is starting those fights is going to be quite difficult in the later part of the game. You're hoping that the neutrals will do a lot of the work for you. But this is what we were talking about in the pre-show. Gordo, you especially, you were pointing out, you know, WE, a team, they can be down in gold. They can be down 1.5 or 2k gold at a point in the game. It's not going to matter. But the setup now around Dragon, we could get a fight very, very quickly here.
He's starting to get chunked out, but there's going to be an engage coming on through. Shockwave combo finds its way into Yao Yao, and Care will be able to finish off the kill. Quick first blood in the fight drawn by NiP, but Monkey not going to back away. Stepping up in towards Guan. Another flag and drag comes through, About able to dodge away from it. Awesome going to mark onto it. Meanwhile, shuffle back onto Care. Not able to finish up the job. Going to be Cube flashing forward to find the Flame Spitter damage, but already Jungler down, and looks like Karis going to be joining him. Nice snipe from About. Will be able to claim the life of Awesome and turn this into a 2 for 3 in NiP's favor.
Yeah, this is a very shaky fight, very back and forth. A couple of major misplays coming in from some important members, but at the end of the day, it's not too important who ends up coming out on top here, as the Dragon still stands. The gold lead definitely going in the pockets of NiP. Once Awesome and Care get back out on the map, we are going to see exactly how this plays out. But in the replay, you just get this ease of execution engage, as we've been talking about. It's the Cataclysm, it's the Shockwave, it's Lulu dropping ultimate as well. It's just everything on top of the Jarvan, but they stick around a little too long. They want to commit even more to making sure they can secure this Dragon. The Cassante TP's in, and you have Awesome on the back end of this fight. But once Care gets chunked out, it becomes a little bit more difficult to win. It looks like he's almost pushed to safety there by Karis, but luckily Cube is able to flash over and pick that up. If About isn't quite as clinical at the end of this fight with a nice snipe onto Awesome, could go a lot worse. But Dragon just going to go down in our picture-in-picture, and NiP will stop the stacking for now.
WE find themselves down about 1k gold at 15 minutes, which is pretty standard by their history, but maybe even a little bit better than average. But does still mean they once again find themselves a bit of a hill to climb back up, and it's on a comp where they drafted to be able to be ahead at this stage. About just trying to fend them off now, get Monkey on towards this Rift Herald. Yuan not going to be able to get his way in, and oh, Karis found a shuffle back onto Care, and very well might be able to take him out. Sure does. Solo kill to Karis.
And that is the Karis that we've been seeing so far in 2026. He picks up the solo kill, and we're going to see that Rift Herald dropped onto the top side. This is going to be a lot of gold going into the pocket of this year, but About
face checks into Awesome and Shuo, and does not win that battle. Another kill over to Awesome.
Yeah, it's one kill on one side of the map for another. It just looks like the mispositioning errors are coming through for both of these teams. Perhaps some nerves getting here for game number 1. Still, that is definitely a play that WE are going to feel comfortable with, walking away with so much gold in the pocket of their Azir. He is a massive piece towards them having the damage to win. In the late game, we've been talking about the Ezreal being able to bridge the gap and being able to play the mid-game fights. We're starting to get to the point in the game now where it's how much can Monkey tank and what can you create with that Shuriman and Shuffle, which is likely your main form of engage.
Yeah, a little replay in the picture-in-picture of how Kare was picked off. Karis just finds him a little bit too far up and chases him down with the Emperor's Divide. And now Karis returning to top lane. This time, he's got an extra body on the NiP side nearby, but spots out Zhuo and knows that there is going to be a little bit of additional support in Kare's side. And we're going to get a replay of About. He just steps up into that bush. He did, in fact, have the vision, but Awesome just quick on the trigger pull, chases him down, and Yao Yao cut off by the two bodies.
Yeah, I think he wanted to give back a little bit for the kill that Awesome gave him earlier, but now NiP charging down the mid lane tier 1. They're going to be able to get this very, very easily, open up the map a bit more. No objective to transfer a lot of this to, but with a lot of gold going into the pockets of some of your main carries, as we can see, still a 1.4k gold lead on NiP. I don't think they're too upset by the game situation, even if WE have done a good job to stabilize this. You still have that engage, that Cataclysm and that Shockwave. If you land it on the right target, could be massive. We're likely going to be waiting at least a little bit, probably about 2-ish minutes for the next major fight, but in group perseverance, you never really know. Anyone can pull the trigger at any time.
Absolutely here. And so, going to be a full send into mid from WE. They have all 5 members here coming out of the shrubbery. Try to make a move on towards this outer turret. Monkey going to try to steal some camps away from Guan, but Guan already finishing off the birds. Hoya TP's in. He's cut off from the rest of his squad. Is he tanky enough to survive the full brunt of WE? Looks like he is. Gets chunked to about half. Monkey going to take very similar damage as Awesome approaches him. Out looking for some of this poke. Zhuo going to blow the heal to get a little bit of movement speed and get himself out of danger. And it's an ARAM. There's going to be the engage with the Cataclysm. Equalizer layer down on top. Monkey channeling the maximum dosage, pulled back in by the Shockwave, but no follow-up. Monkey stays alive, and no bodies will hit the floor as a result of this fight. About and Cube trying to find some of that additional poke. Monkey already back to a pretty decent health total as Hoya gonna brawl with him.
That's the value of the Dr. Mundo right there. You can full engage onto this champion, but it's almost impossible to burst him down unless you have so much damage, and at this point in the game, they just don't have it quite yet. That's a big cooldown burned here for NiP. No Cataclysm for the next couple of minutes, and there are some pretty major things coming up. Of course, you've got Baron spawning on the map, but 45 seconds on the Ocean Dragon if they do want to fight for that as well. This is where WE can really start to thrive. If they can get Monkey into a position where he is the target for these engages, they have some damage to put out on the backline if they can get that front to back.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they got a little bit of a flex there as they do survive the full engage, but no real lasting benefits gained for them either. They didn't even get to pop the Crystalline Overgrowth in mid with their 5-man push in mid, never getting an opportunity to actually touch it. I think About's going to find it right here. Begin to sneak that one auto in. They don't, actually, but they get the plate regardless thanks to the minion damage.
Yeah, it's tough right now in the mid lane. We're seeing some ARAM action happening for WE, but that could be setting up for the positioning that we see around these objectives. Both Baron and Dragon on the map, and a fight could be imminent.
Ooh, aggressive pathing from About there. Gets him a couple of autos from Awesome for his troubles, and he will be taken just a little bit lower, still not in too much danger as they kite back towards the Dragon. Hoya and Guan up in the front line, going to start to work on a Monkey who pops the maximum dosage. Damage coming in on a Hoya. There was the Equalizer thrown on out as well. Chunks out Kare.
Shockwave.
Double Shockwave in with the Cataclysm. Kara staying alive, finally shuffles them back, but will fall on down. But look at Cube. He's melted him with the Flame Spitter. Gets tons of damage back before he's forced out of the play. About staying alive. Flag and drag towards him. Needs to stand and fight. Can only claim back one before Kare and Guan will finish him off through Yao Yao's shielding, and now Yao Yao, the last one alive, will have to surrender this Dragon to NiP.
Massive fight for ninjas in pajamas there. It looks like it could be quite dicey after a great Shuriman shuffle from Karis, but it's just not enough. The solo laners don't have the damage, and NiP walk out with a really big win. I'm excited to see this replay because it's an aggressive engage coming in from WE. The equalizer is dropped so early into this fight just to zone out the backline, and while it does a good job, that shockwave combo landing is massive. It is fight winning coming in here from NiP. They're able to get onto the main carries, but in his dying breath, Karis is able to drop the entirety of NiP on top of this Rumble, who melts them. He burns them to a crisp. Yao Yao's shields coming through also for this entire fight are massive. About's able to clean up one more kill, and a fight that looked like it could be a disaster for a bit only turns into a 4 for 3, but at the end of the day, a 4 for 3 with Dragon, still pretty darn good for NiP.
And awesome at the back of that fight, finds himself on 3 items for this Yunara. Gets a Bloodthirster in there for that little bit of additional sustain up against the poke damage of this Ezreal Karma. And looking very much in control are NiP once again at 3.5k up. That fight win and that Dragon secure puts them in a dominant position here as WE's plan of being able to stack up the Dragons well and truly hosed as they've missed out on 2 of the 3.
Yeah, and that makes the game a lot tougher because you're already kind of getting stat checked in a lot of areas. You still have the Dr. Mundo for the front line, but I know we keep harping on it. We keep getting to the point where it's, where's the engage for WE? How do you start these exchanges? We see some miracle shuffles coming in, some miracle ultimates from Karis, but if that's what you're relying on, it becomes much more difficult. You're going to get to a point where Monkey getting focused down is going to be a little bit more difficult to initiate, and you know, we've seen some misplays on the back end from About on this Ezreal, not maximizing the damage. They need to start capitalizing because this game is getting out of control very quickly. And right now, NiP, as they kind of move themselves around the mid lane, get themselves that Baron vision, are probably going to be pretty happy to try and force another fight when they can.
And if Miracle Shuffles are what you're relying on, you'd better get that arm guard done real soon, Karis. It's going to be very tough to stay alive off the back of them, especially with how much damage Awesome can pump out. Having successfully gotten to that 3-item power spike on Yunara, WE indexed up towards the top side here a little bit, just making sure that they have a little bit of vision on these Baron ramps secured. Karis catching the wave up in top side as well to make sure that's going to be shoved on in. Baron will be the only objective to play for the next couple of minutes, and it's a bit early to start it, but definitely do not want to lose full control around this river and be forced to face check into this NiP crew.
Luckily, they do have a Dr. Mundo to potentially try and get them a little bit of space, but you're absolutely right. This game becomes very, very difficult if they have to play on the back foot when you're already lacking that playmaker out of jungle or support. When you have to enter the river against an Orianna Jarvan, that could spell death for anyone involved. So we see that WE aggression coming out here. You know, we wanted more out of Monkey. He's been important in this game on the Dr. Mundo, but hasn't quite found that same level of aggression and success that we've seen previous. He can be that strong front line to allow these carries the time to deal their damage. We just saw Cube and Karis have something that they can build upon if they can find that 5v5 fight. It's just getting harder and harder to imagine, and Monkey already getting poked out.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he's absorbing damage. He's absorbed an engage. He stole 2 blue buffs, but those are not the sole things that wins on Summoner's Rift are made of, and has not been able to enable About and Karis to have these big front-to-back team fights, and NiP haven't volunteered for them, at least not in a way that WE can win them out. NiP, when they take their fights, they've been winning them. Guan pairing up with Care fantastically, engage after engage, be able to find these key targets and win out these team fights. Monkey spotted within his own jungle now, doing his best to try to scan out some vision, but as tanky as he may be, there's 4 members of NiP here, 2 of them carries. Got to show a little bit of respect.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off here, but he is quite tanky. I mean, we're noticing the item builds for NiP, seeing a distinct lack of anti-heal coming in for the Mundo. Could prove important if this is going to be the game-deciding fight.
Stepping up here, Boya behind enemy lines. Nobody sees him. He's going to be able to find the flank. About already shifted, has to flash back to the other side of the Cassante. Karis going to be able to sneak away as well, but Monkey getting focused down. Does pop the maximum dosage, is standing for the time being. Equalizer has come and gone. Didn't accomplish too much. All 5 members of WE find themselves still standing underneath this crafted sun disc. But how are they going to be able to keep the fight going if they think that they're favored? Just throwing out a little bit of poke damage here, but NiP, they got in, they didn't find the fight they wanted, and now they get to choose where it goes from here. Good chunk damage found on the Yao Yao and About. Awesome up in the front line, once again chunking Monkey out low, and this time there's no maximum dosage to get that health bar back up. NiP control the river, and they won't let WE in.
No ult for Mundo means hard fight. NiP want to continue this exchange as long as possible.
And Monkey cut off here, going to have to flash back over the wall to avoid the damage from Awesome. And this guy is exactly as his name would imply. Nobody can step up here for WE. He melts through the sole frontliner too quickly and basically ends the fight on his own without any bodies hitting the floor.
It's incredible patience from NiP. They're able to chunk down Monkey, get the ultimate out of him on the Dr. Mundo, and realize, hey, once you get that full health bar, there's no way that you can fight back after that ult is down. And it's just exactly as planned. They're able to stall it out. They don't need any kills. They're able to pick up the dragon. And now we're talking about a team that's on soul point for Ocean Soul with Cassante, Jarvan, and Orianna. This could become a very difficult game very, very quickly for WE.
Definitely. Karis had the arm guard we called out earlier, by the way, but he had to use it defensively, so he didn't get to have that big engage angle. Maybe once he finishes the Zhonyas, he'll have another opportunity to get something like that going for himself, because, yeah, you can just feel the lack of engage opportunities. We talk about it again and again, but that was really the case there for WE. They survive the initial engage. They get Monkey regen back up to a decent health total. They step up to NiP, and they just can't do anything.
Yeah, it's such a difficult situation, and this is why it is very, very hard to draft and play around comps that do not have straightforward engage. Is you really need to make sure that you play perfectly in a lot of these exchanges, get some leads, and control zones, and they just cannot do that in their current game state. Juan getting as much on the map as he wants. This team could even force a fight around Baron right now if they really want to. Once they start controlling this mid wave, it becomes even more difficult, especially with the spacing and the gliding that Awesome has been putting out so far in this game. He's got that Lord Doms now. It's becoming more and more problematic for WE to stand there and try and contest, but they're going to have to push at some point. Eventually, this game is going to run out of time.
Yeah, I mean, you think he was doing damage to Monkey before. This Lord Dominic's Regard's really going to let him work his way through that health bar in no time at all. 4-item marksman up against 2-item tank. We all know how that's going to end up playing out. NiP, about 3k of gold lead, 3 minutes away from being able to get themselves onto the Dragon Soul. An Ocean Drake will be the final nail in the coffin for this poke setup that WE has going for them, and that's really the best thing that they have at this stage of the game, given that they did not find that early game advantage.
Yeah, it's just it's a tough map state. I think vision is so crucial, and when you look at the top side of the map, all I'm seeing is red right now. It is just ward after ward after ward for NiP. WE, of course, going to have their chance to come in and clear this out, but NiP are only allowing this on a reset. Chuo's caught, though.
Ooh, found there, trying to get a recall off to restock on wards. Instead, ends up losing out on his flash. Will stay alive, but still does need to find that recall, this time for health as well as for wards. And that will give control over this Baron over to WE for the time being. They get to sweep away some wards, they get to place down some of their own, and maybe can try to maintain control over this river and get an actual fight started on their terms.
Yeah, that was a really nice catch, at least to get some tempo in, because I was just talking about it. Vision is so important, but NiP say, we don't care about your river vision. We want some pressure on the mid lane here as they're going to shove this wave in, and now it's going to be in a decently scary spot.
TPing, mid-wave still does matter, K-Man, and the NiP, fully cognizant of this, will maintain control over it. Equalizer comes on through, does cut off that choke. Yuan tries to scoot away, but will get melted down by Karis, as that's one kill already over to the side of WE. Can they keep this fight going? No, they're going to have to let those go. Catch and release here for WE without that follow-up engage, but they have inside track on the towers, and they know they have a numbers advantage if NiP try to fight them.
NiP pincer themselves in that exchange. Guan just goes a bit too deep trying to chase About and actually gets poked out a lot. And the moment that TP comes in from the Azir, it becomes a very difficult exchange. Baron is started. There is no jungler on the map right now for Ninjas in Pajamas.
20 seconds to go. I mean, this is a tough ask to try to walk in through the Azir and the Ezreal. Baron falling lower and lower. Hoya actually flashes in here looking for the big stun. Smite comes through. Monkey secures the Baron for WE. Hoya now in deep up against 5 members of WE, and he will be joining the dead. About claims the kill. WE take the gold lead back.
Gordo, I must be hallucinating because I distinctly remember NiP having a 3,000 gold lead, and it's not there anymore. It's gone. It's off the rift. A huge mistake from NiP to overchase on About here. They want to try and find the pick, but this entire setup is for mid lane pressure. Guan flashes in with the Cataclysm, but he takes so much damage from the Ezreal and the Karma that at this point they just have to completely disengage. There's no care shield coming in on the Orianna to keep things safe with Monkey and Karis right behind them. The equalizer getting dropped. This Jarvan is cooked. He's toast in the mid lane. NiP have to completely abandon everything, and then later on in the fight, Hoya just wants a piece of the action as well.
There's no CC tools to make the equalizer work, so Cube has to make the map work for him. Finds the opportunity there as Guan only has one path out, forces him to waste the flag and drag, and Karis is able to finish him off on that end. Now, hard pushing in mid, nobody in NiP in position to respond. They take inner turret and inhibitor turret. They're going to take the inhibitor as well. Care still hasn't gotten back. The base is cracked open. WE has spawning supers in mid. They got an inner turret in bottom as well, and they're going to take the gold lead even further.
This is huge. Teleport's coming in. Dragon is on the map. NiP still are on soul point, but they have to win, and they have to win now.
Gotta do it again here, WE. Engage coming on through. A little bit late from Cube, but he does arrive to the scene. Throws out the equalizer. Gets some good damage onto the team. Shuffle back from Karis, but it costs him his life. Into the GA goes Guan. Comes back out on the other side. Hoya low. Guan at about half. Awesome trying to push back 4 members of WE. And no Azir to dish out the damage. Monkey still trying to frontline. Throwing out some of these both cases. There's going to be a big shockwave on towards 3. About Yao incredibly low. Cube trying to deal the damage. True Shot Barrage comes on across, knocks down a couple of members of NiP, but they're still standing and they're still fighting. Hoya up in the front line, looks for the third cast of Antofo strikes, but can't pull anybody back in, and About still at a safe distance away. The health bars are getting lower and lower. The poke is coming on through. About getting harassed. There's the Dragon Soul. It's secured for the side of NiP. Can they get their clap back from WE? Still shots raining on through from About, but NiP stay together. They stay joined. Guan engages onto About able to keep himself standing for just a little bit longer, and it's going to be Monkey get the last laugh here, unless Guan can scoot himself out to safety. NiP, they don't lose any members other than their carry, but they get the Dragon Soul.
Oh, it is such a tight fight on both sides. Neither team willing to throw the game away on an errant engage. A couple of massive ultimates from the 2 mid laners, but it's not enough to really separate the Dragon. Going to Ninjas in Pajamas is massive there. It facilitates their entire escape with that Ocean Soul. And now we're looking at a game situation where, yes, WE have a 2k gold lead, but they have no reliable engage, and you're looking at Ocean Soul on Cassante, Ocean Soul on Jarvan, Lulu and Orianna shields coming in. This is a much, much more interesting situation. It all comes down to this fight. Karis is just way too far forward. He gets caught out and full engaged upon. He does pop the stasis, and even though he is bursted down, he is able to get one last parting gift off, which is a massive ultimate that not only puts his team into a good position to get some damage down onto the Cassante and pop the GA on the Jarvan, but also to reposition for the rest of the fight to happen for WE. Here it is a complete standoff. Neither team wants to fully commit. You have the poke coming in, the shockwave coming down, but it's buffered perfectly by About. Anything less than that, and that fight is over for NiP. And now we are just looking at some back and forth action. Eventually, Guan's going to get over the wall and get that Dragon, but back onto live. WE do not want to let that Ocean Soul matter. They want to try and push down on the top side and end the game early.
Dragon Soul so rough here as About still looks to try to find this harass on the Ezreal. The additional regen, especially on the likes of Hoya, to make it so difficult to deal any kind of damage to this guy unless you're fully focusing him down in a team fight context. They will be able to claim the last inner turret up here on the top side as they keep that wave shoved on in. The additional pressure in mid, forcing Awesome to move over and clear out the super minions, gives that opening.
Very importantly, just over a minute on Baron spawn. That could be massive. That is likely going to be the game decider here. We do, of course, see Karis on the bot side catching that bot wave. Things are coming down. About could be caught out here. He is going to be able to get over the wall with that arcane shift, but Monkey could be the next target.
Cataclysm comes out. They just want to hold this Mundo coil as much as they can. Be able to try to finish him off. Shockwave comes on out, pulls him back in. Maximum dosage is ticking away, but the damage is ticking faster. Monkey trying to run away will finally be finished off by Hoya. No jungler for WE for about a minute.
And ironically enough, because he survived so long, his death timer actually coincides with the Baron spawn. So that's a massive pickup for NiP. At the bare minimum, they're going to be able to get some priority in that part of the map as Karis continues to push onto the bottom side here. But it's just more mistakes coming in from WE. It's been sloppy in the late game, and NiP have really benefited from that. That's despite the fact that they still have a small gold lead. This Ocean Soul is really putting in work. Going to be very difficult to break through that front line with the lack of true damage coming out outside of the Azir. I mean, Rumble will help as well, but this is a big turnaround, and it could be NiP's time to take this Baron.
Barrage comes on out, good damage onto Zhuo. The Baron is getting worked on here. They know that there's not going to be too much support available for the time being. No Mundo on the board means this should be easy pickings. And down goes the Baron to the likes of NiP just as Monkey respawns. NiP claimed the gold lead back, and now it's basically neck and neck, K-Man.
Well, it's neck and neck, except for the fact that one of these teams has Ocean Soul, and that's massive for NiP. That is a huge, huge advantage for them. You're looking at a situation with Elder spawning in under 2 minutes, where NiP are going to have full control of these waves, where they're going to be able to push out basically everything on the map and set up for this fight. We talked about the back and forth, the throws, as we see a lot of damage coming down onto the Lulu from the Ezreal ultimate there, but somehow, someway, the pendulum has swung back in favor of the Ninjas.
We do start to see some anti-heal coming on through from NiP. Try to handle Monkey, Bramble Vest for Hoya, and the Oblivion Orb for Zhuo. Will help them at least reduce some of that maximum dosage when the opportunities do present themselves, as Paris has to be careful here. There's 3 members of NiP right in front of him, and his inner turret will not last very long. It's made of paper here in 39 minutes into the game.
It's a nice siege down here from NiP, but they do not want to overextend. They can still be in a lot of danger if one of their squishier members gets caught. You don't want to throw the game away at a meaningless fight in Tier 2 mid, but for now they're just going to get some poke down with Awesome, be able to get back and continue their push. Hoya can take some damage, but it isn't too important. One thing I really want to note, you're right, the gold lead's not too different, but all of that gold right now is on Care. You got to watch the Shockwave once he gets here.
Absolutely do. So coming back from base is going to be a potential outnumbered situation for NiP for a short period of time, but now Care just about in range will be able to get on over here. Hoya just soaking up this damage like it's nothing. Monkey doing his best to try to get some harassment onto Guan, at the very least stacking up his Heart Steal. But no engage found yet for NiP. They are the ones who get to decide when this fight starts in earnest. Hoya takes another set of harassment in the mid lane, goes down to about half. Will be able to regen back up with his Ocean Soul over time. About doing his best to try to keep this top laner low. Monkey coming in on the flank at about half HP. Don't engage yet. Guan just going to pop that Cataclysm.
Equalizer's huge.
Equalizer on top of it. Good damage on Care and Zhuo, who are going to be forced to back on away. And Monkey still sitting pretty at about full health. Now trying to keep that fight going. Awesome going to step on up towards Monkey. Starts to pump out all of the autos he's got to knock Monkey to about half HP. And the rest of WE are forced to retreat. The cooldowns are starting to affect him here, and they are getting chunked lower and lower as this fight continues on. There's going to be the Sun Disc thrown down behind them, but they are already working with their minion wave on towards this mid inhibitor turret. NiP get behind them. WE looking to get this fight started, looking to try to cut off NiP and see what they could possibly do to pick somebody off, but they stay together, and once again they are able to create themselves an outward path.
Yeah, they are able to survive what is a very precarious situation. Both of these teams playing on a knife's edge right now, but it's NiP who walk out with all the advantages. Teleport coming in. The fight could happen right now. Monkey staring up.
Hoya going to look for the engage right off the bat of the TP, is just stepping forward, looking to stun anybody he can find. Maybe it'll be Monkey. Monkey able to space it on out, but Hoya's just so tanky. He absorbs about and Karis' damage all day long. WE now with the inside track towards mid. They're going to see if they can take an inhibitor of their own, but they can't get out of here. It's a flash shockwave. Hoya not able to find Karis as he does manage to stasis it, does manage to push them back outside of the Cataclysm, and Karis stays alive, popping Guwan's Guardian Angel once again, but nobody going to fall from NiP. Guwan is escorted out to safety. Karis stays alive as well. WE cannot claim the kills.
All that fighting, all of those exchanges, and no one ends up falling. Elder is still on the map, and pings are still coming down. It's really well played by WE, but their lack of engage continues to hurt them.
Hoya again chunked out to about half. But this level 20 Cassante, he's thriving here, continually getting chunked out, continually regening back up off the Ocean Soul, and continually coming back in for more. About trying to find somebody who these continued Mystic shots will deal some damage to, but Guwan and Hoya have been intercepting them all fight long. Monkey now isolated by Awesome, gonna get chunked down very, very low. They need to buy Monkey the time he needs to be able to rejoin the health back up, and NiP are not slowing down. Ocean Soul at their back means they can keep this fight chugging.
Cube on the flank, Cube on the flank. You gotta watch out for this Rumble, and Equalizer could turn things around. They have the healing, but we saw what it could do in the last fight.
Need to wait for NiP to commit so that the Equalizer can still have its maximum value, or they can just throw it on out right here. NiP going to back on away. Hoya cut off from the rest of the team a little bit. Monkey still sitting here at low HP totals, but it's still a pretty good amount. Karis is knocked up. He's isolated, and Awesome will claim that kill. That could be the opportunity NiP have been waiting for to be able to step up into this Elder. Big True Shot barrage comes on through. Yao Yao pulled back in by the Shockwave, and Awesome popping off in the fight will finally be taken down. About claims himself a double kill. Hoya fighting with Cube on the opposite side, and it's Hoya who's going lower and lower, but Shuo showing up for the backup. Cube still able to take down his top lane counterpart. Monkey able to secure the Elder Dragon. How has WE managed to finagle a way out of this? True Shot barrage goes wide, but Monkey is able to interrupt Kair's recall, executes him with the Elder Dragon, and About is on a solo mission towards the Nexus.
He's looking to end the game. He doesn't care about the way that things have been set up. It was Ezreal or bust, and the Ezreal is coming through as he marches down the Nexus solo and ends this game for WE.
They can't keep getting away with it, K-Man. How do WE win these games down such ridiculous amounts of gold? About finds another execute in the fountain. And against Ocean Soul and a 3.5k gold lead and a second 2k gold lead, WE win.
Gordo, we just signed up for one of the best series that we're gonna get. Game number 1 gave us everything we could want, and then some. What a phenomenal finish. Just unreal. Both of these teams with the game in the palm of their hands with everything they need to end it, and it was throw after throw. It was pendulum swing after pendulum swing, but it's WE, it's About and Monkey that end up surviving, showing up, getting the Elder, and ending the game with that Game 1 win.
And I can't decide what explanation I like more. WE keeps on winning these games from increasingly ridiculous gold deficits, and NiP cannot win a Game 1 to save their lives. This is the third Game 1 that they've lost, the second one against WE that they've lost with a significant gold lead. I don't know what to say. They just got to get warmed up, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's, I guess, a way to put it. I think maybe some execution problems in the later part of that game that were just not on point, but really, I mean, I want to give credit to both of these teams. You can talk about the misplays, you can talk about the positioning errors, but the resilience, the willingness to fight in the later parts of these games, I think we are seeing both of these teams come out here with really the identity that they feel they can win, and they feel they can be the best teams on the Rift here today. And if we're going to get this kind of action for 3 games here tonight, oh boy, am I excited.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give big credit to About in that final team fight around the Elder Dragon. Karis falls down so quickly in that team fight. The damage has to come from About. Cube does a pretty good job as well. He's able to win out on the backside, but About has to dive on in there. It's his job to finish off Awesome, to stop what could have been a big Yunara moment, and he does manage to come out and do it.
And I think that's the crucial thing. If you would have told me that it was Mundo and Ezreal that would be winning the 40-minute team fight around Elder Dragon, I would not have believed you against this comp. We looked at NiP's draft and we said, hey, their straightforward, clear-cut execution comp in the late game is going to be able to reign supreme, but it really was a player diff in this one. And, we even talked about players like Monkey and About needing to step up. And here they are getting a huge win for WE and getting them out in front again with a better shot here against NiP.
Yeah, Karis not beating the allegations that we were trying to assuage at the beginning of today's show. Talking about how he's getting better on these picks like the Azir, like the Rise. Not his best Azir performance in the world, but again, it's enough that WE are still able to get themselves across the finish line, even though we don't love the composition, even though it feels like they're not able to find the moments that they need. They win out on one Elder fight, and sometimes that's all it takes.
And it really looked like it could be even earlier than that. When you go back to the catch that they had in the mid lane, it really did feel like once that equalizer dropped and they were starting to burn through, if they had any engage to follow up on that giant Rumble ultimate when NiP overextended, that really could have turned things around. But the game was very difficult for them. They needed a nice setup. They needed to get control of the river. And luckily for them, they were able to walk up in that final fight. In doing so, they had the opportunity to be able to make it work even without the Azir. And that just goes to show where WE are at in terms of the team fighting. You called it out. I mean, their ability to win in the late game is unparalleled right now, especially in group perseverance. And doing it 4v5 really in the way that they did at the end of the game, I mean, that's as good of a look as you can ask for a lot of these players.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell what the takeaways are here if you're NiP, right? Because it felt like they were in control for such huge portions of the game. Definitely want to look at Guan and the whole team, frankly, over-aggressing in mid to lose the first gold lead, right? And give up that first Baron. That definitely feels like it was a major error, opening up what was otherwise an impossible-to-find fight for WE. Certainly ends up costing them big time there as we take a look at some of our post-game stats. I mean, what a great game here from, I feel like About would be my player of the game here. He just, even though not every single fight was dominated by the Ezreal, he showed up when it counted.
He did have some tough mid-game fights, but the early game, that was entirely centered around the Ezreal Karma lane on the bot side, getting that shove in and being able to generate tempo, and then in the late game, it was super important. Unfortunately, we are getting, one of the replays here where About maybe wasn't quite as, solid. I think an under-the-radar potential pick here for WE could be someone like Cube, who I thought was really important on the Rumble, being able to consistently take some people out on the back end of these fights. But when you're talking about the combos coming in around these major objectives, it's almost always looking around that equalizer, and he's able to really salvage some plays that I think, might not be quite as good for WE, keep them in at least okay gold spots. I think overall for this team, you really just, I mean, the MVP is the resiliency. It's the mental to be able to stay in this one after it felt like they were out on multiple different occasions, and, being able to catch out NiP. I really just think that it was a team effort, and I want to give a lot of praise to the general vibe that WE has surrounding them right now, because we've seen it through a lot of the early games in this series. They are just, or this split, they're just completely unafraid to give up. Like, to not give up, I should say.
I know, after, 7 games of this, you got to believe that WE this season, they are never going to be giving up on these games. No matter what the deficit ends up being, they have won on stage from worse, I promise you, no matter where they find themselves throughout the rest of this season. As we do check out the last team fight of the game, this is one that I really want to watch again, because, Karis dies just so early. This feels like it should be so cooked. It's a great true shot barrage to take Karen Guan so low, and then being able to finish off Awesome and Guan here. Monkey and About stay alive and win out that fight in pretty much that precise moment.
And there's the value of the Mundo as well. I mean, he was below a quarter health heading into that exchange, and it's just the value of a champion like that where you can tank almost 2 health bars worth of damage. You can get all this poke coming down, and it doesn't matter. You get About kind of styling on Zhuo at the end here in the base. Obviously, you love to see that. being able to pick up the kill with the Elder. He flashes the 100 Thieves
Thieves.
emote. That's incredible at the end of the game there from him. He definitely would be my choice for player of the game, but as for Ninjas in Pajamas, when you're talking about takeaways, right? I mean, you mentioned Gwan getting caught. Really, to me, the main takeaway was Gwan and KR just not being on the same page. We talked so many times about the Jarvan engaging. The Shockwaves very rarely followed the Cataclysms. I mean, if we saw those combos a little bit more, specifically, I think in the late game, maybe some things are a bit different. These are players that haven't been together all that long. We're still very early on into the year. You're hopeful that you can get some of that synergy down, but that's still a 0% win rate right now for the Jarvan for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like a lot of the Cataclysms were used on the Mundo in isolation. They just felt like they had opportunities to say, hey, look, Azir's going to scoot out of this. Ezreal's going to blink out of this. Let's just throw it on the Mundo, try to melt him down, try to win out the fight. And it worked for a time, but eventually the Mundo got too tanky and just kind of started sitting in there, especially with the addition of the Karma shielding on top of him. And the rest of the team were able to capitalize on the absence of that Cataclysm. And yeah, the fact that they were not able to come on up with a fight win off that initial snap engage, that's frequently what you want on the Orianna Jarvan combinations. So About does win player of the game, and well deserved, despite the fact that he ends with a negative gold difference.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. You don't see player of the game ending 400 gold down typically, but he more than deserved it. There might have been some hiccups here or there, but the early game, he was huge. The late game, he was huge. In the most important sections of the game for WE, where they drafted around this Ezreal, he did everything he needed to do to earn this player of the game.
Certainly did a very, very good showing here from About. And excited to see what they're going to show us in game number 2. Will it be a replay of their series just a few days ago where NiP are able to turn it around? Or will WE tie 1-1 in series with NiP and hand them their first loss of the season? We're going to find out, but first we're going to take a quick break. Before that break, I do want to shout out the coffee. If you'd like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. That said, we will see everybody after a short break as we get into game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of LPL English, where Team WE win the unlikeliest of game number ones. NiP still cannot find a win to start off their evenings, but so far it's been working out for them by the end of the night. Let's see if it's going to stay that way for their third series of 2026 LPL as they look to once again reverse sweep Team WE.
It could be a repeat of what we saw a couple of days ago. That being said, we certainly didn't see that game one a couple of days ago. That was unique on its own. So I'm excited to see the adaptations that both of these teams make in draft. I think a lot of the big power picks and, you know, kind of the main things that we were pointing out are still available. We did see a lot of popular things come through, but again, Kara is yet to repeat a single champion so far this split. The Orianna continued to be a bit of a unique pick. I imagine that this will be something that is a bit more comfortable. We have things like Malphite still available for NiP that they found a ton of success on, but for WE on the other side, you know, they're pretty adept at letting that champion through, drafting things like Trundle, drafting things like Silas to be able to make that work on the other end. There are just so many big picks for both of these teams left. The game 2 is likely going to be just as explosive.
Yeah, that certainly seems like it is likely. We will find out, really, if we end up with those same bans, right? It was I think it was the ban of the Silas from NiP that ended up pushing WE over the edge to say, all right, maybe we're not going to end up giving you guys the Malphite this time around. But it's, of course, Fearless Game 2. There's a different champion pool to be dealt with, and that can change what ends up on the ban list. So we check back in with our players on stage. Looks like everybody's ready and raring to go for game number 2. WE, you gotta be feeling good about winning a game after it was looking like it was in such dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, you're walking out of that going, we stole one in game number 1. Anything that we can get now. If we can close this out 2-0, we talked about the importance of this series for the standings of Group Perseverance, but a 2-0 in particular, when you're talking about match score and potentially getting that number 1 seed, you know, we're talking about some teams in Group Ascend as not having the most consistent of splits. Top Esports is you know, beatable right now. They are, you know, certainly a team that I think has some weaknesses that you could exploit. That is the matchup you want to try and draw if you are a team in Group Perseverance, and getting that number 1 spot will get you that. You know, not even NiP could get that 2-0 against WE. That could really be a big boon for their overall standings.
Yeah, definitely. So, we will find out how they're going to look to get on through here. I mean, WE have a lot left in the tank, right? We've seen most of their drafts. First of all, they've never gotten the Rumble for that last game, right? Obviously, Monkey has been a big fan of the Mundo, but apart from that, it's mostly stuff that they are not quite as used to so far. It was About's first Ezreal game, Cube's first Rumble game, and the fact that they are able to come up with a win there means that, you know, they've got a lot of the classics still left to be shown, right? Karis, I know we didn't love the Azir. I know we already feel like my graphic's been disproven one game into the night, but that's not true, okay? The Ryze is good. The Ryze is clean, all right? The Akali got banned in game number 1. It's probably going to keep getting banned, but if it doesn't, that's a pretty clean pick as well. About's got his Varus left. Monkey can still go for the Trundle into the Malphite or something like that. Cube has Yorick. I hope he doesn't pick it, but it's there. There's a lot left.
Yeah, and we are seeing nearly identical bans, except the Akali is left up, and it's actually the Ryze taken away against Karis here. They are scared of the Ryze. Gordo, your graphic has inspired. Yes. It will be the buy first pick, though. They didn't see the
graphic because the Akali is still better. The Akali is...
yeah, that's a good point. You still want to take away the Akali, but they're going to try and shut it down with more point-and-click lockdown. Yeah, Cube's blinding it. That's what you're calling out here. I think that's the call out, but
they might pass it up. There's an Aurora lock-in. We did see this could be a flex. We saw Cloud9 flex it to top lane earlier today, so it's still possible in Tier 1 competitive play. But I think that's most likely going for Karis in the mid lane. So probably no Akali showing here for game number 2. Monkey, though, getting access to the Monkey, and I think he would be very well advised to lock this one in, especially with Aurora, for what is already going to be a nice little big Venn diagram of an AoE combo.
Yeah, this really fits what WE like doing. When I think about WE's identity, especially this year, but even at times last year, you're talking about long flanks. You're talking about getting Karis into a position where he can find creative angles onto the backline in team fights. Aurora obviously offers that in spades, but it's going to be answered with a lot of proactivity on the other side as well. Vi Ahri, one of the more common jungle mid duos that we've seen throughout the last couple of years of professional play, and NiP are going to be very comfortable being able to bust it out here. They want that mid-game pressure. And WE gonna answer saying, you know, Cube, you were weak side king for a long time on multiple stops on multiple teams. You're gonna get back to that role here with the Scion.
Yeah, facing off against the Renekton, I think it's a good choice. It's a matchup we've seen time and time again, not just this year, but in previous years as well. But it's one that Cube should be well versed in, and it's one where, you know, if he does end up falling behind earlier on, it's not going to end up hurting him too much. Still going to be able to have that value coming into the mid and late game on the Scion, regardless of how that laning phase goes. And this Vi Ahri, like you called out, I think this has been really successful for NiP. The other times they've been able to pick it, they played it up against EDG to very great success. That was where Care won his player of the game that he's had so far for this year, his sole player of the game. And his performance on that Ahri was very, very solid. As WE get themselves back on the pick list, they're just going to snap up a marksman for about. Varus is banned on away, but still can just move on down the tier list and get themselves that Corki.
Corki, definitely the best option available for what they're building here. They want to make sure they have an AD carry that can play relatively safe against this Ahri Vi duo. You don't want that lockdown coming in and completely destroying you, especially because Renekton has that point-and-click stun. Aurora is already in a bit of danger for the aggression that she might want to put out. Renekton has always been relatively good in that matchup because of it. So having that Corki is just going to give you a little bit less to worry about in the mid-game if you do want to play around that Aurora power spike. But NiP, you know, we saw this previously from About in the other game, but indexing really heavily into that 2v2, making sure that you can get, you know, online as early as possible, get the push onto the bottom side is really important in the current meta. And Misfortune is almost better than any champion in the game at doing that. Joeau's going to get onto a playmaker here in the rel, and you've got a comp in general that has so many different ways to find picks onto the map that you're definitely looking at a very mid-game dangerous comp for NiP.
Yeah, now Yaya looking back towards the Braum, old reliable here, can start to block away some of the potential damage coming in for both the Ahri and the Misfortune, and can really punish any engage attempts from the Rel and the Vi if they do push up too far. I think this is a solid selection for him to close out the draft of game number 2. And, you know, finally we do get some engage from the WE side here with the Wukong Scion, so they definitely do not need it from Yao Yao this time around. Should give them some really strong kind of mid-game skirmishy power here, as long as they are able to avoid that initial big pick combo coming through from Guan and Care.
Yeah, I like both of these drafts a lot more than game number 1. It feels a lot more even here. It's clear that NiP want to be playmakers on the map, and that's really the key here. What really dragged them down at the end of the last game was the lack of synergy and communication and execution, really, between Guan and Care. Well, now you've got Vi and Ahri, two champions that really need to synergize in the mid-game to generate the leads that they need. If you're going up against a Wukong, Aurora, Corki in the later part of the game and you don't have that massive gold lead, things are going to get a lot more difficult. The onus in this game is absolutely going to be on Ninjas in Pajamas to be able to bounce back and tie the series out.
Definitely is here. We've seen them get ahead every time they face off against WE. We have a 4 games worth of sample size now. See if they can do it for a 5th game in a row, and if they will be able to carry that one through to the win here. Snowballing some gold on towards the Ahri of Care. Definitely a recipe for success here. We've seen them do it already this season. They can get Awesome into a good position. Definitely lots of tools to be able to set him up for success as well. Want to see the NiP carries earn their stars in this game number 2 to try to take them to a game number 3.
Still hearing the support for both of these teams in the crowd. Neither fan base willing to give up just yet after game number 1. A little bit of trading down on the bot side, but again, WE are going to be looking to try and counter a lot of this early aggression as much as they can. You do have a comp that I think benefits a little from some time, but the bot lane is certainly where you are looking to make sure you do not lose that pressure. You draft the Braum to make sure to counteract that early game combo from MF as much as possible. Joeau just barely landing some damage. Summoner's getting blown.
You know, we saw both heals come out at the beginning of that engage, and About also using the barrier there after Yao Yao gets knocked by the crash down a little bit. Guan going for an early invade here, going to try to win out a smite fight here up against Monkey, and will be able to do it. Snags the Gromp for himself before returning over to his own camps. Just says thank you very much for the bonus.
Definitely a little disgusting there from Guan. You know, Monkey has been somebody who's wanted to play a lot more aggressive, but definitely not going to enjoy being down a camp in the early game here as we see more pressure coming down. Misfortune is just so oppressive in the current meta at being able to play that 2v2, even with the power of Braum. That shove is going in. We're going to get a replay of just him walking up. He's not seen. He's just going to queue over the wall, and everything's all hunky-dory for Guan as he's able to steal away that Gromp, get himself a small tempo lead here, but the question is, what does he do with that tempo lead? Because as much as we really want to hype up how Guan played and how important he was against WE in the last series, you know, this Vi really, really needs to showcase that it can be more consistent than what we saw out of the Jarvan and Goodman.
A little bit of special technology there out of Guan, and says, hey, if we're both going to be racing to level 6, I'd like to be 2 camps up. And that's where he's going to find himself right now. It's a solid little advantage for the NiP jungler. He just has no choice but to continue on with his clear, and we'll find out in a couple of moments whether or not that differential will put Guan into a position to make a big play. Recall's starting to come through from the bot lane. Awesome. Successfully crashes a wave, gets back, picks up a cull. Says this is how I'm going to look to build up an advantage up against About, who also was able to get back and pick on up the tier.
Yeah, an unfortunate pause coming in here. Hopefully we're not waiting too long. Of course, definitely still want to talk about the general game state. When you talk about Renekton into Sion on the top side, you're obviously hoping you can get as much of a lead on the Renekton as possible. But really what I think this Renekton's value is in the later part of the game here is that lockdown onto Aurora. He's going to need to have the gold to be able to survive and find those flanks later on in fights, and that's going to put a lot of onus on him to actually generate those resources in the early game.
Yeah, certainly is, and I mean, being able to access About definitely can have a huge impact as well. Whoever he's able to find, he's just going to need to be able to take one carry off the board and trust that, you know, his Vi-Ahri combo is certainly going to be finding an engage onto the other, and making sure that both of those fronts are successful going to be huge here, because once you kind of blow all those engage tools from the likes of the Vi, there's not a lot left over on the other side. Of course, you do have your Realm Misfortune combination, so still a couple of different ways to be able to take these fights. Like, you could play them front to back if you do get a good enough Magnet Storm engage, so an opportunity for Zhuo to have some big performances here as well.
And remember, this was a player that almost went to Worlds last year. I know that we, you know, overlooked some of, you know, what happened with JDG at the end of the year, but Zhuo is a kind of a stabilizing force for them. He's been around in the league for a long time. He's played for some pretty important teams. He's definitely going to have some onus on him in this game when you're talking about those engages. Those front-to-backs might not look all that consistent, but we saw Kair's Ahri earlier on in this split be so adept at being able to deal damage in the late game, be super consistent at being able to find priority targets. All it takes is one good charm, and that bullet time shreds through. You find that engage, the Vi and the Renekton are clear lockdown. Those front-to-backs can still be a big problem. Certainly not taking anything away from the ability to team fight on the other side of the map here for the Wukong and the Corki, but definitely not going to be quite as dominant or I guess lopsided as maybe it would have been in the previous game without all of that engage.
No, definitely. So, opportunity to, you know, play the game on their own terms a little bit more for WE. I really like to see Cube on this Sion for game number 2. Knows that he's facing down the Renekton, and contrary to what we've gotten to see from him throughout a lot of this season, doesn't try to kind of challenge it, doesn't try to, you know, play a lane-dominant matchup into it and play for the side lane. Instead, just going for Ul Reliable, playing one of the most powerful top laners in the current meta, gets something that is going to give his team really good value no matter how this laning phase plays out. I really like to see that for WE here. That warms my heart from old Mr. Cube in the top lane, and paired on up with Monkey on this Wukong, it can still be both an engaged tool and a really big kind of team fight force. Going to be super, super good. Going to give them that 1-2 punch that you really want from a lot of your team comps.
Yeah, and we talked about the mid-game priority, of course, from Vi, Ari, Renekton, Misfortune, like all of these champions. Of course, they're indexing into the mid-game. Let's not take away from the fact that once these level 6 power spikes come around, the Wukong and the Aurora are certainly no slouches on that side of being able to create their own pressure and find some picks as well. So positioning in this game is going to be really important, and if what we saw last game with maybe some of the overextensions from some of the mid laners are going to continue here into game number 2, then obviously it's going to get a little bit tougher. You can't really afford that in these comps.
Karis showing off the Aurora for the first time this season. Another pick where you can really have a big difference made in the matchup up against the Ari, right? This is going to be your one lane where you maybe do have a chance to be able to get a little bit of push going for yourself here in the earlier stages. Bot lane as well, with the Braum, trying to poke with that Winter's Bite, but you can see Misfortune has done a great job of being able to find the harassment. So we are getting word about the pause. It's something to do with Yao Yao. That's all I got.
Well, hope we can hope that it gets settled as soon as we need, but definitely, don't want to get these guys too rusty at the current moment. We see everyone running around on the back of the stage. I'm not going to panic until we need to panic. For now, everyone looks very chill, very relaxed, and I'm going to try and stay the same.
I agree, production. It looks like I think that man running behind them had a headset, so maybe a little bit of a headset issue here. Try to get resolved, doing our best to draw some conclusions, and hopefully whatever's going on with Yao Yao, it can be resolved in pretty short order, and ensure that they're able to get back into that laning phase at full force. Players on stage here making sure that they do stay focused, as could have 2 more games ahead of them if it is a replay of what we saw the last time these 2 teams faced off. So far so good. These earlier phases did definitely get that faintest of advantages for Guan, having been able to secure that extra camp. He will be the first one to take level 6, assuming that they both just continue to clear all of their camps on cooldown.
Yeah, and that's really important for this game. Being able to be first on the roam and first on the decision of where you want to put those resources is massive. I'm sure there's going to be some protection around the mid lane, but that's the crazy thing about this draft coming in here for NiP, is that they're going to have a lot of options for where they want to put that prio. You're not just looking at Vi Ari like you typically would with this mid-jungle duo. The Vi Renekton is a massive issue on the top side, and Sion will not be at the point where he's completely unkillable at that point. In the Vi Misfortune, if you can get a good engage from Rel, you land one knock-up and all of a sudden the Vi combos off of it with an ultimate, it can get really scary really fast for even something like a Corki or a Braum. So a lot of options here for Guan, and being able to get that Gromp away, getting early, pressure and tempo with that XP lead, that is going to be massive for this team's ability to really control the game.
Yeah, absolutely will be here. And what a great Misfortune game for Awesome as well, right? He's got hard CC on all 4 other members of the team composition. It doesn't need to just be the Rel, right? Sometimes it's enough to Ruthless Predator one target and make sure that they take 3, 4, 5 waves of the bullet time. That can be enough to get you a kill in a lot of these situations. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen like Misfortune Alistair lanes and things like that, where you only need that little bit to make sure that you do land more than just 1 or 2 waves of bullet time to be able to find those kills. And Awesome been one of the players that has kind of been spearheading that Misfortune as a selection. Has played it a couple of times already. I just saw a headset come off. I think we got it. I think that's the new headset that we need. So hopefully we'll be able to get on off of this pause before too long.
Yeah, if it's an audio issue, hopefully it will be solved relatively soon. We'll see how that ends up going. I like the call out of the Misfortune here. This is something we're seeing as an adaptation later on in series. It's really not a game 1 pick for a lot of teams, even across other regions like the LCK right now. We're seeing Misfortune pop up really commonly as a game 2, game 3 bully down on the bottom side of the map, and it kind of just goes into the identity that I think a lot of teams have established for the game right now with a lot of the changes. We're definitely seeing a lot more early game pressure, snowballing, controlling the game. It feels a lot more consistent to be able to win the game through the early game right now. And if that is going to be the identity, then both of these teams are definitely going to be looking to get on the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Still so early in this game, so, not too much momentum lost one way or the other. Everybody gonna be able to keep their heads about them here, probably. These pauses can always be so miserable, especially if they're like in later game scenarios, or you've been team fighting nonstop, as many teams here in LPL are apt to do. You never like those kinds of situations, but here, it's still peaceful. It's still the earlier stages. Nobody hitting level 6 yet. No blood being spilled yet. Should be able to get right back into the speed of things. Nice little drawing of Karis there on your screen if you pay close attention.
Yeah, if you can count on one thing here, it's that fans will show up for WE, one of the most historic franchises here, of course, in the LPL. And Ninjas in Pajamas, a very quick fan favorite, of course, joining the league a couple of years ago. They have definitely built themselves a very fun fan base of their own. So both of these teams, both of these fan bases kind of expecting a lot. We were looking for that rebuild for NiP this year. Their rebuild has been very accelerated with the 2-0 start. They could be back in Group Ascend a lot earlier than I think a lot of people anticipated, but WE kind of trying to run back a core that, let's not forget, they finished top 4 in spring last year. This was a team that was competing to be near the top of the standings. It was a big, surprise and a big upset, but, at the end of the day, this is a team that I think expected themselves to get better, and so far, it's not exactly been as smooth of a road, but if they can smooth out some of the problems that we're talking about, especially if they can start figuring things out in the early game, eventually, you're looking at a team that has the team fighting to really affect even a lot of Group Ascend teams later on in the year, and the talent on a lot of these players to, continue to elevate themselves and keep themselves in those upper tier conversations.
And this NiP rebuild, not one that inspired the most confidence in a lot of folks, right? It's not the most exciting group of 5 in the world, but they've come out here and been able to find a really solid 2-0 start. Care coming off of FPX, we all know how that went. Thunder Talk from Hoya hadn't been able to find the most success there. Awesome, of course, also coming off of FPX, and it's been like that we've called out in the beginning of the show, that journeyman constantly moving from team to team to team, never really finding a huge amount of success in all of them. Guan coming over from DFN, or DFM, really, playing over in APAC. It's not a group of guys that you expect to be able to come in here and, slam their way right to Group Ascend, but they find themselves winning out on all their series thus far, and yes, they're down 0-1, but they're down 0-1 unexpectedly in a game one where they were able to find themselves really substantial leads and really put themselves into a position to be able to win that game. So if they're able to clean up some real minor factors here, we would and able to, of course, create those same results in the early game, you would expect them to be able to close out those games more often than not.
It really just comes down to synergy to me. I think with some time, I think a lot of these problems are going to get ironed out, or at least you would hope they would. Guan, you talked about him a bit, coming over from the LCP last year, coming over from playing for DFM. We don't want to kind of remind people, but this was a player who was benched last year. He was kind of, a big leap, we'll say here, for NiP to sign and to bring into a big vote of confidence, I think, from this team. And so far, so good. He's paid it out pretty heavy.
And we've made it. Pause is over. We've gotten out on the other side. Thank you for sticking with us, everybody, as we are back in to game number 2 between WE and NiP. And Monkey just going to pass his way through mid lane here to make sure he is able to get himself the double scuttle and close on out this CS gap that Guan created by stealing away the crown.
Yep, definitely a nice adaptation for Monkey with the tempo he gains. Guan obviously a little bit slower getting back to his own jungle. For now, though, Monkey is going to have some tempo on the top side. Not really a lot you can do against a Renekton in particular, but he's going to continue to farm, try to get to level 6 as fast as possible on this Wukong. If he can actually match that level 6 timing, a lot of what we talked about in terms of the playmaking from the Vi, calculations change quite a bit.
Yeah, I think, Guan probably a little bummed that he wasn't able to have the winning lanes to be able to secure at least one of those scuttlers without too much trouble, but Monkey quick on the move, able to get himself over and find both, and that means that his deficit has been largely erased from what happened at the beginning of the game. Of course, neither of these folks too close to level 6 yet. Will be another round of camps. Guan looking for a maybe little path onto Karis here, or just at the very least some vision, or maybe even the chickens, as was a recall from Monkey to be able to pick up the Tiamat on the Wukong. Guan will be able to successfully steal away the bird for his troubles.
Yeah, he really wants to try to punish Karis in the mid lane here.
Up a little bit far, and Karis was able to find the charm, and that might be what calls it for Karis. Nice flash away from the crash down, and the weirding will give him that last little bit of space he needs to be able to escape.
Yeah, they're not able to layer the CC correctly, and it is going to be a nice escape from Karis. That's a lot of resources invested into trying to make that mid lane play happen. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go down. Gwan's still going to be a little bit ahead because of the stealing of those chickens, as you called out, but that's one of the big things we were trying to monitor. Where was Gwan going to put that pressure in the early game? At the very least for now, play number 1 not going to get much outside of the flash from the Aurora.
Absolutely. Karis holds on to the lane, doesn't even take a recall here, is able to even finish off his clear out. Care going to be a little bit ahead in tempo as a result. The CS lead is in favor of Karis' cube. Pops the unstoppable onslaught there to keep the trade going up against Hoya, who will have to pop Dominus in response.
Yeah, Gwan gonna use this pressure to start up on the Dragon. This makes the most sense. You've got that Misfortune pushing on the bottom side of the map, and you do have a bit of tempo advantage. You're not quite level 6, but Monkey's gonna have to spend some time re-clearing on that top side. Pings are going down. So this is a nice early pickup here. It's just a Cloud Dragon, but NiP were definitely a little behind in terms of the objectives until the late game. Last game, not able to secure that first one. They're gonna change that here in game 2.
Yep, snagging themselves Dragon number 1. About a minute and a half to go until the grubs are going to spawn. Monkey, once again, going to look to equalize the CS discrepancy that Guan created by stealing away his chickens, by stealing some chickens for himself. While that Dragon falls, did get the global notification. But you got to respect that if you're about in Yao Yao. You don't know where Guan is. He is coming on in here with that level 6 available. I do think they saw the pet there walking away, so they do ping on.
Yeah, they just a little bit see the pet in their vision, and so they're able to spot out that that play is happening. Looks like the engage is going to be fine from Zhuo, but they decide not to pull the trigger. More than fine. You want to make sure you get the most of that Vi ultimate, but that level 6 advantage that we were talking about, not quite utilized. Monkey is on the map. He's level 6. If a play is made, he can match.
Another charm lands into Karis here, but it's not going to be one that is pursued by Guan. He was on the other side of the lane, which does give him that little bit of additional safety buffer. Yeah, like you said, Monkey now with access to the Cyclone as well could be such a powerful early ganking tool. Guan did not use the cease and desist, so he's going to have his available as well. So both junglers find themselves clearing top to bottom. Might be a little bit more action in the bottom lane before you know it, but these grubs are spawning in about 15 seconds, and Hoya has kept Cube shoved in throughout the majority of the laning phase. He's up by a couple of waves at this point, taking a recall, but going to choose to interrupt it, actually, so maybe these grubs are on the menu.
Yeah, the pings are coming down onto the bottom side for Monkey. They really want to try and look for this play onto Awesome, but I think WE really needs these grubs. This is a big, big dive. If they can pull this off, things are going to be better. If this doesn't work, it could be catastrophic.
You heard the farm alarm there, going to pop over the bullet. Time is Awesome to try to clear out the wave, but the dive comes through regardless. Well juggled on the turret aggro, and first blood goes to About.
Definitely nice to get that first blood onto Corki. We see some really proactive plays coming in from WE, something we were asking for. But they do give up the grubs for this, and I think grubs are really important for this WE comp. For now, though, NiP, they're not done looking for some plays here.
Yeah, they're rushing over here to Monkey, but a TP in from Yao Yao means he's ready to be able to keep on brawling. Karis coming on over the wall, has access to Between Worlds. Will choose not to blow it onto Karis. Monkey is able to finish off the blue buff. 4 members of WE still present, although recall from About, maybe going to leave them a little bit outnumbered, trying to get a safe pathway out of here. Monkey getting hit by Awesome. There's a flash forward from Care, block onto the charm, doing his best to kite for his jungler is Yao Yao, and he will keep him safe. Care's engage is thwarted by the Unbreakable.
That is a huge cooldown from Care to burn there. The flash comes through, but the kill does not follow. Very well played from Yao Yao on the Braum to be able to salvage that play and keep everyone alive. Overall, not too bad for either side. NiP are going to feel pretty comfortable with the objective trade that ends up going down. And WE are going to feel pretty comfy that they got that first blood. Once again, we're still sitting in a situation where Vi Ultimate has yet to be used, but as we see the way that this ends up going down, the escape pathway here for WE, it looks disastrous at the start. Once Care's flash comes in, it looks like it's going to be over for Monkey, but Yao Yao with the flash himself, the perfect positioning. That's pure support gameplay coming in, and the protection coming through from the Braum.
Well done by Yao Yao. This about takes a massive trade into Awesome there. That's Sheen plus Phage damage for you. And Yao Yao going to be coming in for the backup here before too long. So starting to turn their fates around in this bottom lane 2v2. Thanks to the gold about was able to get on that first blood. Good start for WE here, keeping the gold at parity. Once again, this team's averaging like a 1,500 deficit at 15 minutes, so being dead even, that's like being 1,500 gold up if you're WE.
You might even have to add to that number because you're talking about going into a comp that has Vi, Ahri, Renekton, Misfortune. This is a comp that really wants to try and scale for WE and get to that later part of the game, and so far, so good with this Corki and Aurora. Aurora not quite up in gold, but a 500 gold lead for About down on the bottom side. He's getting closer to that first item power spike. And with the junglers now getting their first item power spikes as well, you just got to make sure you don't fumble the bag, per se, at this point with some of the engages that can come out from NiP.
Definitely going to be the focus. Second dragon spawning here in just a few seconds, so looking to see some focus around mid and bot. Over the wall comes Guan. Monkey waiting for him, going to pull the trigger right away. Guan's got a flashback away. Now Zhuo's in too deep, trying to kite his way out, but stunned by the concussive blows and finished off by Karis. Season assist comes through on the Monkey. They're going to try to make this a 1-for-1 trade. Karis doing his best to rain through the damage, gets weirding across two, but Kara's able to find the execution, gets a reset on towards his Spirit Rush as he continues to step forward, trying to finish off Yao Yao. Good flash from Karis, gets out of the range of that charm and guarantees it's a 1-for-1.
It looks like a fantastic fight for WE at the start, but you cannot underestimate the power of Vi Ahri. It's why it's been so prevalent in pro play over the past couple of years. They can really turn some fights around, and the damage coming through, the burst coming down from both the Ahri and the Vi in that exchange really helps equalize things out. For now, WE still have control over the bottom side. They are going to send About to try and, at least posture around this dragon, but it's going to be everybody sending their resources down for this second Drake.
Yep. Coming back in off of the respawn. Monkey wasting no time. Neither is Guan, and Guan gets himself right back in the same situation. He's got to dive backwards to make sure that Monkey is not going to be proccing those concussive blows. Zhuo coming on up, Care looking at it as well. Charm comes on out, it's blocked away. Magnet Storm comes through though. Monkey chunked out very low immediately. Bullet Time comes through, melts through that clone, as well as most of Yao Yao's health bar, and I think that's going to be enough for NiP to be able to secure this dragon for themselves.
Yeah, it's a teamfight pseudo win, I should say, before the teleport coming in from the top side here. Cube is here.
Cube wants this, stepping on forward. Dragon is still alive. Charm connects on a Yao Yao as he's just one shot. Bout flashes the wall and finishes off Guan though. Now Zhuo starting to fall low. Cube tanky enough to stay in this fight for a while, but now the other top laner's in there, and About got hit by a charm from Care. Hoya finishes off Monkey. NiP coming out the better in this brawl.
Yeah, it's very chaotic. Decently sloppy from both sides, but at the end of the day, Hoya makes the big difference on this Renekton. We were talking about just how important it is for him to be able to find and lock down priority targets, and he did so in that exchange. But at the start here, it looks fantastic. The moment Cube comes in for WE, it feels like they're going to completely turn this fight. About flashes over the wall, wants to play aggressive. This Corki has enough damage to really tear through this fight, but this Renekton is not an easy crocodile to slay. The slice and dice coming through, even with the knockup. About gets hit by the charm, and there's just no way for him to be able to survive. One more slice and dice to clean up Monkey is just enough for the fight to get turned, and thankfully for NiP, they're going to be able to survive by the skin of their teeth.
So seeing how quickly Monkey got melted there leads us to a good opportunity to discuss this. What's your opinion on Profane Hydra Wukong? As I think this is some new tech we are seeing from Monkey in this game number 2.
Well, who am I to really judge when Monkey picks the Monkey? You know what I mean? He's got to have some sort of insider advantage on the idea, but yeah, you're definitely seeing some of the flaws, or the cons, we'll just say, maybe in terms of the build path for now. He is going to be pretty difficult to deal with in the late game if he continues to build more aggressive like this, but you land that combo onto the right one, not the clone, but the actual correct Wukong, and things could get pretty dangerous pretty fast around these neutral objectives. I think a lot of what they are building for is making sure they can burst down with Karis in the mid lane and making sure that Aurora is as dangerous as possible.
Yeah, so, I mean, just about every competitive Wukong in the world goes Trinity Force. Well, Monkey trying to innovate some new tech here. Certainly Feels like it would give him, of course, the AoE clearing ability and the AoE damaging ability, but you know, a little bit of lethality, a little bit of extra burst onto the squishies. Really going to need to make sure that that counts for something here, as you can see the trade-off and how quickly Monkey falls down in these fights. Hoya going to be the next target here. He's in a 1 versus 3. I don't think he's getting himself out of here without too much trouble, but look at the damage he's dealing back to Monkey. Finally, Monkey able to get him down there.
Yeah, Hoya wants the 1v3. He's opting in. He's popping that ult and saying, bring it. He buys enough time for his team to have full control over the top side. This is a trade they were very comfortable making. And Rift Herald going over to the side of NiP is pretty important. We talked about this multiple times, but being able to control the side lanes, I think, is super important to be able to play around that by Ahri. You want to make sure that you're in a spot where you can control who and what the enemy sees at any given time with your vision. And to do that, you need to make sure that that side lane pressure is coming through. The Rift Herald just going to add to that. Kair's going to take a little bit of damage on the top side.
Chunked out, but not going to fall. Going to be able to find some time to back on away. Both mid laners find themselves 2-0. They've been recipients of quite a bit of income from these fights. Guan arriving towards Paris here. He's just up too far. Is he going to be able to navigate his way out of this? He should still be able to cast Between Worlds. Going to do his best to buffer it and get himself out of the cease and desist. Nicely done there from Karis, as he will escape what was a 4-man send up towards topside with the addition of Awesome. Not going to be able to make a response of too big impact, but About will get another turret lane.
Yeah, oh, we're not done. Flash for Flash on the top side. Such an aggressive play there from both sides, but it's Rift Herald getting dropped. They want to keep this dive going.
Karis, can you? Oh! Just turns into a little ball of energy before the charm can connect. If that was half a second earlier, he is screwed, but does manage to get himself out as the turret falls.
Karis is breaking some ankles out here with his movement on this Aurora. He looks so comfortable on this champion. We talked about it. He's not always looked so good off of the Akali. At least here in this game, things are looking pretty solid. Kair's not doing too bad for himself either. Both of these mid laners are in pretty fantastic spots going into the late game. Both of them have a ton of agency on the map with their champions' kits and the way that they play around their junglers and their supports. We wanted to talk about which one of these two in the mid lane is going to be able to come out on top, pressure out the other. Well, we're going to get a really good idea here in this one.
Loses his soul furnace there.
Guan?
There's going to be an engage coming through onto Guan. He's going to have to flash away as Monkey pops the early Cyclone. Meanwhile, though, another turret falls on down, and NiP will get a little bit of extra gold to care for it.
Yeah, a bit of an underratedly good part of this NiP's comp is their ability to take these towers in the early and in the mid game. Obviously, with all the pressure and the pick potential they have, you know that they can take these skirmishes, but they have a lot of ways to pressure out lanes and to push forward, even if they're not in ideal setups, and I think that makes for some really nice rotations from this team. WE's going to have to answer on the top side, but they're pretty far away. It's going to take them quite some time. You can see the vision control on the bot side really gets set up for this, but NiP want to answer.
Yeah, stepping forward, and again, the damage he does to Monkey on this squishy build is just crazy. Monkey going for the Trinity Force after the Profane Hydra here, by the way. There's an engage from Zhuo, comes through the Magnet Storm, gets it onto Monkey, cease and desist as well, and Guan will take down his jungle counterpart.
Yeah, he is not the king of the jungle here today. Guan looking very, very good in the early game. Still down in gold individually because of some of the assists on the side of Monkey, some of the tower plates, but that Triforce will be coming in as the second item. Will be a little bit easier to perhaps make these aggressive plays now if you are the Wukong. The question is, where do you want to put that pressure now on the map as we start to see some of these objectives coming back up? 30 seconds on the third dragon. This will be sole point for Ninjas in Pajamas. If they can really start stacking these, it gets even scarier for WE. One of their big conditions is being able to outscale, and Chemdragon can really neutralize a lot of that big item difference.
And Karis is still topside, no access to teleport as this dragon is about to be spawning here. I wonder what WE's plan is for this. They do have good friend Sion down there to be able to try to give them a little bit of support, and they are going to start sending Karis down. About also taking advantage of these recall timers to take out the mid lane outer turrets, so WE with control here, and yeah, the universal reset from NiP is maybe a little too late. They're now scrambling to try to get back into this Dragon in time, but it's melted down pretty fast. Yao fending off Zhuo. Hoya comes in on the side, now looking for the team fight. Monkey going to pop the Cyclone right away. Gets himself away from Hoya, who is now being escorted away, but still does have this pinch to try to make the fight happen. WE stay grouped up together, stay close, stay threatening, and they will get away successfully, having secured the Dragon. But Care going to not be able to find too much. Yao's thrown into the pit. Now he's stuck waiting for a pathway out. Monkey gonna give it to him. And NiP, they just can't find a spot to pull the trigger.
Yeah, they need to pull the trigger here because they're losing so much.
Well, they end up with it on the Cube. He does come through with the Soul Furnace, but 4 members is just a little too much damage for a 20-minute in Scion. Cube will eventually fall on down. That's all they're really going to get for it. About doing his best to clear out this wave, finds good damage onto Awesome, and will keep this mid lane turret standing for the time being as the rest of WE
they want to
back him up. Glacial Fissure connects on a Care. He loses half his HP, but Karis doesn't want to commit between worlds.
A very chaotic fight as we continue to see the push down onto this mid lane tier 1. It's a very ill-advised recall coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas, just much too late. They give up Soul Point and they delay their own win condition quite a bit, but they generate a solid lead because of it. Awesome gets some time in the mid lane to be able to not only get some CS under him to catch back up to a bout, but also to pressure down that turret. And of course, you do end up finding at least something with Cube on the back end of that fight. Still, things could have been a lot better if that macro rotation was early for NiP rather than being a little bit late, and we've seen that decently consistently from this team throughout the split.
So Monkey's got that Trinity Force done now, so if I were to wager a guess, I'm going to think this Monkey does a lot of damage to these squishies if he is able to find his way onto them. So Kara and Awesome going to be playing around slightly different thresholds with this Wukong than they may be used to with the traditional Triforce into Sundered Sky builds. See how big of a difference it really does make once these team fights start to break out. Looked like we might have gotten one at that Dragon, but WE able to stay together, able to hose Hoya's engage attempts. Hoya doesn't find a path that he likes, so nothing really ends up breaking out other than that eventual pick out of Cube. Monkey gonna find Care here. Gets his charm blocked by the clone, but Monkey will not commit the Cyclone.
Yeah, I think that could have been really, really dangerous for the Ahri, but alas, Care able to get out without even having to pop the ultimate. Certainly a nice turn there, and definitely going to feel pretty lucky, but WE going to continue to pressure out. Baron is spawned on the map. We are sitting at around 22 minutes into the game. Yao's too far forward, though.
Does manage to flash away. Magnet Storm gets used. Glacial Fissure comes through onto 2. Sees an assist into the back line. It's onto a Bout, but a Bout just flashes back and is perfectly safe. Hoya shows up, but he's in a 1 versus 5. Stunned up by the concussive blows immediately and taken down by Monkey. WE get 2 for 0.
A hugely ill-advised fight from NiP to take in the way that they did. Care was already half health heading into it, and WE had full setup. Not only are they going to have priority around the Baron here, which they will, although we're seeing some NiP pressure.
Flashes away from the charm of Care, and that's going to hose the engage attempt from NiP. Cube just kind of ults in place to be menacing, and it does its job. NiP forced to back away. Baron to WE.
Baron to WE, and it's off Yao getting picked. It's a great flash from Yao. It's a full engage coming out from Zhuo, but the end of that Braum ultimate catching Awesome actually really matters to be able to stall some of the damage coming in. It's just an overextension from Guan, who unfortunately gets followed back into the team with the ultimate. And at this point, Hoya is just diving into 5 members by himself. It's a really, really bad fight from NiP, and the gold lead that they had, been able to generate, it's gone, and now a lot of that gold is in really, really prime places for WE to fight over this Dragon in less than a minute.
Yeah, just an over-aggression there from NiP, you said it. Feeling like they might have been able to get that snap onto a Bout, but he had all his mobility tools. He gets about half a Valkyrie off, and then he gets the flash back away. Guan, I think, flashed back as well there, trying to take a back path out of the fight, but it gets blocked by Monkey. And there goes the fight, and there goes the lead. WE now feeling very strong. Like you said, the gold's right where they want it. Harrison about going to be the wealthiest members here, and going to have themselves 2 items apiece, working on their 3rd, and ready to fight up against NiP once again if the opportunity presents itself. They're the first ones to the Dragon yet again. Looking like NiP going to have trouble getting onto their Soul Point.
Yeah, they really need to be able to fight this out. Paris is the target.
Karis too far up. Stealth doesn't get him out. Hoya TP's in. Now Hoya might be up too far. Can they melt him down in time? No, they cannot, but they get him low enough that he can't participate in the fight. Care with still 2 casts of Spirit Rush that they expire, and now up in the front line, Cube willing to keep on going. If they can keep about safe, they can still do a fight like this. Rocket starting to connect, chucking out Schwo. Hoya flashes forward, gets on a Monkey, but Monkey spinning across the wall, melts down in a second, can't get the second cast off of the Cyclone, but Cube and About dishing out maybe enough damage to turn it back, but absolutely not. Hoya spinning through him with the Call the Meeks will call down WE. NiP find themselves an ace.
It's the top side of ninjas in pajamas that come up clutch, and unfortunately it's Karis getting caught once again at the start of a fight that really ends up costing things for WE. The pendulum just keeps swinging for these two teams. Hoya finding that engage onto Monkey without the ultimate is huge at the end of the fight, but this all starts with an overextension from the Aurora by herself in the mid lane. Q comes over, the ult comes down, the combo comes through, and now it's a 4v5. Hoya doing a poor job to not get chunked out at the beginning. The Dominus is not going to be particularly effective, but as he shows later on in this exchange, he does not particularly need it. This is the problem with building so much damage onto this Wukong. The flash stun comes down from Renekton, the damage comes through, and Monkey, who finds this amazing angle to get the Cyclone off, just can't live long enough to reap the benefits of it, and at this point, you just don't have the damage. The kiting from Awesome. Cube's not able to do too much here. He goes down, but the problems have been created. The damage has been done, and WE just cannot salvage the fight from here. Hoya and Guan continuing to look very, very good in these late exchanges, and it just feels like we're throwing back and forth forever.
Oh, About found by Hoya, nowhere to go. Hoya gets a solo kill as he catches out the Corki in transition, and Care does the same to Monkey. WE picked apart at the seams as NiP get themselves a 5 versus 3 on the map.
Where did the late game WE go? This was a team that was constantly being able to come back from gold deficits in the early game. Now here they are finally generating a lead for themselves, and NiP are the ones clawing their way back into this game with the Vi Ahri duo. They want to try and get this tower, but
Man, knock Cube rushing forward, and Karis says, I can win this fight on my own. He's going to be able to take down Awesome. Next up on the menu is Schwo. No way to get back over the wall. Soon to be going down for a double, and in a 3 versus 5, WE come out 2 for 0.
I have no words, Gordo. It just is back and forth and back and forth. A 3v5 where WE are able to defend the gold lead only at 1.5k. I need to see how this starts. Looks like this should be a free pressure, but they just don't see Cube on the other end of this. It's a great engage that he's able to land. The damage comes down. The Q from the Braum hits Awesome, and that slows him enough for the exhaust to come down and really shut off any misfortune power in this fight. Schwo is a casualty at the end as well, but it's just an overextension again from NiP. Both of these teams playing so greedy right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 4 versus 3. Hoya was in the bottom lane. But the damage from between worlds is just massive, and the consistent ability of concussive blows to hold people still and create opportunities for Karis. It's enough there, and this guy is now huge on the Aurora. He's done so much in this game already. If he is able to not get suddenly picked and lose them out the dragon fight, he can be a big difference maker in these team fights.
I mean, if he finds one priority target, the game could be over from this point. And Karis, as we know, very active and very threatening in these flank angles. I do want to give a big shout out to Yao Yao, who I think has had a great game on the Braum so far. If he can continue to find ways to protect his main carries, it's going to be difficult for NiP to find those engage angles. Basically, all of their major engage angles are fully committal, and they're going to look for one here with the TP for Hoya.
I mean, Yao Yao and Cube are in between Hoya and anybody important.
Oh, Guan's just dead.
Deep behind enemy lines. In the Baron pit, forced to flash, gets away at 1 HP, but Cube says, hey, I'll take those odds. They managed to get the slow on towards Awesome, and About will claim his life. Hoya's TP turns out to be for a split push, but the Baron is the target for WE.
And the Baron will be their prize unless something happens here. Gwan is back. He's not quite full health. There could be steal potential, but this is going to be very, very tough for NiP.
Yeah, I mean, mid-inhibitor turret is getting slammed on a bit here, but it does mean Guan is going to have to try to go for a miracle steal. Karis finds him, and Guan is forced to retreat. Monkey's not in the pit. Monkey is chasing into the jungle camps. He's going to start getting hit by Guan. He's just going to force them out alongside Karis, and they're going to say, all right, guys, you take the Baron without me.
These first two games, Gordo, have been absolutely unbelievable. As we see these trades coming down, feels like both of these teams have full and zero control both at the same time. Incredible stuff from these two, really showcasing why Group Perseverance has been so fun to watch across this split so far. But it's still NiP with the gold lead despite everything. And almost all of that is the 2,000 gold lead on Hoya on the top side. This level 18 Renekton is still a major problem. We have to make sure they're not overly aggressive.
I don't know what you're talking about here, K-Man. They claim the Baron, and they go down 1.5k, exactly as you would expect. Cube stepping up here, going to try to make sure that this soul doesn't end up going on through. Monkey probably going to have to end up 50-50ing this unless he can take out Guan. Guan looking for the engage, dives in the back line. About's already been able to take down Care. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Marksman for marksman. Karis goes into the stasis, trying to be able to finish off Awesome. He will be dropped on the opposite side, but Monkey is getting focused down. Trades one more down, but Hoya and Guan will stay standing, and it's only Cube left alive. This is going to be Soul for Ninjas in Pajamas. Jungler and top lane are more than enough to work their way through the Baron as they claim a second ace.
It's a huge fight for NiP. They had to win this in order to maintain their control over this game, and they do just that. You called it out. It's Soul for Ninjas in Pajamas, but let's not forget, this will be their second Soul of the series. We'll see how this ends up starting. We called it out. Hoya on the flank here with this Renekton. All of the attention is in the pit. But who does this Renekton find? But priority targets off of a great engage from Guan. About is eliminated, even with no mid laner for NiP. They have more than enough damage to clean this up. It's the Bruiser duo on the top side for NiP that have been so clutch in this game so far, and they're able to clean up this entire fight.
I'm going to be honest here. I can't help but imagine what a Sundered Sky would be doing for old Wukong here in this game. The ability to regen some actual health would be absolutely huge, but it is absent from the build of Monkey, and he once again just finds, you know, random damage from around the team fight, chunking him lower and lower and lower until he's just walking around at 200 HP with no chance to try to turn the fight back.
It definitely is, you know, starting to come into play. I think, you know, we were talking about the survivability. Guan has found significant engages throughout this game, and Monkey Cyclones have just not been quite as impactful up until this point, mostly due to that health bar. But as much as we talk about him not finding one yet, if he can just find the one, everything can solve itself out. We've seen both of these teams down in gold find ways to claw their way back in, and if there's anything I know about this WE team, it's that they're not going to give up in this one.
Hoya having an absolutely huge game here. He once again is able to find and execute a carry in that last fight, and that is what WE need to break the streak of. Yes, the engage from Guan and Care, it's going to be largely inevitable in a lot of these circumstances. Hoya's engage less so. You need to be able to get somebody back away from it. You have mobility tools on Karis and About. About has his flash back again. He needs to make sure that he's not the one getting sectioned out here. He needs to be able to put up damage numbers in these fights.
Well, I think the important thing is, will Hoya have flash up for this next fight? It is so crucial that this Renekton has opportunities to get onto the backline. It becomes so much more difficult if you don't have that flash available. It looks like they are going to play slow enough, or they will be able to get that back in time. But this 3k gold lead, it's entirely on the Renekton. If Hoya is not able to find a priority target, or if you're able to burst down that Renekton quickly with the Aurora and the Corki damage, things can get very, very difficult for NiP, who I still do not believe have the easier to execute front-to-back 5v5.
Yeah. Looking for Monkey to be able to find these big engages, these big cyclones, and give an opportunity to melt down some carries on that front. Karis has shown what his burst can do as well in some of these team fights, has access to the stasis to buy those crucial moments of additional time. NiP, as long as they stay grouped up, as long as they choose good angles to take these fights in, they very well could find themselves a game number 3 on the night. So far, just milling around, picking up waves, though, waiting for these objectives to respawn. Baron going to be here in a minute.
And that is the prize right now. Baron could decide this entire series as WE. Guan kind of behind enemy lines here, as we could potentially see him try to find an engage angle onto someone like About.
Will he be able to find him in transit again? This time About's got Yao Yao and Monkey right near him. Shuo on the move over. They walk into Guan. They will. The flash engage gets onto him with the cease and desist. About still staying alive for the time being, but he will drop. Monkey's Cyclone, not enough to save his marksman. Karis arrives, but it is too little and too late. Doesn't find the between worlds onto anybody, and that is gonna be game number 2. NiP will send us to game 3 off another pick onto the marksman.
Secret Agent Guan ends up stepping up in a massive moment. He finds the engage. The team follows up beautifully. And NiP are bringing us to yet another game number 3. They're addicted to going the distance, and they will get another shot at a series win here tonight.
NiP are getting their reps in here. That's all there is to say about it, K-Man. They are here for the full suite of games available to them each and every time. They're not going to lose out on potential practice. So they lose game number 1 and they take us to game number 3, as was written and as has occurred every time so far this season.
I mean, the script writers got to get a little more creative at this point. We're starting to sense the pattern a little too much when it comes to this NiP team. As it really turns out, no Jarvan, win. That's kind of how things are going right now. It felt like the engages were so much more specific in this game. The top side was so clean, and it really felt like a lot of the ease of execution from NiP came through. Stuff that we wanted to see in game number 1 didn't necessarily get a chance to see, I think really came through in game 2.
And the flank angles in the jungle just coming up big time there. Of course, Guan at the very end going to be a major highlight, but Hoya too, able to make some big picks onto About in the earlier stages of the game and be able to set up for topside plays, able to come in on flanks at dragon fights and be able to have big influence there as well. Hoya puts up a crazy scoreline at the end of that one, and it's well-deserved. He had a great Renekton game there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into player of the game conversations a little bit later, but Hoya's a big front runner for me. What a game from him on the top side with this Renekton. We called it out in draft that he has so many targets for his ability to play in the late game. This is one of the few comps that I think you really can just kind of pick anyone that isn't Sion or Braum, and you're going to find an important target, especially once the Wukong ends up being a little squishier than you maybe would have expected going into the game. He found multiple angles, even without Dominus, onto priority targets, and when you are able to create that much space for the rest of your team, it doesn't really matter if you have the damage coming in from Ahri. You have the lockdown and the consistency coming through from the Renekton.
You absolutely do. And that was what it was a difference maker in so many of these team fights. The fact that he's able to pump out so much damage. The fact that he's able to pretty much 1v1 the Wukong a lot of the time too. I mean, that damage that he was able to dish on out in the kind of early to mid stages up against Monkey and the Profane Hydra Wukong build, it certainly was felt there. He's just not as tanky of a Wukong as we're used to seeing, and it didn't feel like his damage was that much more impactful either. I think I'm not a big fan of what Monkey debuted for us here today, build-wise.
I can't agree more. I was skeptical at the time. I am even more skeptical now that I've seen it in practice. One of Wukong's biggest strengths is being able to survive and push forward, is not having the fear of being the one targeted in a lot of these exchanges because you have your own escape tools, but unfortunately not the case for Monkey in that game, getting out damaged by the Vi. But as we see, Hoya top damage in the game on the Renekton, 33.8 thousand damage coming in. That's more than the Aurora, that's more than the Corki, that's more than his own Misfortune. Just a massive performance from this guy on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely huge for him, and he did exactly what you would hope for from your top lane. Renekton built up the advantage earlier on and was able to bring that lead to the fight in the mid and late stages of the game. You see, once again, this is one of those team fights where NiP over-aggressed just a little bit here, even with Hoya coming in on the flank, but those are few and far between, and as long as they had their limits in mind and were able to stay grouped up together, they very rarely were able to slip up from there on out.
And this is what this comp does best, as we see on the screens, capitalize on mistakes. And we saw multiple mistakes from WE throughout this game in terms of positioning and just overall teamfight setups. It didn't really feel like they respected a lot of the backline engage that NiP had to offer. It's the entirety of their comp at the end, and yet you were constantly seeing situations where players like About and Karis were alone in pivotal setups around major objectives. Those are things that you just cannot get away with at this level, and they were punished really heavily for it. As we even see in some of these exchanges, they were able to turn some of it around because their team fighting is still really good. We saw that fire and that fight that WE often show us, but they just didn't have the execution in this one to really make it count.
Yeah, certainly. And, that was the cost that they ended up paying here. Frequently, WE not able to get the fight lines that they would have wanted, not able to play front to back, and that's because of all the different dive tools that were available to NiP, making good use of the Vi Ahri composition. Another good fight here from the side of WE, but it's one that was often few and far between, and ones that occurred deep enough that it wasn't a good opportunity for WE to be able to clap back and actually take significant, meaningful advantages from.
And this is really the fight where I think everything changes, where Hoya just completely destroys the backline. About is eviscerated by Gowon and Hoya, and you're able to move throughout the jungle a lot easier from this point onwards. Not only do you have Soul, because you're able to pick that up here, but you have so much gold onto the Vi coming out of this fight that those engages become a lot more threatening from this point in the game onwards. I believe this was a pretty big power spike item-wise coming in for Gowon as well after this. So it really just ends up completely changing the game in every possible way for NiP, and unfortunately for WE, that means that they got 2 Barons in this game and ended up still losing. Not a stat that I think you're going to see all that often.
Yeah, and, it's everything that they could possibly do to try to keep Corki alive in this team fight, and none of it's enough. And sometimes that's how League of Legends is played, though. You get one pick on towards a major carry in a later stage of the game, and it just decides everything. And that was the case here for game number 2. NiP once again take us to game number 3 up against WE. It's happened more than once now to kick on off our winter season, and they're able to win it out again. Like we said at the beginning of the show, it's all but going to guarantee them first seed out of the group.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to walk out of this with yet another game 3, the game 3 merchant comments are going to be coming in fast, we'll just say that. But it's actually Gowon who's going to be picking up our player of the game. He finds that engage at the end. Secret Agent Gowon able to end it off with the Vi engage. I think Gowon had a great game. Like Hoya maybe would have been my selection, but certainly can't be too mad about the jungler here.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's definitely still a valid selection here for Gowon, and he is the one who played Secret Agent at the end of the game, stayed behind enemy lines for nights and days until he was finally able to get that angle on towards the carry, take About out of the fight, and end the game right then and there. So, hey, if you win the game off of one play that you made on your own, maybe that is enough to just guarantee you that MVP for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be mad. He made plenty of plays throughout the game. Even the play that we called out for Hoya, where he completely destroyed About, it was Gowon's engage that ended up locking down the Corki in the first place. It was those two playing off of each other that really separated everything for NiP, and it's that combo that we've been waiting for Gowon to pair up with someone. We thought it was going to be Care. Turns out it was actually Hoya, and either way, it's effective.
Absolutely here. And now we get another NiP game number 3. Will it go the same direction as the others, or will WE find another miracle comeback? We'll find out after a coming up break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with draft number 3 as soon as it is available. We'll see you all soon. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where, who could have guessed it, NiP are going to another game number 3, and it's against WE once again, as WE are not able to hold on to their lead and end up losing it in game number 2, a reversal of roles from how WE's games normally go.
Yeah, it just looked so out of the ordinary for WE. This is a team that almost always is able to find ways in these 5v5s to generate more advantages than their opponent or to find creative angles to get on the backline, but it was players like Hoya and Guwan that were doing that much more successfully for NiP on the other side, and despite the fact that they got 2 Barons in that game, they're not able to close things out, and I guess they just wanted the reps because we're going to yet another game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron's cursed in this series, because we've seen teams lose from Baron too many times, and that's going to be, maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. The earlier leads mean nothing. You can close your eyes for 15 minutes and we'll see what happens after that point, but I really do want to. I like what we saw from WE in game number 2, right? They were actually competitive in an early game for once. They were actually able to find themselves positions to build up leads. They had a Corki that was so strong from about. Karis was doing so well on the Aurora up until he gets picked in mid lane. I don't know what he was doing on that play, by the way. His whole team is in the enemy blue side jungle, and he's walking backwards in mid lane towards his own base. If he just doesn't do that, I mean, they very likely secure another dragon and perhaps the game. It's just coming down to these very little mistakes from both sides in tonight's series. So whoever's able to clean it up and, you know, play more calm and controlled, I think it's probably going to go to them.
That's the scary thing, is that it's going to have to be whoever makes the least amount of mistakes, and, you know, that's kind of a dice roll right now between these two teams. You mentioned Karis, of course, getting caught out. He was getting caught in game 1 as well on the Azir. He was just able to salvage a lot of those plays with some nice ultimates coming down to shuffle everybody back into his team, but, you know, these are things that have been a recurring problem for Karis throughout his entire career, throughout his time on WE, in particular last year, where he had a lot of trouble being able to survive in the mid game. And when you're talking about somebody who's stepped up and been a true on-the-rift leader for this team so far in 2026, if he is still going to be in a position where he's getting caught, that's just not what you want to see out of a player that's really mattered in a lot of their wins.
Definitely not. And so we will see if they're going to be able to find the Karis that has been really starting to impress us over the course of this seasons, because it feels like it's been a flashback to prior years so far tonight, and that's not what WE need to be able to be carried over the edge. I do think About and Yao Yao have had themselves a pretty solid little series this evening, and so if they're able to get somebody else back in a peak form, Cube, Monkey, Karis, I'll take any of them. I think that can really tilt things back in WE's favor, but NiP, you know, Guwan bouncing back from a rough game number 1 with that Vi game in game number 2. Hoya had an awesome Renekton game in game number 2 as well. If he's able to repeat those kinds of performances, then, you know, that swings the pendulum back over towards NiP. As we get into our third and final draft, 2 sets of Fearless champions taken on out. See where it is going to turn in their favor. It's NiP banning away the Malphite this time.
Yeah, it's WE's first game as first pick in this series, with NiP grabbing that in both Game 1 and Game 2. Curiously enough, NiP still choosing red side as their preferred side with the side selection, so we actually get a pretty standard-looking draft here for game number 3. Still the regular bans coming out. The Malphite and the Jace kind of need to be taken off the board. There aren't a lot of answers left, and even the ones that are left up are not as consistent. The Varus, been About's #1 champion, not only this year, but last year when he was on Gen.G Academy down in the Challengers League, so makes sense to take away. But when you're talking about Karis picks that are available, the Ryze left up on the board. They banned this out over the Akali in game number 2. It's time for WE to show them why.
And they pick it over the Akali here in game number 3. It's definitely a safer blind, so I think it's a wise choice to go for if you're WE. But here's the classic counter pick. Care, looking at this, Cassiopeia has already played it once this season. I think this would be his first repeat champion of 2026. No, the Ahri was. All right, well, never mind. But still, 2 in a night, not bad. going to grab himself this Cassiopeia, and Guan goes for the Kiana. So trying to put on some carry shoes from the jungle, rather than being that kind of low econ enabler that he's been for them basically all season.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal Kiana game already this split, and so I think they feel very comfortable running that back. But what has worked so far for WE, it's playing around the bot lane. You noted it. About and Yao Yao have kind of been the two most consistent performers for WE. Let's give them something they can be proactive with and that can win them the game. This Ryze Sivir combination has been really effective for multiple teams globally, and it just, again, gives About the opportunity to be able to carry in the later part of the game with real initiation and a good ult target for Ryze with the Alistar to go in. It's the Gnar that's going to be the answer on the top side here for Hoya. I really like this champion, especially with a lot of the, champions you've drafted around it right now, the Cassio and the Kiana, because it's really nice at being able to not only survive and even thrive in the early game, but create space in the late game and give you more options on engage tools.
NiP investing over towards Hoya after his really strong game number 2, getting him this Gnar, banning to defend it. They take away the Jax. They're going to take away the Pantheon as well to try to limit opportunities to be able to get on towards Care and set up Cube for a successful laning phase. Monkey going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel here a little bit. And what does Cube have left in the tank to try to play up against this Gnar? See if he can find a way to prevent Hoya from getting these sorts of leads when he's able to pop off.
Definitely some more aggressive options in his champion pool still available, but we'll have to see just how aggro he wants to play this game out. WE want to take away the comfort options. It's the Kai'Sa, one of the main carries for Awesome that he's been really, really successful on. We saw that specifically in the EDG series where he really popped off, and Joao was kind of a Nautilus player for a very long time, and so it definitely makes sense to consistently take that away. One of the more reliable forms of engage left up if you want to try and compound that off of that Gnar engage. So gonna be interesting to see what they go for here. I imagine they're going to want to draft that support last, and it's gonna be the Kalista lock-in, so that 2v2 priority that we have seen really permeate this series for both sides is definitely carried into game 3.
Yeah, trying to play an aggressive bottom side here. Maybe going to be something like the Kalista Renata. Could also just chuck in any of the remaining engage supports if that is the direction they want to go in. Cube's hovering it. It's a decent matchup into the Gnar. In theory, is strong in side lane, and he will snap it up. Every series, Cube has played Yorick, and it is undefeated so far. Now over half of the Yorick games in the LPL have been from Cube, and he's going to try to perform on it again here. Monkey taking the Abyss into the jungle, and there's that Renata duoed with the Kalista that we have come to expect.
Yeah, these are really interesting drafts because you would typically look at Kiana Cassio as a mid-jungle duo and talk about the power that comes from a lot of these late-game team fights, but because of the Kalista Renata and even at times the Gnar on the top side of the map, you're looking at a team that really does want to snowball this game. The Cassio wants to win that lane against Ryze. You draft it for the counter, but Kiana wants to snowball this game, and of course Kalista Renata want the 2v2. You're going to get to a point here where that Sivir is going to be incredibly dangerous, and you're going to be having to stare down the Yorick split pushing in a side lane while Ryze can also split push at really an effective level, and the Mbessa is almost always going to be a threat onto your backline. So you definitely want to try and win this early if you're NiP, and if you're WE, you're feeling pretty good about the team fights, but at least throughout the series so far, it's not necessarily mattered. It's been so chaotic and crazy that I'm just excited for Game 3.
Absolutely. And for me, it's eyes on the junglers, both on squishy, high burst damage, big playmaking junglers here, and we've seen both of them kind of fumble the ball a little bit throughout this series, but we've also seen both of them have huge moments where they are the big difference makers in their team's success in the team fights. That's going to be more true than ever here as the matchup is Mbessa up against Kiana. See who is going to reign supreme tonight, and that player is probably going to be the one who walks away with the series win and perhaps the lock on first place in the group.
Definitely going to be important as we get out on the map here for game number 1.
Checking on out.
Traditional setups is get a little bit of poke coming down here from Guan. Just going to be a word trade as per usual.
Yeah, Paris finds himself face-to-face with Care. Will proc the face rush and get himself a nice little trade, actually, to start things off. But both junglers going to be on the move towards the bottom side. You know, both of us, we were making jokes before the series started about Cube's Yorick perhaps being a little ill-advised, never really leading to these big advantages, right? He's got so many games of Yorick, but he's never ahead in gold in the early game and never contributing a lot of damage to his team's profile. But perhaps there's something that WEC in this pick that the rest of the league doesn't. Maybe this is the game to show it.
I certainly think they've set up their team comp a little bit better around it than typically they do. The 1-3-1 is incredibly strong here for WE. Going to be one of the more difficult things to stop, and Bessa and Alistair together in that 3 section is going to be able to keep that Sivir really, really safe, and obviously the push and the priority from that champion is immense and very difficult to deal with. So going to be really important that you make sure that Yorick is in a good spot. We already see a lot of trading going down in the mid lane. Ghost popped for both of these mids already.
Ghosts exchanged, Care pops his, and Paris immediately has to give that respect on over. The Cassiopeia, often prized as a strong counter into the Rise, be able to match that machine gun style with a little bit better of a range. And so, Paris going to have to play with a fair bit of respect. Will, of course, still have that Realm Warp to edge him out later on and to make him that superior side lane force. And he has been so good at being able to come out and help his teammates with that Realm Warp. I think that's been a major defining factor of Karis's rise. And, of course, rises in general this season. But Karis in particular done such a good job of being able to make sure that About and Yao Yao and Monkey always have the support they need when he's on this champion.
Yeah, his ability to play the map is going to be put on display here because you're really looking at kind of an interesting draft for NiP on the other side when we're so sure that you want to play the 1-3-1 in the side lanes in general with the Yorick and the Rise. You're kind of wondering how NiP slot into that in the late game, and really what it probably ends up turning into is not only a clump game, but more of a protect the Cassio kind of game for Care here, somebody who has had success on this champion in the past. You, of course, want to make sure your Kalista and Kiana are in as good of a spot as possible, but really those front-to-back fights are very playable for NiP, and it's all really centered around whether or not this counter pick can work. It's funny, you know, Cassio is definitely a counter pick to Rise, and historically it's always been the main one, but stats definitely show an interesting story with Rise coming out on top quite a bit in that matchup. We'll see how both these mids played out as we get some rumbling here in the jungle.
Monkey trying to steal away these birds. Been a lot of fighting over him here. Guwon going to be able to secure it, but Karis flashes forward, lands the Rune Prison, but Guwon still has a flash of his own to get back over the wall.
Yeah, flash for flash, especially on the Kiana, is very, very nice to pick up. It's unfortunate for Karis that he's not able to get more from that, but overall, definitely an okay trade for WE to make sure you can kind of take away some of those early aggressive plays that Kiana can typically make. For now, WE are just going to play a little bit slower as NiP continue to push in down on the bot side. You know, we've talked about 2v2 prio. Both of these teams have really wanted to make sure that they can get that at different points in the series. Once again here, after game number 2, it's going to be NiP that have that control, and Kalista Renata are definitely doing their thing right now.
Doing a great job here at being able to keep that wave shoved on in. They're already up about 10 CS, which is pretty good for Awesome. Going to hope to build that up even bigger. Gets an extended laning phase up against this Sivir on the double ranged bot lane. Renata and Kalista have been one of the more prized lane dominant duos for a while here. Karis doing a good job in this mid lane here too. Going to be able to get the first recall out of Care, despite the time that he spent over to try to disrupt Guwon's clear.
Yeah, it's a lot of tempo going the way right now of NiP with that 600 gold lead. Almost all of it on the bottom side, but definitely have to point out that Hoya's doing a good job on the Gnar on the top side. You know, we talked about Cube's Yorick, but Hoya just had a phenomenal game on a champion that has backline access and engage tools. And, you know, Gnar might not be quite as straightforward in that regard, but definitely still a champion that I think can accomplish a lot if Hoya's going to continue to be the better top laner in this series. You know, that could still be a really big factor as we see Dragon prioritized, at least for now, in terms of the pressure for Guwon. It looks like it's just going to be topside rotations coming in from Monkey. See how aggressive NiP want to play this out. The Kiana definitely has the ability to try and pick off the Rise, but with level 6 available, I think both of these teams just want to make sure they can get to their spikes.
No doubt. Want to be able to get that level 6 for these junglers, especially to be able to truly have the full burst combo. Karis
Hoya's coming down.
Actually going to be the target here. Yeah, Hoya on his way. They do have Monkey here for the additional disruption. We'll get a couple of swipes in on towards Guan as Karis is able to fall back away. Here's Hoya in there on the Mega Gnar, though. Finds Monkey, who gets up too far, and NiP claim first blood.
Ask and I shall receive. Hoya follows up a great game number 2 with a great start in game number 3. First blood going over to this Gnar, and that's the kind of playmaking that you want to see. That's how you utilize this kind of lane pressure on the top side. Really, really well done from the NiP top laner, and once again, you're just looking at a bit of an overextension from Monkey, something he's been susceptible to multiple times this year. Yao Yao?
Wow, nice knock-up found there. Flash pulverized from About. Going to be, or from Yao Yao rather, going to be able to get Duo under the turret briefly and create a positive trade that gives a little bit of breathing room back over to About to clear out this wave and maybe stop getting denied so much CS.
Yeah, it's a proactive play made by Yao Yao to try and, you know, adjust how this laning phase is going to go. You got to do your best against Kalista Renata. It's going to be a tough battle to fight, but once you can start to get that wave clear coming through from the Sivir, things do get a lot easier, and I think Yao Yao was happy to burn those resources early to make sure it's a little bit safer in the long run, we'll just say. Dragon's still on the map here at around 7 minutes. Grubs are spawning in 40 seconds. This could just be a trade of objectives. I'm curious to see where the priority ends up landing. Grubs for WE's comp look incredibly strong. Yorick and Ryze and this entire split push identity with those Grubs could be very, very menacing to deal with. I imagine NiP are looking down at a very similar problem here.
Certainly. Dragon going to be on the menu, and they do look to start it on up. Guan here with his bottom lane, fresh off, of course, a recall out of About. I do think NiP are going to claim this with ease. Still a few seconds away from the Grubs, too. Does give an opportunity for Guan to make his way on up there if he does decide it's something he wants to go for. Hoya's on a recall, though, so this top wave will be crashing here very soon.
Yeah, I imagine this is just going to be an aggressive trade. We'll see how aggressive NiP want to make this. For now, they are bringing up Guan. He's at least going to be in the area. He will be spotted on vision, but it's a 1v1 with the junglers in the pit at the moment.
Well, he claims one, but now Guan here to start it on up as the backup of the rest of his squad. So yeah, looks like NiP should be able to claim themselves 2 of the Grubs at the very least. And in addition to the first Dragon and the gold lead, NiP having a pretty solid early game to themselves here. It all traces back to that first blood onto Monkey and the fact that this bot lane aggressive duo is working out for them.
I mean, WE really taking no chances in the early game. They understand that their power does not lie here, but a bit later. Still a lot that they need to make sure that they can get a little bit more comfortably, but at the moment, it's going to be a 1.5k gold lead for Ninjas in Pajamas. You look down at your scoreboard, and it's a lot of yellow. I say that as Monkey gets his 5 gold lead, but it's definitely a nice control of the map for NiP. They just need to make sure they can keep this pressure up. You want to make sure that gold is going into the right spots and not just stagnating around the early lead.
Definitely a high priority. And Hoya really starting to get himself ahead here as I assume he's taken a couple of turret plates after that first blood based on how large that gold lead has grown. Can't quite tell on the mini-map right now. But he is really doing a number to Cube up here for having successfully collapsed on down and picked up that 400 gold bonus. That means both side lanes are just swinging into NiP's favor harder and harder. It means that Monkey and Karis need to kind of try to find themselves a way to pull a proactive play back into this game.
And that's it, right? It's proactivity that's going to be able to salvage this. It's going to be a plate going down for Karis. He's going to burn the Ghost just to make sure he can secure it, but that's more gold going into the pocket of the Ryze. We're talking about that split push being a problem. If the Yorick is too far behind, it becomes a little bit harder to deal. You know, with 4WE, that Gnar is still going to be a bit of a problem. We see Mega Gnar being quite aggressive from Hoya. You're absolutely right in terms of those plates on the top side, but this is something we actually notice pretty commonly with Cube. Laning phase not always going his way, and yet he's found ways to make impacts in team fights on this champion with that 100% win rate. For now, it's Monkey looking mid.
Oh, they do get the root, and there's the max range public execution from Monkey. He cleans up Care and will get himself up to 1-1. Tying up the scoreboard at the same. Guan arrives to mid, but no opportunity to get onto Karis here in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, you called it out perfectly, Gordo. That was a super aggressive play made by Monkey, finding the exact right timing to figure out when Kara was the most susceptible, and Karis being very happy to pull the trigger on that engage. Talked about this a bit before. Cassio is a counter to Ryze, but there are plenty of ways to be able to get Ryze into the game when you play it out as aggressively as this. And we're seeing WE pull back some gold. That 1.5k gold lead cut down by about 1,000.
Nicely done there, and getting the Ryze rolling. So with a
knock-up?
double knock-up, flash pulverized from Yao Yao. Flash away, but it's too late. Awesome drops in the 2 versus 2 on the Kalista Renata lane, and About is on the board.
They're not done here. They're looking for Zhuo under tower.
There's no way they're able to clean this up, but Yao Yao is just taking it up with the unbreakable will. WE 2 for 0 kills in the bottom lane.
That is monumental for WE. That is completely game warping. You needed that bot lane pressure, but all of a sudden, a lane that was looking pretty good for the Kalista Renata, maybe not quite as dominant as you wanted, but okay. 1.5k gold lead for About on this Sivir, one of the champions he's super comfortable on being able to carry in the late game. And now you might not even need that side lane pressure. All of a sudden, the push comes from the Sivir, and the damage is certainly going to be coming through.
I mean, that's the power of the Yorick, I guess, K-Man. It doesn't make any sense, but it keeps happening. Q picks this champion, he loses in lane, he's down 1,000 gold, but the rest of his team just clutches up, and he's got a 100% win rate on it.
Yeah, it's crazy how Cube ends up making this play for Yao Yao down on the bot side to perfectly knock Awesome into the turret. Very well done, very proactive. It's the second time we've seen Yao Yao go for this play this game. It works even better the second time around, but he's not done just yet. He understands the power of this Alistar. The cow is massive at this point in the game, and Zhuo is not safe under his own tower as he gets taken down here by the Sivir. Yao Yao tanks quite a few tower shots and is able to really generate a lead for his team. It's still NiP that's going to get priority on this dragon, at least for now on this setup. It doesn't look like it's going to be contested all that much, but definitely not a bad game state for WE.
I think they're a little bummed they didn't get a chance to be able to contest that, because look at the 80 carry itemization right now. It's a full Essence Reaver already done for About, and yeah, they're going to look for a fight. They pop on the hunt, but a quick handshake from Zhuo will stop them in their tracks, and they will not be able to get the fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to fight around this spike. It's absolutely massive here for About. Awesome is in a really, really tough spot. We talked about the fact that NiP are probably going to have to transition into trying to play more standard fights as this game goes along. With the way that their comp is structured, it becomes a lot more difficult. With no Kalista, Karis could be in trouble, though.
Karis steps up pretty far to be able to clear out those caster minions. Zhuo and Guan waiting in the wings to try to find an angle onto him, but he keeps his distance. Does not fall victim this time around. So he will just be moving his way up towards top. It looks like there's an interest in a Realm Warp play here, and this is what makes this Ryze so valuable. WE have been so good at using this pick to enable plays. Hoya plays respectively, but that means he's seeding this turret.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Hoya, who did a great job to generate his own lead. A lot of pressure now being put onto Cube. You want to make sure you can get him back into this game because your game plan still revolves around being able to play out these waves. It's just now more focused on About than maybe it was previously, but Cube is still essential in finding those, flank angles and the ability to really draw pressure away from the Sivir Alistar combo. So really nice investment here from WE. It does, mean that Karis is going to have to sacrifice some of that, gold that he was able to generate against Kara, but I certainly don't think he's going to worry about that too much at the moment.
WE, once again, find themselves with a lead at 15 minutes. Unusual territory for them this season, but should be very, very good for their capacity to be able to close it out. If they're able to make these comebacks happen consistently, then surely just having the lead is even better. Guan is fishing on around. See if he can find an angle in towards About or any of these carries, but right now, he's trying to posture for the Rift Herald. Monkey is already on it. He's got Cube at his back with that pop wave already having been shoved in.
Yeah, this is a very precarious fight for both teams. You definitely don't want to give Qiyana a free access point. She can still do a ton of damage, even at level 10 at this point in the fight. And Hoya definitely still a threat to watch out for. So much so that WE don't want the smoke. They want to get out of here. They're willing to cede this over to NiP. We've seen some passive gameplay out of WE. When they pull the trigger, they pull it correctly, but it doesn't seem like they want to take too much right now.
Karis actually realm warped his way down here to be able to start working on this turret. Will claim himself another turret plate. Will be able to back up Monkey as he takes part in his favorite activity, stealing away the blue buff. And they're going to be able to successfully defend the mid lane turret as well. About uses the bouncing blades. Well, I may have spoken too soon. Rift Herald is dropped and is going to charge its way on in. It's another plate for them, but again, WE are here to be able to clear it on out. And meanwhile, Karis finishes off that bot lane turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice proactive play from WE. They realize there's no shot that they're ever going to be able to lose that tier 1 even with the Rift Herald dropped. And while that's a lot of gold going over to NiP, it's certainly a tempo advantage and even really a gold advantage for WE getting it onto the Rise in particular. These solo laners that didn't look like they were going to be all that online have all of a sudden gotten all this tower plate gold and are in really great spots. While Cube is still down 100 gold, it's much more manageable. And now Karis is up 500. You still have a big lead onto Monkey in the jungle because of the plays he's been able to make. WE are getting all the gold in all the right places right now, and Guan could pay the price for it.
He finds Guan here. He's not going to be able to finish him off, but he'll be able to chase him off, and at the very least be able to keep him at a lower health total for the foreseeable future. Knowledge of where Guan is, huge game for WE, especially while Karis is still trying to play aggressively on this bottom side. He does take his recall, is continuing to work his way towards the double scaling items. Got a good job of getting that Rod of Ages stacked on up. I think he picked it up around 11 minutes, pretty good pace. Should have that extra spike on time. Guan still low from the brawl with Cube. Will not take a fight with Monkey, but Monkey will successfully get his buff again.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey, if he's shown anything over the course of this series, it's that he is very happy to take buffs away from Guan. Despite the implications on the game, this time very effective in that regard. Continuing to hunt for something here in the jungle. Guan's going to make his way here, but some Dweller in the area. They're even committing the teleport with Dragon spawning in 7 seconds.
About is on the full legendary item here.
Oh!
They would love to fight. Cube gonna get engaged on, but he's tanky enough to be able to absorb it. Yayo finds the knock up onto Hoya, but not a good angle to be able to find any kind of shots onto him. On the hunt gets popped by About, but Monkey and Karis are cut off. This is a bit of an awkward fight for WE, and they aren't going to engage any further. So on the hunt blown, not much else. Hoya coming in the engage. About gonna have to flash away from the Gnar. Here comes Guan. About in the middle of no man's land, but he does manage to stay alive. Finally, Hoya going to flash over the wall, gonna be able to finish off the kill, but Guan incredibly low. Cube all over Hoya, continues to chase him down, and the ghouls are just plucking away at that tiny Gnar health bar. Cube will finish off the kill, and despite About being picked off, it's a 2-for-1 fight win for WE.
NiP burn everything at the start of that fight to try and get those priority targets down. They're able to kill About, but it takes everything in their kit to do so. The Kiana ultimate at the start ends up only hitting onto Cube, and that is a massive problem, as we're going to see in this replay. But About is just overextending. He does well to flash away, even with the spell shield from the ultimate from Hoya. But at this point, now that he's out, you have to commit not only Hoya flash, but Guan jumping over the wall. Renata was a full targeting onto About as well, and that's just too many resources. You don't have the damage elsewhere to be able to make that worth it. Cube's able to, of course, chase down Hoya, and the Dragon going over to WE is big. Stops the stacking, and now it's a 3k gold lead. You're looking at a almost 1k gold lead for both Monkey and Karis in their own individual positions. It just gets harder and harder to imagine a world where NiP get back here.
It certainly is. WE. And I mean, that was probably the best case scenario for NiP too, is About sections himself off. He buys a lot of time and forces them into an awkward position, so well done by him there. But the fact that they're able to take him out, I mean, he was the one with such a tremendous individual lead. Now it's more spread out. So now the pathway to a successful team fight's a little bit less clear. As Cube locks down Hoya for a second there, will be able to crunch his way out to safety.
Yeah, Hoya's doing an admirable job trying to stay relevant in this lane, but it is becoming more and more difficult to try and go up against the Yorick as this champion continues to get more items. This is the value of Yorick. This point in the game is going to be very, very difficult to, shut him down on, especially when you've got, Ambessa and Alistair that can really show up, a Rise who can Realm Warp in and really kind of punish any sort of aggressive tendencies you might make on him. Becomes very, very tough to shut that champion down, and we've seen from WE. They might have been passive in the early game on taking those skirmishes, but they've gotten to the point where they feel comfortable now. And, you know, something tells me that this team is not going to be too afraid of pulling the trigger now that we've passed the 20-minute mark.
Wasn't passive, was Yao Yao. You still got to look back on the fact that he was able to find that pick onto Awesome, get a bout rolling earlier on. Both of the bout's kills are still from that 2-on-2 double kill. And it was all started off by Yao Yao being able to find the angle. Now another angle found by Monkey. Gets a public execution on a Guan, takes him to about half HP, gets Supreme Display Talented into the wall. Hoya on the bottom side, they're going to be able to finish him off. Realm Warp is in, but it's too little and it's too late. About a million miles away, finally going to step back up here, starts to throw some boomerangs into Zhuo, who is about to fall down, gets sent to the handshake, but will the execution come on through? No, it will not. Bailout does not proc. Second kill comes on through, but it is Cube who drops down on the opposite side. It's 2 for 2 so far. Awesome throws himself into the fight. Petrifying gaze across the team. Care firing away into a bout, and it's another ace found by NiP.
Gordo, why would I ever count anyone out in this series? Why would I ever say that anyone has a lead too big to throw? There is no such thing as a lead too big to throw. NiP find the perfect fight with Monkey going way too deep in the jungle, feeling like he can execute Guan, but Guan's tanky enough to survive. He at least has enough health to be able to live the combo. We see this engage. It looks good at the start, but look at your minimap. Where is WE? NiP is collapsing fast. The ult comes down to lock down the Mbessa, and there's just no health bar to be able to survive. The Realm Warp is late, and while this fight looks like it could be playable at this point, the great flash from Awesome onto Yao Yao really makes sure that the Kalista is as safe as possible. Yes, they're targeting the Renata, but look at the bottom end of this fight with Guan jumping in, being able to take down Cube, who actually has a ton of value in this exchange. Yao Yao trying to delay the inevitable, but it's just not enough. Hoya chases down. The ult finally comes through from Care, who's been so patient. And this Kalista Cassio that we talked about having a nice front to back, they really come through. This was the win condition, getting these two online, and they've just salvaged what was a terrible position.
Yeah. Now NiP find themselves back in the lead against all odds once again. The fact that WE continue to over-aggress from these positions of a significant lead, right? They're so likely to win the game from where they were, and they just can't help themselves. They just get their hand too far in the cookie jar. It's happened to them twice in this series now, arguably 3 times if you count the fact that they've pulled the leads back and thrown them again. It's just tragedy for them here, and now, I guess, back in the comfort zone, down 1.5K.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if there is a comfort zone for WE, it is down in gold, so you never really know what the entire intention is, but Monkey, who's been making mistakes, makes a pretty crucial one. We'll see if he can make up for it. Teleport coming in, Dragon spawning in 4 seconds. This would be soul point for Ninjas in Pajamas. They want to get that Infernal Soul, and they are setting up very aggressively around the area.
All 10 players here, forget the side lanes. Potential fight starting off over this Dragon. NiP want to get themselves onto Soul Point, and WE say, fine, we'll let you. Taking the inside track towards mid, and it looks like NiP have fully committed here on towards the Dragon. Maiden going to do her best to try to fend them away. They have sight on all of them, and they're not going to really get much done out of the mid lane tower either, so the Dragon ends up going over to NiP, and WE don't get much for it at all.
I mean, this is the problem. How do you engage into this comp right now? Because you're playing around side lanes, but you don't have a side lane to play through. The front to back is terrifying around a Cassio and Kalista that have all of a sudden gotten some kills and gotten online. You definitely don't want to walk into Kiana or Renata. So now WE is the one who's had the entire tables flipped onto them. The front to back looks incredibly scary, and they don't find an approach angle. They get nothing mid lane because they've already taken down the tier 1, and it's all just for naught. Soul point acquired, and the gold lead's still there for NiP.
Certainly is. One more from that Infernal Soul. About does have his Infinity Edge done. He could still be a massive damage from these fights. As a Monkey gonna get caught out again. Supreme Display of Talent into the wall. Hoya claims the kill credit. Cube able to escape with the flash. Avoids getting gnarred back into his own wall. But that is another nice pick made. They're gonna try to get on Hoya here. Hoya's gonna be able to flash back away as Yao Yao stays on top of him. He will shift back into mini, get the movement speed, and get on out of there.
Yeah, it's another big pick onto Monkey, who's just been getting caught multiple times over the course of this series, and really this game. Still a great effort from Yao Yao to try and pull something back, but Baron is on the board. No jungler available for WE.
Trying to get on towards the big purple worm. Garrus arrives. It's like fish in a barrel for him to fire away onto. He will get taunted on up. And
oh,
it's
no way!
stolen by a bout! Are you kidding me? A boomerang takes the Baron, but what about the follow-up fight? Karras getting jumped onto, going to fire away and get a kill right back. About booking it back towards his base, trying to get out of here with the Baron buff in tow, and he will do so. NiP, another unforced error, loses them the most unlikely Baron.
I cannot believe that a boomerang from About ends up grabbing that Baron. This Sivir has been so important towards this comp so far, and she continues to keep this game alive. We're going to get a replay of how exactly this happened.
Yes,
once again, Yao Yao just fully disrupting. This guy has had a phenomenal series so far, and he once again finds the knock-up here. He just pushes. He just pushes him out of the pit, and all of a sudden, 87 health. 87, that's what it came down to, and the Boomerang's gonna do more than enough. Guwan can't get himself back in, and yes, they're able to pick up some kills here. Karras goes down, you're able to take down Yao Yao as well, but no Baron has definitely gotta be demoralizing. If there is a silver lining here, it's that WE has not done too well with Barons throughout this series, so that might be the takeaway, but still a small mistake there for NiP.
Yao Yao, you are a hero, man. He's done so much this game, and he just gets a little bit more done as he gets Guwan out of there, removes the smite, and lets About take it. I mean, it's a low percentage play, but sometimes it happens, man. And if that isn't the name of the game for WE this season, they make it happen from a deficit. Still down 1.5k, but with Baron and a couple members, I think, no, Monkey did not respawn in time, so it's only About who has the buff.
Will only be About who is able to push those waves, but it is a Sivir with Baron buff, so the push is very real as they take down this tier 2 in the mid lane. They're going to try and get as much as they can out of this. They're still at a negative Baron differential because of that fight. 50 more seconds remain. Monkey posturing very aggressively. It's not worked out for him so far, but you do actually have a bit of team backup here. There's still a lot of damage on WE. Let's not forget, this is still a team that can control a lot of the split push and a lot of the wave push in general throughout this game with the Sivir as well. So they're able to establish some tempo around the middle of the map. Things could get a little bit easier for them. This might just be the breathing room that they needed to reestablish themselves.
Very well could be. And get themselves a little bit more time. Let's see about the Dragon. The risk of the soul is still omnipresent. WE need to be able to roll up to this fight with everything possible at their disposal to be able to stop NiP from getting that buff. It would be so much additional damage in the tank for them. About is so strong now. He has 4 items completed on this Sivir. 10 seconds to go on the Dragon. River belongs to WE.
Yeah, they are going to pressure this out as fast as they possibly can. NiP are walking in blind.
Stepping up in towards Guwan. Handshake going to take it back away. Public execution goes wide. Supreme display of talent lands onto 3, but the follow-up isn't there. Cube TP's in, and here comes Hoya in the middle of the squad. The hostile takeover will be able to create a little bit of space. Hoya's about to go mega.
One mega.
2 back into the wall. Lands a stun onto 3. The focus damage comes through on a Monkey. Karras sectioned off on the bottom side. Yao Yao doing his best, trying to disrupt this fight. Guwan flashes away from one more overload. Karras going to be focused down. He drops as well. 3 members fall for WE. NiP still 5 strong. They're about to claim Dragon Soul.
They look like they are going to pick up the biggest objective they can, Infernal Soul on the map for this team. And once again, it's the solo laters coming in clutch for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's Hoya with a fantastic Mega Gnar engage, getting multiple targets into the wall, and who is right there over the wall but Care to free hit on this Cassiopeia. We're gonna get a replay of this. It looks like a great engage from Monkey, once again trying to find an area in, but Guwan able to stay patient, not gonna get hit by the public execution, and at this point the teleport coming down is very aggressive. WE do not want to try and fight into this Gnar, despite the fact that he's not Mega yet. Once he does get Mega, though, there go two of your big carries right into the wall. Look at Care, just free hitting with absolutely nothing to do over it. Awesome's able to take down Karis on the other side, or at the very least keep him occupied while Yao Yao tries to buy space. And Guan ends up surviving. It all ends up going right for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's the exact fight they were looking for. They grab the soul, they grab some gold back, and you once again are feeling comfortable if you're on NiP.
You certainly are. The addition of this Infernal Soul going to really help them out when it comes to being able to deal with some of the tankier members here on WE. And you saw in that last fight about not really able to find much time or space to auto attack. He gets a few into Hoya there, but nowhere near being able to work damage on towards the squishier members of the team, which is basically everybody except for Hoya. He never gets that chance. It's just too dangerous to step up that closely when there's still CC tools available on the likes of Hoya and Zhuo. If you can't make good on your very strong Sivir, I don't know what chance this WE team has of being able to win out these fights.
That is indeed your biggest problem, is you've got this Sivir with all this gold, but the front to back is so inconsistent. You don't have any ways to set it up. You've drafted a split push comp, and while, again, I know it might not seem obvious on paper, this NiP draft really does want to play front to back. They really do have a lot of tools after the engage to play through this Cassio-Callista combo if they can set it up correctly, and as we saw there, Hoya is on point today. If you can find another engage like that, they're going to be just fine. The dance around Baron has started. Monkey's making his way down, and NiP are going to have control for now.
And it's looking more and more like the same way the first series was drawn up. WE pulled themselves back into the first game, but now not able to close out in game number 2, and it's looking similar in game number 3. NiP capitalize on WE's mistakes, punish Monkey's over-aggression, and it just might end up being the series if they cannot find another miracle. WE trying their best to find an angle in onto this. Zhuo gets a little bit locked down. Hoya coming in on the side. He's a wild way away from Mega. Can WE capitalize? Looking for a target to get in onto. The engage tools are not the easiest in the world here. Eyes on Yao Yao, and if he can find a target to headbutt pulverize.
Yeah, you need to find that Alistar engage. If you're the one reacting here, it's going to be on the back foot, and that is not good for WE with the comp that they have assembled. They are fighting blind right now. Absolutely no vision available for WE, and TP coming back in to reset everything.
Yeah, this one is going to be Zhuo coming back in, getting another refresh on the wards. Hoya going to return to mini form. That does give a little bit of respite over to WE, knowing that Gnar not going to be able to Gnar them into the wall, but they don't really know where anybody is. Like you said, they're flying blind here. So they're just going to clear out whatever vision they can find, give them some semblance of control back over their own jungle, clear out some more waves, and this game will continue.
The dance continues around the map here. Infernal Soul just makes things so scary for WE. Elder spawning in about 2 minutes here, so we could just see the game stall out to a point where they want to play for that or at least try and flip objectives. For now, NiP are going to have full control over what they choose to do on the map, but you definitely don't want to overextend. We talk about how WE maybe wants to be the one to start the fight here because they don't have so many, go-back tools, but NiP really do want to play this a little bit slower. You want to make sure that Cassio and Callista have time to ramp up as this fight goes along. You cannot overstep. We've seen multiple teams throw from here.
Without just picked up a Imperial Scimitar, does have access to the one-time cleanse. If he does get hit by a stray bit of CC, maybe giving him a little bit more confidence to play up and aggressive. They do see Hoya on the bottom side. They are going to send Cube over to respond, so it's a 4 versus 4 here around mid and this top river. Karis spotted by Guan, has to retreat immediately to make sure he doesn't get talented back into a wall.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous setup overall for WE. Teleport coming in from Hoya. They're just starting this. They're going to burn this Baron so fast.
TP lead on over. It's a little bit later for Cube. In goes Yao Yao finding the knockup, so they're going to try to just burn down Hoya here. He streaks back to mini form. They're focusing everything they've got into him. A couple more boomerangs would do it. The Baron has fallen, but so has Hoya. They need to get more out of this fight. Monkey looking for the engage opportunity, flashes over the wall, jumps into the team, gets sent into the Guardian Angel. Yao Yao's been melted down as well, and the rest of WE, they need to find the fight. About stepping up, throws the boomerangs into Zhuo, gets a double kill for it. Awesome, gonna be able to get that fight right back, gets sent back into the bailout and will be executed by Cube. A huge team fight from the likes of About will give a one-member number advantage back over to WE.
About is keeping this game alive for WE in a situation that feels impossible for a Sivir to change the fate of this game. He is doing just that. You gotta give a lot of credit to Yao Yao as well, who just continues to buy so much time.
All over him. Oh
my god,
Care jumps back over the wall. He finds himself face to face with Cube. He just speeds up the inevitable, and he's gonna drop 1,000 gold shutdown to Cube.
That's massive. Look at the gold swing from that fight. The Realm Warp coming in from Karis ends up making it inevitable that he goes down, but we get a full replay of what happened in this fight. Yao Yao finds the initial engage, but wants to try and pull things back. They don't want to overextend. He's buying so much time for WE as they chase down Hoya. You would think that that would be a bad play, trading one kill for the top laner, but you have the Ghost onto Karis, and because you have the Guardian Angel here on Monkey, you can be more aggressive. Yao Yao buys even more time in that fight on the later half. Now all of a sudden, Karis is able to free hit. Now all of a sudden, you've got the flash coming in. About starts doing a ton of damage. Your carries are here. And now the Elder Dragon, as we can see in picture, is going down.
Elder Dragon to WE. And we say it over and over again, you can never talk about probability in this series. Every time a team puts themselves in a huge percentage chance to win, the other team cracks right back. WE, Elder at their backs, beginning to siege onto the base off of NiP taking a Baron and losing out on the subsequent team fight. And they're going to be able to get in onto this bot lane inhibitor. They're going to take it down.
Yeah, they are taking down this bot lane inhib. Guan is on the flank, and they don't really have any other wave to move to. See how aggressive WE want to be here. They actually could be relatively trapped. That might be exactly where WE want to be, though.
It certainly should be. All 5 members of WE staying together. Guan deep behind enemy lines, looking for a flank play, looking to reprise his performance from game number 2, where he picked off About and ended the game in an instant. But the rest of WE, they want this game to end right here. Yao Yao gets the engage, finds the knockup onto Care. Monkey's found Guan, and 1 out on the 1 versus 1. But the stun found its way onto About. Petrifying gaze from Care, buying so much time and space. But About stands and fights. The Elder Drake at his back gives him the damage to win out the team fight. Karis is alive. About is alive. WE are alive in the group as they will take down NiP and reverse their fortunes from the first round robin.
In what has got to be one of the craziest series of the year up until this point, WE get their revenge. You can never count out WE. They are fighters, they are resilient, and they walk out of this series with a victory. It looked hopeless, it looked unforeseeable at the time, but somehow, someway, they prevail. And what a series from their young AD carry.
You never feel more useless as a commentator than when you can't tell the audience what's going on. I mean, we just keep saying, all right, well, A happened, so A plus B should equal C, and it never does. Never for a single moment this series does anything that is supposed to happen transpire. Back and forth, constantly throwing by both sides. Team WE, a huge contributor to this game win, let's not forget, is that a random Boomerang Blade stole Baron buff. Oh, boy. But you know what? WE will take that, baby. It wasn't just a random Boomerang.
It wasn't even just a random Boomerang. Because, yeah, you knocked the jungler out of the pit. You've got Kalista in the pit. And you still, on 87, are able to grab that. The improbability for this series to go WE's way was so high. And the LPL gods shined upon them, and they shined upon us as an audience here today with this victory.
They certainly did. I mean, this series was everything you could ask for and more. We came in here, we characterized WE as the team that falls behind early and comes back later, and in a way, I guess they delivered on that, but NiP are challenging for that title, baby. WE took some early game leads in this series for the first time. They threw them, because that's what we do with leads in this matchup and in this group, I suppose. And, but they finally, they showed the classic here at the very end where they lost the lead, they were behind, that was the comfort zone, and they find themselves the victory.
Hey, I called it out on accident. They're never more comfortable than down 2,000 gold. I guess you can just never be safe in the LPL. You just love to see it. You love to see games that are so back and forth. You love to see WE really committing to never giving up and really being, pillars of, I guess, fortitude in the LPL right now. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, this is the first time that we're seeing them tested so far. This split, they were able to overcome what looked like a difficult series against WE before. They weren't able to get the back-to-back, and now number one in this group is really up for debate, and that could be a massive turning point for both of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, game score now, something to be keeping an eye on as this series goes on. Bad news for NiP, who take every series to 3 games, supposedly. A couple of 2-0 series already in the bank for Team WE. They 2-0'd EDG, they 2-0'd Thunder Talk. We will see as the rest of the series plays out. And, I mean, this is where we don't even have to get too deep into this, but the schedule's crazy for NiP, because they've played WE twice now. They played EDG once. They're going to play EDG again, and then they're going to see Thunder Talk twice in a row. I don't know why, but that's what the schedule is. That's what we've got on the calendar. So we're not even going to really get to see if in theory, Thunder Talk's the weakest team in the group, right? They're the ones who haven't won a series yet. I think a lot of who takes first in this group is going to come down to, does NiP drop games to Thunder Talk the way that they dropped them to WE and EDG? And we're not going to know that until the very end, because they're going to play them last twice.
It really keeps you hanging on, huh? They really want to make sure that this is as entertaining and as down to the wire as possible, and we're going to get that even tomorrow, right? WE has to run this back tomorrow against Thunder Talk, so it doesn't even get easier for them in the short term. They've got to immediately change their sights after such an incredible series. It gets easier. Hey,
I was going to say, it gets a little easier. It is Thunder Talk.
Hey, you never know. You never know what happens with those solo laners. You can never count on WE's going to go down 2K. You never know how that goes either. So,
nah, dude, Keshi is kind of sick, by the way. I am.
Yes.
Listen, I'm on that series tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about Keshi. All right, so we'll see you all there.
I'll let you get your Keshi love in tomorrow. I won't spoil it too much. What I will say is that it really just came down to execution here. What a series from the WE bot lane. I think when you're talking about players that needed to step up for WE, Yao was somebody that we were talking about. Vampire was so huge for WE last year, was such an integral part of what they did and how he played off of Monkey and what he was able to create. And that void in support was something that I think people really needed to see replaced. Yao has done that in this series. He was exceptionally important, generating the lead for a bout, and then of course being able to translate that into massive moments, knocking the Kiana out of the pit to secure the Baron, being able to find multiple knockups in these team fights, about being able to capitalize. This was a huge series for the WE bot lane, and they came in clutch.
Yeah, I mean, what a statement game for Yao too, right? A player who's kind of been public about his struggles with, feeling like he's making a performance that is worthy of the LPL and it is worthy of the standards that he sets for himself. This Alistar game from him was incredible, right? He is a massive, massive part of what secures them that crazy Baron steal. He is what secures them the early game lead to be able to play up against this Kalista with a huge flash play. He relieves the pressure in the early game by making that same play earlier. A tremendous game from him. Frankly, I'd love to give him the MVP if it was up to me.
I agree with you. I think Yao was the player of the game. I think he was the big pivotal piece that really pushed WE forward. And let's not forget, they lost game number 2, but Yao was terrific in that game on the Braum as well, finding multiple ways to keep his team alive. It's a fantastic series from the support of WE, and they've been waiting for that kind of moment. You definitely still want to make sure you give credit to the AD carry that capitalized on all the things that were created by the support in About, who I think has had a great start to his LPL tenure here, even if it's not always shown on the KDA line. But really, I mean, WE just showing resilience. Doesn't matter how many times Monkey gets caught, they're still going to find a way to win.
Yeah, I mean, and shout out to that rookie here in that last fight. He's got a Seeker's arm guard that he picked up there, and it makes the difference, right? In theory, you know, you would love to be the guy who's clutch and who turns his back and doesn't get hit by the petrifying gaze. But hey, if that doesn't happen 100% of the time, you're going to be damn happy you have that arm guard. So, you know, props to him and the purchase decision there, and yeah, for being able to execute on this Sivir in some of these clutch team fights, right? Making the trades happen, stepping up at the right moment, going for stuff like the Mercurial Scimitar to create his own kind of escape routes. That plus the Seeker's Arm Guard gives him opportunities to stay alive, but to step up and deal damage, where otherwise you saw before those items came through, it just wasn't safe. He just couldn't do it. And yeah, he's not putting up the damage numbers, but he's doing it because it's impossible, and you're going to call him a feeder if he tries.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just one of those games as an AD carry where you're doing everything you can in your power to win your team the game, get the early lead, make sure that you're in the right positions, spell shield at the right time. Even when he did die in exchanges, he pulled so many resources and so much time away from the rest of the team that they were able to really kind of pull things back for the team. So overall, just a fantastic series from the WE bot lane. Some things we need to clean up. Like, let's not pretend that, you know, Monkey and Cube and even Karis are, you know, absolved from all blame here. But if this is what you can look like and still pick up wins against a team like NiP that has already shown themselves to be good, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, well, we're going to go from the teams that are contending to try to promote up into Team Ascend to the teams that may be playing up against them for those same slots. We got IG versus TES coming on up next. That's going to do it for K-Man and I. It's been a pleasure, K-Man. We will see you guys sometime soon, but 2 new casters after this break. Stay tuned for IG versus TES.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude, and we have a treat tonight. I couldn't be more excited. Do you want to foreshadow anything here, Rude Dude?
Hey man, it's a little rematch, okay? That's all that I've got to say.
That's all you care.
It's a little rematch between two teams that we have seen struggle to start the split.
It's trying to get the engine started at least. Well, I know it as something else, and I know it as the Shinobi Wars, or the Ninja Wars, if you will, as we're going to get a Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. Alk Battery somewhere is cringing his heart out right now, and I love it. It's a classic. It's an old story from LPL community. It's an old story from the LPL legend, and I always love to bring it to the forefront, even though we only have two standing members here from when it was first initiated in 369 Rookie, but it's still a fun one nonetheless. This is a callback to when a lot of the community came up with some fun combinations of who was who in Naruto, and between these two teams, it was really funny, especially when Knight was still back on Top Esports. But it's another iteration, it's another year, got to continue the tradition.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the two teams battling up against one another. Typically teams that have been at the apex of the LPL, it's worth saying, for the most part, and yes, they're still in Group Ascend, but I do think that for these two teams, cumulatively, this is maybe the worst year that we've seen. Normally one of them's thriving, the other one maybe not so much, but this time round, both of them find themselves in this position where they're probably not all that happy with how their roster is looking and how their standings look as well.
Yeah, and the other beautiful thing about this is this series matters a lot because we're in the second round robin now. In Group Ascend, you've got to get your games in, and you've got to get wins, especially for these two teams finding themselves at the bottom of that bracket there. But let's go ahead and talk about these teams themselves, put a little bit of a spotlight on each one individually, as we're going to take a look at Top Esports first and foremost. Now, this is a very different iteration of Top Esports. We've seen them for a while in Split 1, but if you haven't been around or maybe been stuck under a rock not watching LPL, it's going to look very different. It's a lot of new blood coming in, a lot of people trying to earn their name, earn their spots in the LPL themselves, and it's been a rough and tumble ride so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've kept their solo laners from last year, and then three relatively new pieces, two full rookies almost coming into the roster. Jiachi had a really good showing on a couple of different rosters through 2025. RNG and FPX trying to utilize him as best as possible. But those solo laners honestly have got to pick up some of the slack that is being missed from the rest of the squad that was previously a part of their organization in 25.
Yeah, I appreciated, the cannon we got from 369 earlier in the split, but I want to keep seeing that kind of forwardness, that innovation come through from these two guys as the pillars, really, of Top Esports until they can figure out further what they want to do with their roster, how those breaks are going to affect them in the long term itself. But on the other side, it's IG, who maybe a little bit of a come up now, but trying to figure out how this next round, the next parts of the round robin are going to go for them, and a team that's also struggling to kind of find their feet under themselves. But one person that has not forgot where their feet are is Wei, and he has been a monster, earning 2 POGs and the POM from their last series.
Yeah, I mean, Wei coming out of the Marcia Cup was one of the big points that I was very questioning, I'll say, coming into this 2026 season. But through Split 1 has actually had a very, very stellar performance. I think he and Rookie, that mid-jungle duo, have been maybe the bright spots of IG. The rest of the map, obviously, still a little bit to talk about, and maybe hoping that they can lift a little bit off of the low floor that I think that they've set for themselves to begin with. We'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later on, but you talked about it well, that this team has had, honestly, very strange results almost, and I think that coming into this second round robin, it's very important that these two teams start to try and find their wins, look for that top four, with teams like AL not looking particularly convincing, with Weibo looking as topsy-turvy as they do, and JDG losing Series 2 Weibo. Top four is not out of contention for either of these two teams.
It's definitely not, and that's the beauty of Group Ascend, but also just the top-tier competition that we're supposed to be getting here. There is a little bit of an elephant in the room, or maybe a mouse in the room, if you will, but it's been a little bit woeful in the bot lane as we're going to move forward with Wotik and poor Fotik, because this guy has had some high of highs, right? He went undefeated with V5 back in the day with Rookie, And then we look at his career so far down the road, and it's been a tough one so far here in 2026.
Yeah, I don't know, because in Demacia Cup again, Photic actually
He had
looks
some
like
good
one
ones.
of the strongest pieces, and coming into 2026 and the first split, I've been left wanting, and it just feels like there's a lot of really strong core parts of his AD carry gameplay, but he's missing one pivotal part, which is survivability, which is that idea that above all else he needs to value his life. We can take a look at some of these win-losses that he's got, these poke-style champions, and Corki, Varus and the Kaiser. We've got some wins on Corki, a little bit of one as well. But when we're looking at these hyper carries, we haven't seen that same level of performance from him. The Aphelios, the Sivir, not being able to make the margins work on them. Yunara with one-on-one, not particularly the greatest, and he's taking very, very non-AD carry trades, if I say for this lack of a better term. In this fight right here, walking a little bit into the bullet time and then getting caught out by Ambessa ulti only to spell shield after the fact. There's a couple of spell shields on the Sivir where it doesn't feel like we quite understand what our role is and what the role of the spell shield is, because you have to, above all else, save that for the big cooldown. Again, here we'll spot it out as he gets caught out and just uses his spell shields to not particularly block anything. Flashes forward incredibly aggressively. If he has a spell shield to stop the Poppy E, he's going to be able to win that fight and turn the game on its head. If that isn't the case, and when he uses his spell shield so aggressively, Wizzy Jachi get a pentakill. So there are lots of different situations and lots of spots as well where I'm thinking Photic just not having the full arsenal that we need from marksman to make it stick and to make it work, even in this fight, in this 1v1, cancelling an auto attack. So that he can't look forward aggressively onto Jachi. But yeah, lots of different things of Photic's gameplay that in these clutch moments he's just not quite making it work. And on the top side of this fight, you'll notice this 1v1 he takes up against Jachi once again. Spell shield's nothing. And even if you spell shield the Q from the MF, that means that you probably have a better chance at winning that 1v1.
And that's the crucial thing, is like that decision making in those very stressful moments. It's not always precise, and I think that has been a bit of the bane of Photic's career and why he kind of fell out of favor after in some of those big moments for V5. And I know I'm a little bit old at this point thinking about it, but it's crazy to think that that's one of the things that brought him out of the spotlight. And the 2v2s is something he had always focused on, I feel like, earlier on in the career. But I think looking at those later game pinpoint positioning moments is extremely, extremely important. And especially tonight, again, it's a rematch of sorts. Obviously, it's the second round robin, and I will say, Top Esports didn't have the greatest finishing out of that first series when they faced off, and I think maybe taking some memories from that game number one and taking those into this series might help them.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth remembering these guys played each other on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday this week, so they played each other very recently. It was IG that were able to come out on top of that. It was a 3-game series, and Top Esports did manage to, I'll say, push them a little bit in that best of 3, but neither of these two sides look particularly convincing. I think that the second round robin is about really assuring themselves as a part of that pack in the top 4. If IG go 3-3 here, they're in a very good spot to do so, and I think that pretty much eliminates Top Esports from top 4 contention, looking at the rest of the schedule that they've got. If IG lose this game against Top Esports, it's going to be very difficult, but it does, I think, keep the series and the whole competition pretty much on a par.
Well, something I wanted to focus on tonight, and something we can kind of keep a side eye on potentially if it does become influential, is this top lane matchup, because I think it's interesting nonetheless that we have one of the standards, one of the stalwart top laners. I promise 369's photo is supposed to be there, but he's one of the standards, I feel like, in the LPL, and while we've seen some fluctuations in his top performing play, I still find him to be one of the best top laners and most stable top laners in the LPL, and one that can be proud of what he's been able to do over the last few years. But Saburo coming in after spending so much time in the LCK Challenger scene, even a year over in the Turkish EMEA, and now coming into the LPL for his first stint here and going up against one of the best for a second time in the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a pretty rough go of things in terms of opponents that he's had to play up against, right? We look across the top laners in the rest of this group, and they are no slouch pretty much across the board. Everybody is working hard, and one of our top laners in the league. So there's not particularly an easy matchup for Soboro, and the fact that he's found a couple of series wins thus far doesn't colour him in too bad a light, but still got a little bit left in the tank that we need to see from him. Again, off the back of the Demacia Cup, where actually he looks pretty decent. He wasn't particularly a slouch on this IG roster, never really costing them any series nor games. And now in this first split, maybe that's not exactly the case, where there is a little bit more focus being put into him. We've seen Top Esports and AL start to arrive with their full rosters. BLG now look incredible, whereas in Demacia Cup we don't know what happened. And that focus and attention turned towards top sides has definitely costed Saboro a little bit.
So before we get into draft talk a little bit too far, I want to get your feelings on both these teams. Do you feel like, and with not being too critical, I guess, do you feel like they've lived up to some of their expectations coming into the year whatsoever?
I think that IG taking any tournament this year is a bit of a surprise. I think that they definitely made side grades, if not downgrades, in 3 roles. I mean, I'm not sure about Saboro versus the Shy. That's maybe the closest, and people might hate me for saying that, but I mean, you look at what bot lane IG had coming into 2025 and now the one they're playing in 2026, it's definitely a side, if not downgrade. And then finding top 4 here, I think is as good as it's probably going to get. I think that when we see teams from Perseverance and Nirvana crop up, there's a very real possibility that we'll start to see either that Ascend is just by far and away ahead, or there'll be this big clash of actually we might have been better off with a first round, full round robin of everybody instead of it being split into 3 different groups, because I do think that some of those Nirvana teams actually are sleeper OP. For Top Esports on the flip side, I think they had very low expectations coming into this year in this group Ascend. I think that my expectation of them was that they were going to be the weakest team coming in. It's no flame on them, but they have brought up 2 new pieces from LDL rosters. They've brought Jachi over, who I was actually really hyped on, and I think is one of the better performing members on this Top Esports roster at the minute, if I'm being honest. But my stocks on Cream have never been high. 369 has been playing quite poorly in some series, and he's not been consistent for this roster. He hasn't been able to live up to the expectation that he, as a veteran top laner, has to do.
All right. Well, hey, we'll see if they can live up to some of those expectations today. We're getting into our game number 1, at least. We already see some typical bans, maybe some peculiar ones as well, as we end up getting the Akali ban towards Kareem from IG's side, as well as that Jace that's a perma ban at this point. The Malphite, the Nico, the Jarvan all banned away by Top Esports, and Top Esports will have that first pick. So that does mean IG will even be on the blue side with that second pick.
Yeah, so Orianna gets taken for Cream, we would expect. Again, has just been and will continue to be until nerfs happen, the most OP mid laner on the patch. We might see Rookie go for the LeBlanc as a bit of a response. We've seen him try to take that into control mages. We have equally seen Azias just be taken in this position, and you look for something like that. With the Jarvan taken away as well, it does remove some of that wombo combo capability, but it does also give you the agency to stay a little bit safer in that mid lane. Not getting Cataclysm means you don't have to burn your flash every time that ulti comes down. But I do think IG, though, here taking some very staple power picks on that top and bot side. Varus, maybe the most highly sought after AD carry in the meta. Rumble, the exact same thing. Do you think this opens up 369 though to just go for a Cassante and have a pretty decent time with things in that top lane? Give him a little bit more team fight control, and especially versus somebody like a Varus, make their life pretty miserable.
All right, well, he decided, nope, we're going for pick potential. We're going for synergistic combos, as the Ambessa with the Pantheon combo, getting those big catch-outs and having the Orianna over top of it with the Shockwave is going to be huge. But IG are doing well to have some range to themselves, but also now some peel ability with the Syndra locked in.
Yeah, Syndra has been a very good pick for a rookie just this split alone. He's already put up some highlight performance, literally series-winning performances on this Syndra. And I mean, one of the parts of IG that I feel like we always consistently talk about, but we'll touch on it to start the series and make sure everybody knows. Rookie has been the lifeblood of IG for 2026. He has been the part of this puzzle that has been carrying them over finish lines. His Syndra has done it a couple of times. His LeBlanc has done it. I think that Rookie has been a phenomenal part of Invictus Gaming, and him getting his hands on the Syndra here in game number 1, a counter matchup into the Orianna, feels very good.
Yeah, and it was something we were talking about coming into the year. I mean, this needed to be a year where Rookie is undoubtedly the best player on the team, and he needs to kind of lead from the front, and we are starting to see some similarities in that want, at least from his side of things. Now, in the second phase of bans, to get primary focus on AD bans from IG, they banned away the Sivir and the MF. We get the Poppy and the Wukong ban, though, from Top Esports.
And I like the Poppy ban here. I think maybe something like an Alistair coming in for Zhui feels like it might fit, especially since there's a lot of dive coming through. Something that has a little bit of appeal stands to reason and makes a little bit of sense here. Also gives them an element of engage that they are slightly lacking at this point as well. If they are going to lock in this Nox, then they need something that can go diving with it, which I think is a really big part of most compositions. If you go for a two-man dive, you feel a lot better than just having one person out in the front. Alternatively, with this composition that they've drafted at the minute, not necessarily a diver, more of a tricksy assassin. Something like the Bard might be very good here, especially since we have got a mobile mid-laner locked in early on for Creep.
Anything that can follow up for this team would be really, really nice. I like the Kiana pick in Wei's hands. We've seen him do some dastardly things. That is a bold pick into this comp, but I want to see how his level of execution is going to look like for this game number one, because I think it's going to be, slim margins he's playing on now that the Yunar and the Alistar are locked in for Top Esports.
We have seen this combo before, the Rumble Kiana, and I'm not a great fan of it because it just means you've got no front line for your team. This is a large range poke and setup type of composition for IG, and then you want to let Wei snap in, try and find that one shot, trying to find some assassination or set up for Saboro's ulti along the top of the wall, right? But who's going to frontline for this IG composition? Jue's going to struggle. He's just going to get melted immediately because he doesn't have agency, doesn't have gold. Anybody else gets caught out, you're not expecting them to be able to withstand too much damage. And I think that there will be a point where if Jachi gets the appropriate peel from Feng Yue, and if he and Cream can stand strong in that back line, there's not really going to be anything that IG can do if a full 5v5 breaks out.
Oh man, these comps are going to be fun to watch for this game number one. I feel like, last time we got to go to 3 games between these two orgs, and I think this time we're probably buckling in for another 3 game series. Hopefully, I get my first full series night. Would be a little bit of a fun one, but hey, the Shinobi Wars always deliver. It's a new iteration for both teams struggling heavily in Group Ascend right now and needing to pick up the slack in the second round robin. IG, this is their second game into the second round robin, so they really got to get these wins as much as possible, and they already started off by doing so.
A really good start, obviously. I think both teams have 5 games, unless I'm reading the scores at the bottom. They've played 5 series, which is the single round robin. This is their first bout as we move into the second round robin, and the Gyos are ringing Meza.
Man, they are out in force today, and you love to hear it as the Gyos ringing loud and clear. But already both teams getting off to the running down here in bot lane, trying to win as much prio as they possibly can. Anything in the rune choices that piques your fancy at all, Rude Dude?
No, we've got Triple Scorch for Invictus Gaming, which I think is, in an effort to try and push the pace of this game, maybe generate a couple of lead advantages, look to snowball a little bit, because I do think that as this game moves on into the mid to the late game, they're going to struggle as a 5-man unit if they don't have a distinct advantage. If they're not at objectives first, they're going to struggle to work their way in, right? Who's going to be the one face-checking, forcing their way into those neutrals? It's not particularly a good answer to that question, so they need to find these advantages slightly early on.
Can do so, and we talked about it a little bit before when we were talking about Photic's woes, and he does like to trend toward these pokier ranged characters in the bot lane, especially in the ADC position. But I really do like the Varus in this meta right now, and I think we've seen it as very popular across the world, but I think it just provides so much flexibility in the bot lane.
It does. I mean, it gives you especially great setup around those neutrals, and you can already see here an early gank on that bot side for Wei. Wei setting up for it.
Feng Yue is going to get caught here, going to go for the headbutt pull into Wei to try to get away, but the piercing arrow plus the combo for Wei gets IG to first blood.
Gala somewhere is sat smiling. He's not the first person to have missed that flash now, and I think that's a pretty big blunder there by Feng Yue. Burned his heal early on into this laning phase, was looking for a trade on the level 2 timer but miscalculated. Finds himself now with no summoner spells whatsoever, and he's now going to be pretty slim pickings, or pretty easy pickings, I would say, for this IG side if they look to revisit that bot lane.
I think that's going to be the primary focus moving forward, as we do get the TP from Photic, as he did take the TP with the Varus, just to make sure he can stay in lane. I kind of like that with the poke Varus, keep on the pressure as best as possible. So it is going to be the split of scuttles here coming through from both junglers. Do we expect some more action to come through, or who, I guess, do we expect to be the more proactive jungler in this setup?
I mean, I'm very happy with Wei being the one being proactive. I think that this Kiana is a champion that very frequently just gets underutilized in the early stages of the game. Wei already showing that he's not going to do that, and again, for Invictus Gaming, he's been one of their leading stars through 2026 in this split #1. So if he gets off to the races nice and early, gets that first kill, he goes back with the pickaxe. I'd like to see him try and push that advantage. He's got a counter matchup in the mid lane, so Rookie should be looking to dictate this wave, and you can see him already worming his way in towards Cream, who does have flash but doesn't have vision.
Yo, Wei is on a tear right now, just getting active. Does initially hit that freeze. Cream is going to go ahead and flash away, get some good damage back on Rookie on the back end of the trade.
Yeah, level 5 to level 4 means that these auto trades are very, very good for Orianna. That on top of the Clockwork wind-up, meaning that she's doing even more damage per auto attack. And Rookie in this lane, still slightly struggling, it looks like. Cream, for lack of a better term, doing pretty well, but revisiting the scene of the crime. Wei getting very active on the map.
Wei has had 3 ganks now before we even get one from Nio, although this one's going to go through with Wei flashing away from the headbutt pulverize. Wei going to flash away now too, but missing the piercing arrow as Photic does end up miscalculating a tiny bit, but IG active as ever.
Yeah, damage not quite landing there from Photic. That would be another kill in the back pocket of IG, but it is Wei getting very active on the map. Take a look at his camps as well. Only has his bot side once to clear, so now he spent a lot of time out on the map being active, forcing summoner spells. Cream loses out on his flash, and he should be able to clear his way through his jungle. That being said, though, Nio works his way in. He's going to steal away these Raptors, and there's not particularly anything it looks like Invictus Gaming are going to be able to do about it, so I don't mind this from Nio. He's been pretty quiet on the map, but he has been able to make himself just a little bit useful there, taking away some of those Raptors and punishing Wei for his early aggression.
And a big power for top esports moving forward, and especially once Nio gets level 6, is that side laning catch-out potential that they have. If somebody's overextended, they will be able to punish very quickly, and I really want to see how quickly they want to use that Grand Starfall to do so. They're going to gain a little bit more priority back towards bot side, but the wave will end up crashing there. Dragon has spawned. There goes the equalizer in top lane from Saburo, just trying to clear this wave a little bit. And we do have the grubs in about 2.5 minutes. Do either side really want to focus on these early dragons, Rude?
Dragons definitely looking at Invictus Gaming to look for those again in a 5v5. They're not feeling too great, but here's a top setup again.
Oh, the flash comes through. Wei doesn't have flash. You got to remember now. And Saburo taking a decent chunk of damage, but no public execution will be there for 369, so they do get away from that one. Meanwhile, we were talking about it a little bit. Nio will take the dragon on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I do think that this is pretty detrimental as Rookie now in mid lane has flash.
He does. He's going to wait to pop it. A lot of health damage coming through. Does get one more CC on the back of it from Feng Yue, and Rookie will live to see another day.
So IG focusing very heavily on just getting gold, and I think the picture-in-picture is showing us how that public execution went down. Looks like he was just using it to try and escape there, maybe expecting that there was a gank coming through a little bit earlier than there was, but these dragons going in top esports' favour I do think is very, very beneficial to them. As this game gets later on and later, I do think that Diachi and Cream are going to have a bit of a better time of things playing out these team fights. Provided that they've got the support, that they've got the peel from their team, they're going to be the ones that will be able to rip through them, what minimal frontline IG have, but you know, cut them to shreds quite quickly. As long as they've got that cover, got that CC, got that peel that they will need, a Yunara in the late game, Vasta going to out-damage the Varus in those 5v5s.
He is indeed. Now, I love how active Wei had gotten, and I think in their last series, IG loved that too, because he was a major proponent to how they won their series. And then now coming into the second round robin, I think it's extremely important to kind of keep playing with that mentality of Wei being a forward sword for his team, as he was known to be on RNG, and even back on E-Star way back when. But he is level 6 now, matching Nio, and both junglers have a lot of aggression enabled once they do hit this level 6.
I mean, in particular for Wei, right? He's got 2 different lanes of, you know, potential, I'll call it, where he burned the flash on Cream earlier on. He just went top and burned the flash of 369. With that ulti unlocked, you'd like to see him try and make a move into one of these solo lanes, try and get a kill, try and get an advantage for Saburo, for Rookie. We highlighted Rookie as one of these players that has been the linchpin for Invictus Gaming, so getting him gold early on definitely stands to reason as one of the routes to success for Invictus Gaming. I think that, you know, for the most part, if we look on the flip side of things, we've talked a lot about IG, and we see them starting to take these grubs now. There's a 4v4 on the top side. Mid Prio going to be vital.
Glenn's got used on the bot side, just get away from that Chains of Corruption combo. Wei goes in for an engage, misses the dredge line, still gets the CC on the back end. IG are focused on trying to get this last grub. There is no smite available, so they just go for the fight. Supreme Display of Talent is used, and grubs will be secured by IG. Gotta be a little bit careful. Nayo's getting low, but not going down. 369 has joined the fight, now is ripping apart Wei. Wei is down, Grand Starfall not in time. Flame Spitters were hot enough to take him out, but another beautiful entrance coming through from 369 as he finds yet another kill, and this time onto Rookie.
2 for 1 there, and a 2 for 1 trade in the grubs as well. So Top Esports come out on top on the fight. It's IG that gets slightly better end of the objective skirmish, and it's going to benefit them greatly as Top Esports to be able to get a little bit more gold onto Cream as well. They're going to be the ones who get access to these minions, to the platings as well, take down an extra pink ward, and Rookie's TPing in here pretty much for prosperity so that he can push in another wave and maybe get Cream to lose out a little bit. But unfortunately for Sobro, this is a really awful fight. Equalizer,
Yeah.
He's playing Deforestation as he's trying to get rid of the jungle instead of any of the members of Top Esports. Does manage to take out Nai on the back side of this as he tries to Grand Starfall his way out to safety. But Wei on this Kiana, very squishy early on. He does just get melted by 369, and a great turn on from this Ambessa. Locks up Rookie, doesn't really have anything to say about it, manages to put down his unleashed power, but not really to any avail, and it is Cream who benefits greatly from this, I'd say.
Yeah.
Able to walk into that mid lane, finish off his Merc Treads, and actually feels pretty good versus the Syndra now.
Man, the biggest thing we talked about so much into this series for Top Esports was, you know, obviously their veteran pillars, the holdovers, as we have to pause for a moment because there's a beautiful combo used in mid lane, and Rookie is down. Cream finds another kill, and that's what I was going to say, is Cream and 369 picking up gold, picking up kills, and finding advantages for Top Esports.
And that's what they need. I mean, at this point in the game, they are quite happy just to sit back, I think, and scale, but getting these early kills is going to make their life infinitely easier. Punishing Rookie here, he still has Flash available, so whether that's just come up or if he didn't find it in time, we'll see whether or not they can return to the scene of the crime, punish this Syndra once more. One of the downfalls of this champion is obviously her immobility, and it's good to see Top Esports making that pay.
And that's not, I know we've seen Rookie on this. We see a big engage, double CC chain on bot side. Man, people just don't get to play the game in this game. Everybody just gets CC'd 100-0. And now this combo from the draft that we talked about, Shockwave is still available. Cream was holding it the entire time. And 369 finds himself a second kill. Cream and 369 both on 2 now.
And that, I mean, for Top Esports, again, just continues to go their way for a composition that I'm saying overall, yeah, I'm really happy with their scaling as they move later on. These 1-for-1s across the map, I think are going to go their way quite tremendously. So 369 picks himself up a quick kill, a couple of plates as well, and I mean, they're looking for a fight down on this bot side with the dragon spawned, and Yunara having to walk her way back out with no first item. This could be an IG win.
Oh, they're going to take the engage now, and unfortunately, the health bar is just not kicking it for Wei. He's going to flash away. Nice scatter of the week from Rookie. Big Supreme Display talent from Wei. He gets the pick on a Cream. That's a lot of damage down, but Tiachi is now here with the Transcend oneself. He's looking to go over the wall, gets the double slow, but doesn't have another dash. Just goes for the flash. Now Tiachi trying to claim his name to fame here, at least, as Nayo wants to find one big spear. Can't find the intro there, but they'll turn back to the Dragon. Some pings coming there for the objective.
Yeah, it's good pathing there from Rookie, worth saying that he actually just distracts where he thinks he's going to go. Normally the safe path is up towards that turret, instead walks down to the bot side, so he's not going to get hit by the spear on the way out. But it is going to be another Dragon here picked up for Top Esports, and again, they're going to be very happy just to take these neutral objectives nice and early. They can use this little bit of time to go and get some gold on a 3rd or 4th Drake, but it's a second missed engage by Dway. which does mean that he puts himself into a vulnerable position, gets himself caught out, and ultimately has to flash out to safety. If, though, that hook lands onto an important target, we'll talk about the fact that maybe it's going to go their way after the fact.
Oh,
Like this heads-up play from Feng Yue, he's thinking about the
God.
prediction, but doesn't quite land it.
Predict the predict.
Yeah.
A little bit tough for a newbie, but it was a really nice exit from IG, like you were saying, to get away with a little bit more there. Big fight from Top Esports, and now they have 2 Dragons all in from 369, trying to go for his 3rd kill. Won't end up finding promise on that one. We already have some quests being completed across the map as well, as we see Equalizer being down now on the top side, clear some of that wave. We'll be close to getting everybody completed at least, but 3 members of Top Esports already there.
And I think, Mazel, that coming into this series, we expected this to be quite close. You said it at the top, that for both of these 2 teams, it's about starting out their second round robin correctly. With 13.5 minutes into this one, the gold is pretty much even. But I think all of the momentum here is in Top Esports' favour. You can see that Cream with a 1.2k gold lead over Rookie in the mid lane. And again, we were looking at these 2 mid laners coming into the series. I mentioned that my value on Cream, or my stocks on Cream, never been particularly high, and Rookie, one of the best players on this IG roster, him giving him the hands in game number 1 is certainly a win.
Ooh, 369 fell for the bait. Sapporo beautifully holding it out there, but 369 going to dash away with the flash.
Oh my God!
Misses. 369 stands tall in the top lane.
And look at what's being costed on the bot side. That lead between these mid laners is going to continue to grow. 369 able to roll his way out of that situation. And this is the TP in to try to defend, but this is Dway on the spellbook trying to make his way in. And I think that for Invictus Gaming, they are just slowly but surely missing out.
Jiachi going for the all-in. Almost didn't
KS?
even need Nio there. That was a little bit of a KS. And Jiachi starting to ride up a storm here. He's on a big completion with that Kraken Slayer.
And really big that Jiachi feels confident to look for that. He was down in gold. And
they're going all in topside. Okay. We just don't get to talk, or at least you don't, unfortunately, Rudis. They just keep going. Full combo, and 369 there now picks up his 3rd kill.
Yep, no mercy there from Cream. I like to see he just walks in, shockwave immediately, not giving an opportunity to trade that back onto 369. And I mean, it's IG who are just moving around the map very nicely here. They get a 2-man play into the mid lane to take down Photic. They get a 2-man play on the top line to take down Sobero. And IG, this composition that isn't going to have a front line, isn't going to be able to team fight tremendously easy as we move later on into the game, are behind in gold. Not particularly ahead in these neutral objectives either, and despite their attempts to set up around this Rift Herald, I don't know if they've got the gold to be able to control and keep this space.
369 had just used TP. Top laners will not be in this fight. Feng Yue going for Photic now, though. To get the lockdown initially, it's going to be a turnaround now with the Chains of Corruption being used, but the Unbreakable will also be used in return. Big team moment there for IG to come save Photic.
Yeah, now they need to do something with this, right? They've committed Rookie's TP. They need to try and make something beneficial from this happen. And it looks like he's just going to walk back up to that top lane and nothing's really going to come from it. So it's Photic once again being caught on a mid-wave. Uses some of the resources of his team to bail him out there. And I think that this is one of those things that we need to see be shored up from Photic as we move through the remainder of this season. He's had a couple of instances of being caught out, not quite prioritizing his life the way that he needs to, or recognizing where the danger on the map is. I'm sure he gets a quick glimpse there of Nio as he pops out of the brush, but
it's a little
do you
scary.
think that this is a worrying trend for Invictus Gaming in this series?
Yeah, and I do really appreciate kind of this style of IG in a lot of ways, but I still go back to your initial point in the draft of like, they really are a team that thrives on having an actual front line, and I really worry for what that's going to be looking like with Top Esports' lead and just the amount of engage that is possible with this comp they're facing off against. And things are going to come down to a little bit of a lull for a couple seconds here, but we do have Rift Herald on the map and Dragon number 3 for top in 20 seconds. They want the all-in. They're going in on the tankiest member, though. Dway is tanking up a storm right now, but Jiachi's starting to put him down. Supreme Display of Talent going to be used. Only hits onto 2 there, at least with the stun. Nio going through. The shockwave going to be flashed out of by Wei. IG do a good job of taking the tools of Top Esports. They used a couple themselves, though, but they'll move into the Dragon Pit now. Big scat of the week on a Cream. Cream's in a little bit of trouble. Does get away with the rest of his team. Nio goes for the kill, gets onto Dway. Now they're trying to find IG the rest of the way. Jiachi setting him up now as he goes forward. He's trying to get a W potentially, but the scat of the week is going to hit on the Cream. No more damage to follow up, and IG lose all priority over this Dragon, and that should be Dragon's sole point for Top Esports.
The Merc Treads value for Cream this game going crazy. If he's planning on getting hit by every single scat of the week, at least he can get out. Sobro now looking for it on the bot side as 369 walks off the equalizer, and that's about all that there is to be said. And 369 done enough on that bot lane. Top Esports done enough in the mid lane. They'll secure themselves a third Dragon. It's a little bit of a low roll, unfortunately, that they have got this Cloud Soul point here. Invictus Gaming still not quite able to make it fully work. Jarchi getting caught by a scatter of the week here. I think the fact that he lives is pretty positive for Top Esports, and a bit of a sign of the times for IG as they are looking for this Herald with Fenway nearby, but he's not able to get in. No Spellbook Smites available, and it is going to be a quick secure. We'll take a quick look at this replay, and they look for Dway to begin with. Again, I don't mind this because Top Esports here, they're not committing any big cooldowns, and the second that Jarchi actually hops forward is when the problems start to arise, because he then gets hit by a scatter from Fog of War. They have to both double flash out of danger because Dway, with a really nice depth charge, was looking for a double knock-up. But then the secondary engage comes through. You can see Cream Merc Treads, double stuns come through. He gets out to safety. Nio's able to flash and assassinate Dway here, and this fight after the fact just is all that easier. Jachi died off screen.
Yeah. We're going to have to see how that happened. That's very unfortunate, and a massive chunk of that lead is now gone. Rift Herald got used in mid lane as well, so they're going to get even more gold from that back. I'm sure we're going to get a replay of the replay of the replay coming up here very shortly, but I will say I kind of like the Cloud Dragon Soul for this team for Top Esports. I feel like they could use it pretty well. I know it's not good stats, but I think in the long term we'll see is Fong Yue getting in trouble. He's just tanking turret shots, but Kareem is doing so much damage. Power unleashed, and that truly will be powerful from Rookie.
Yeah, getting a quick pickup there and a little bit of over-aggression there from Feng Yue and Cream on the top side. The Alistair, even through the ulti, really like seeing that from Dway here. He knew that the damage was going to be there. Committed the depth charge, snapping up under the turret, consistently taking those turret shots, and this is in the picture-in-picture. How did Jarchi get picked off? Oh,
why is he
link up with his
walking
team. Yeah, he's looking to link up with Rookie and Cream, and then he just gets popped.
Bro, he went the wrong way for that.
He did.
Insane. Oh, that's tough. All right, well, you win some, you lose some, and Top Esports is like almost 2.5k lead is now down to about 1,000, but they are still in the driver's position. They still have this Dragon Soul coming up. It's going to be a pretty early Soul as well. We'll see who ends up taking priority over that. And will this kind of farming lull be enough for IG to put up a fight here, Rude? Do you feel like that's the case when we're getting 2, maybe 3 items? Not even close, really.
It's definitely better than them losing sooner, because I felt like that's the way that this game was going, is that Top Esports should just be able to roll over them from here, as you know, they're looking for Sobro down on this bot side, but they're going to lose out on this turret as well. They're trading it for the top tier 1, so it's not all doom and gloom for Invictus Gaming here. But if we take a look just at the experience as well, for the most part, solo laners are ahead for Top Esports. They're able to get a quick crack onto the mid lane, and that is going to fall as well. For Top Esports, they're slowly but surely just amounting a larger lead. So despite this lull that we talked about in terms of IG slowing the pace of the game,
there ain't no slowing down here, apparently. We're just going all fights all night as Dway is just surrounded by 5 members of Top Esports and falls.
And decides that he's going to give the depth charge up for good measure as well. I don't think that was really ever going to get turned around in his favor. 369 did TP in here, so he has the super shield that he's going to try and make the most of and just sort of scout out where the rest of Invictus Gaming are. They'll be able to complete their sweep of the outer turrets here, which opens up the map for them very nicely. With Baron up on the board, it's great to see that they've got complete control now over that topside jungle. If they want it, no particular safe havens for IG to retreat back to. They're going to go back, spend their gold. We've got the Fiend Hunter bolts picked up for Jarchi on top of that Kraken Slayer, so he's very fed, very confident in his damage that he's able to pump out. Cream looking towards that Rabadons. Really like this build path actually from mages in the mid lane. You sit on the arm guard early. If you're never forced to use it, send that rod into a Rabadons.
Okay, I like that. A little bit of extra damage pumping early as well. I think that maybe our top head-to-head focus coming into the series might pay off. At least in game number 1. 369 has garnered a massive lead at this point, and Yachi maybe trying to get caught out again.
Just uses his ulti now.
Yeah, he does have the Transcend oneself going, but he doesn't have any more of the crit bolts coming through. Feng Yue is getting very low now, and the Equalizer is going to be used as a bit of a separation tool. So IG going to move into the pit here soon. Dragon is upon us, Rude.
And it looks like once again, it's Wei for Invictus Gaming. Hold on, another fight breaks out as Dway forced to flash out to safety. But you're right, the Dragon is live. We get to see Feng Yue go back to base. Does he have Spellbook TP to get back in? No, so he's going to have to walk it the long way back. A recall from Sobro is going to be pretty detrimental. He doesn't have the TP to get back in either, and it is all for this Soul now. The poke from the Varus needs to start hitting, and Photic needs to have a moment. With no Equalizer on Sobro, this flank isn't going to hit nearly as hard.
They're going for it. Grand Starfall coming in. They're trying to get the back line, but they've been split on, and now Feng Yue is trying to tank the rest of the team now. The rest of the damage dealers from Top Esports have tried to catch back up with IG. They did end up claiming one. They won't find much more. Maybe Sobro overextends himself, and now going back to the Dragon after they get this kill will be Top Esports, and IG, they've really just had no say in this game number 1.
I mean, that's just Soul picked up for top. It's a great engage coming through to try and trade those marksmen, but unfortunately for IG, it wasn't enough. Dre did find a good hook onto Jiachi, but it didn't end up resulting in anything after the fact. Cream able to force Rookie out on the top side, and 369 in this game number 1. You highlighted it before the fight. I'll take it afterwards. Absolutely phenomenal performance on this Ambessa so far in game number 1.
I feel like there's something weird that just happened in top lane, because he just used his TP, but he was up there in like half health.
Oh yeah, Rookie TP'd out from the bot side jungle after the fight.
But then he has no presence there at the top side now, so he just immediately has to leave. The shockwave miss is huge.
But Dway does find the hook onto Jiachi, and you're thinking, okay, well, we've removed that AD carry threat. Unfortunately, there's just no peel for Photic. There's no way of keeping him safe. He gets jumped on by Nio and 369. And they're also able to flash on top of Sobro afterwards. We need to cut back to live, though, as they are looking in this top side. Baron's on the map, so any picks are going to be pretty detrimental. It's only a 2k gold lead for Top Esports, but again, with a composition that is going to pop off as this game gets later and later, any lead is beneficial to them.
It feels so much heavier than just 2,000 gold, because they can just chase you down. They can take the initiation no matter what. They have wonderful synergies together as well once they take those engages. And like the little point I was mentioning earlier, they have the Cloud Soul. So as soon as these ults are popped, the length of engage becomes that much further, right? And a lot of these ults are sustained ults, so they'll have that speed going through it as well.
And I really like this pickup for Photic, that Edge of Night. He's had it for a while, but I mean, if he's trying to stay safe, trying to be defensive, given that he's not really got any peel from his team, Edge of Night is going to be the best bet for him. Now 3 items on the Varus. He needs to start stepping up and, again, sort of address some of those concerns that we've had about him. Needs to start landing that poke prior to these neutral objectives. I do think that my problem with Top Esports and this iteration of the composition they have is that any form of setup that they're looking for is going to be hard to find. They need to work their way into a neutral objective first, and when they're down this gold, it's just not really that easy. Eyes on Wei, though. 2k gold lead over his counterpart has really been the linchpin of IG through this game, with Rookie falling largely by the wayside. He's been the one who's been able to consistently look for Jiachi, look for picks onto Cream. But with that Zhonya's and with that BT being picked up, those defensive items for those carries is just going to make his life even harder.
It's just going to be so difficult. He has to pick the right person to fight. He's got to watch out for the bouncers. And that, at this point, being 369, who, with Nio, are going to chase down Saburo here on the top side. Almost just outright kill him. He's going to go for the ulti. Misses it. That's a little tough from 369. That might have been a 3, but they were just trying to strut their stuff here on the bot side.
Yeah, and that just gives a little bit now of a time for IG to try to make something happen. With no Ambessa ulti on the board, there's an opportunity for them to try and make a play, but I mean, even with the equalizer down, it's almost traded sort of pound for pound in that respect. And if this game goes on for another 3 minutes, Mazel, we're going to see that Elder Drake start to spawn. We're going to see Top Esports look to reset themselves down on the spot side. I think we've got another minute, we've got another reset worth of time. for you to try and play for the Baron. After that, though, you just go back down to that bot side. The Elder Drake, much more important than that of a Baron. And Top Esports with those 4 early dragons have made it so this game is going to be accelerated a little bit more so than we're used to seeing in this season so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have Elder Dragon in 2.5 minutes. Wait. Ends up having to use the Supreme Display of Talent with that slow, trying to get as much damage as they can on Feng Yue. Did pop the Unbreakable Will, so that's going to be a big tool down. Top Esports still threatening left and right, though. And again, like I said, Elder Dragon forced fight in about 2 minutes.
Level 1 Alistar ulti, and I'm going to use only in quotation marks here, only 50% damage reduction. So on a relative scale for Alistar ultis, as squishy as he's going to be, and we are getting to the point in the game where we're getting level 3 ultis come online for Soboro, and they're going to use that on the bot side now.
It's just 700 gold. If 369 takes this fight, he might just give over that. He tried to get the kill on a Soboro. Now he's just going to go for the all-in. 369, you're insane. Has the help of Nio coming over the top of the Grand Starfall, going for the flash play. Nio going for the quick kills. A double for the man from the mountaintops, Top Esports, as they find another quick pick in the mid, but they don't end up securing that one. It's going to be just chaos.
Photic did snipe out Nio on the backside of that there. Hidden Fog of War was able to find the arrow from downtown and take out the Pantheon in trade, but they are going to lose out on this tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and a big 2v1 turnaround from 369. Last series, yesterday, he was having a pretty big stinker. However, today he comes into it having a real heater on this Ambessa. 5-0 and 4, able to turn that play back around. Knew he still had the Maw of Malmortia's shield ready to go. Was able to swing it back in the favor of Top Esports. You can see here, good connection on these Electro Harpoons, but still doesn't burn his magic damage shield. That Hex Drink is still ready to go. And he knows he can't really take any damage from the Rumble when he fancies himself 2 levels up over way. The reinforcements of Nio are good as well. And Nio here, I mean, he doesn't really have to do anything. His E is going to be the thing that saves him a little bit as he tries to walk his way out. But you can see, nice positioning, Fog of War from the Varus here. He stays hidden.
That's cheeky.
And just as he steps in. I mean, I think Pantheon still has his E there, so I do think if he reacts quick enough, maybe there's a world where Nio lives, but not quite able to react in time.
He's still dopamine hit off the double Q kill. It's fine. But unfortunately for IG, might be little things happening well for them, but now it's a big thing. Elder Dragon is up, and Top Esports want to punish. Before the fight even kicks off, they catch Rookie in the side lane. That means a member down for IG. That must mean the Elder Dragon goes to Top Esports, but IG, they just have to throw themselves at this fight if they're desperate enough.
Yeah, Rookie not having the game that we were needing from him as IG. He had his flash still available. Now 369 on the flank on a ping.
Just walks into the back line. He doesn't even care, bro. He just walked into 3 people, and luckily the rest of his team is able to follow up right behind him. Saboro gets left out to the dust, and now Photic is on the wrong side of town. 369 is going to go the long way because he can have fun with it. And if Drew Levin's watching right now, this is why ADCs need a buff. This is a terrible game for old Photic there and the rest of IG, but this will be an Elder Dragon going to Top Esports.
And that's pretty much game number 1 sorted. Again, the pitfalls of this IG composition really showing themselves there. I mean, Rookie with some really bad positioning down on the bot side doesn't flash out to safety, doesn't really have any way to get out once he gets knocked up, and there's no peel, there's no support, there's no backline stability for IG the second that Top Esports get in there. They just all fall. They're going to crumble, and that's exactly what happened. Rookie down 4 levels now on 369 as he's very much spotted on vision. He's not able to get picked off.
You know, I think the highest of our pro players, I was really hoping we were going to get a pause at some point in the new season of like, wait, why is that guy level 19? He's cheating. But we haven't gotten that. I think they know better than that. But it will be an Elder Dragon Baron combo, and honestly, we're picking up right where the last series left off with this here for Top Esports.
I mean, I don't know. I think that's a detriment. That's a bit of a discredit to Top Esports. I think they've not really given them mega throws like we got to see from the last series. There was definitely definitely some questionable.
About the buffs, bro. All right.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. In terms of the buffs, absolutely. As Top Esports secure both the massive game enders, and we'll see whether or not they can use them to do exactly that. With the Baron at their backs, you'd expect a lot of gold to go into their back pockets, and with the Elder at their backs as well, you'd expect any fight that they take to be advantaged for them as well. Poke from Photic here, landing onto Feng Yue, who might be able to just go back to base and spell book his way back in, but you can see, even with that poke landing, there's just There's just no threat, there's no presence, there's no hope for IG here.
And what's so crazy about this, okay, public execution goes a little bit wide there. Don't think it matters in the end of things, but this is a very extremely similar story to what happened the last time these two teams met. Top Esports took a very whole-handed first game of the series, and IG came back in games 2 and 3. And now we got to see what happens if Top Esports can change that narrative, change that history, as the Elder Dragon buff is starting to light it up on IG's base. That's going to be multiple structures down. TP coming back in for 369, and IG grasping at straws to figure out what to do in this series as the might of Top Esports comes reigning supreme in game number 1 of this first series of the second round robin for both teams. Top Esports go 1-0 in this best of 3.
They look good doing it as well, Mazel. They never really gave up control of that game. They took a couple of early dragons, and from there on, they never particularly looked back. Really, a couple of missteps from Rookie in the mid lane, getting caught out a little bit. Side lane as well. I think that was the really big ticket that pushed it over the edge there. Even against the Cloud Soul, it's not like winning fights is impossible. But the second he gets caught out 20 seconds before the Elder, the game just falls apart. And I think that for one of the players who we've needed to be a massive, massive step up for IG, him flubbing, you can see the impact that has on the roster.
Second round robin, Top Esports domestic buff coming online. No, I think it's too early to talk about that here, but both teams have been extremely negatively impacted, I feel like, by this first round robin, and hoping to pick some of that slack in the second round robin. It's nice to see Top Esports draft a composition that's very plain on paper. We're going to find picks. If you're overextended in the side lane, we are going to hound you down, and then show off that synergy in the game. I mean, multiple times we were seeing the combo with Nio to each one of these puzzle pieces work well.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that they're able to ping pong off of one another like that, it's very, very useful to them. And Nio, again, one of these junglers who was really, really highly touted from the LDL, right? We had him coming in as an MVP from the LDL in last year. The fact that he finds himself on Top Esports, which is a massive named organization, and he's got to try and prove himself. 1-4 to start out with. Nobody on Top Esports is going to be happy with that, but when the games look good, I do think that, honestly, Nio and Jarchi are some of those really key pieces that look good when it happens. I'll give credit to pretty much everybody on Top Esports this game. I think, relatively speaking, Jarchi, one of the more quiet members of the roster this time. Feng Yue on the Alistair was just playing with his food in the late game, and that's what you get to do as support. You just kind of get to T-pose, walk around, feel like the big man on campus, and TP back in with Spellbook. So he had a great time, but 369 in this game, for me, player of the game, had an absolute heater on that Ambassador, consistently looking for those fights. Maybe the ultis, not quite where we wanted them to be, but his positioning, his threat, his presence were all impeccable.
Yeah, they were, and it's something where every time you see a performance like that from 369, you're like, oh yeah, right, yeah. that guy's he's pretty good. He's pretty good.
We've given this guy an all-pro
so
top lane once or twice.
Once or twice. It's funny that, you know, the damage numbers are what they are for IG. I could still see some of the machinations of what they would want to accomplish with this composition, but it just didn't work out. And gotta ask, the mental fortitude of Nio to watch his opponent jungler get like 4 ganks off before he even touches the other side of the map, and to still win out like that. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's you play your game, and I think that Nio knew what his game was going to be. As long as he's talking to his team, saying it's okay, I'm gonna be able to do this, I'm gonna be able to do that, then great. I will say, for the most part of this game, he was down in gold. Maybe at the very end he managed to pick it up, but the large majority of this game, Wei was actually pound for pound stronger than the Pantheon in terms of gold that they had picked up. Even still, though, he's playing this Pantheon to support his team, and there were multiple times where his job was very simple. It's not, actually, I need to go in and gank people. It's, I need to just get to the team fight position, be confident late game, and find access to that backline. Be able to support my side lanes as well. And the amount of times that we saw Nio later on sort of embody the point that you made earlier on in the game, Mazel, that their late game side laning is going to be so difficult to deal with because of Nio's ulti. And that was exactly the case. They went for 369 time and time again. Nio swoops in and saves the day.
And the amount of times that Top Esports would start something up to kind of bait IG in and then take the fights, I mean, it just works so splendidly with their composition. And a lot of times, I gotta say, it sent IG into kind of dizzy spirals. Like, especially that one fight in front of Dragon where they, like, re-counter engaged and then IG just lost everybody and started scattering for the hills. It's those kinds of moments where you're like, that decisiveness from Top Esports is lethal in a series like this.
Yeah, and being able to pull the trigger like that is actually a very, very powerful skill. And I think that for a team that are still coming together and that are still working out some of their problems, the fact that they've got that killer instinct is actually pretty darn impressive. We saw yesterday Weibo be sat with everything, and they still didn't have the killer instinct. Top Esports here, they had an Elder, they had a Baron, and they ended the game. That's what we're looking for. That's what we want to see. All
right, who do you think is going to be the player of the game for this one? Does it's got to start with a 3 and end with a 9?
I would certainly hope so. It's that, or honestly, there is definitely an argument for Feng Yue on this Alistair, because he had a very good time with things. But
it's the OG from the Shinobi Wars. It's Mr. Naruto himself. No, no. It's still fun though. Hey, he got to start off on the Mbessa. It's been a pick that he's been really willing to go with so far this split, and showed why in that one.
I mean, it's really good when you get counter pick and then you counter the enemy, right? Like, there are so many times when you see players get counter pick and then do nothing with it. 369 this time round. He saw the rumble. He was like, lol, I'll pick Ambessa. He picked Ambessa and destroyed. So it was a really nice little through route for 369 to make sure that he's actually just pretty confident and doing exactly what he needed to.
Well, hey, that's game number 1 of our second series of the day. We'll see if IG has what it takes to bring us all 3, or if Top Esports can change that historical value of having lost to IG the last time these two teams met. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Rude Dude. We've got Ice behind us doing production, and what a game one for top esports fans everywhere. It was pop off from the two stalwart leftover pieces from their previous roster in 369 and Cream, mostly favoring 369 on the Mbessa, but a great performance nonetheless. The decisiveness, the kind of map movements around consistently were very nice to watch, Rude.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this and we said, hey, those leftover pieces, y'all gotta do more. 369 went, bet, I got you, and then did more. He got counterpick in the top lane, had a wonderful time of things, both in lane and side lane. It was pretty clinical, I'm going to be honest. 369 had a heater game number 1. If he continues it in game number 2, there is very little hope for IG. And especially since we started this series by saying, I'm actually looking quite distinctly at how well this Saboro guy can stack up against one of the LPL all-time greats. Unfortunately, he's not quite lifted the mantle to the point that IG fans are going to need him to.
At least in this series, but that's the thing. We go back to history, and this same story happened the last time these two teams met. Top Esports won game number 1 and then got blasted 2 games in a row and lost the series. So it's up to Top Esports to try to change that narrative, and maybe Saboro will find the difference in these next couple games. But primarily, I want to focus on maybe some of the styles that we want to see from these teams as we go into the draft. But before that, we still have to focus on the fact that this is an incredibly important series, kicking off the second round robin for both these two teams that are trying to fight their way into that top 4 to make sure they don't have to go into the play-in.
Yeah, I think that top 4 berth is so important. Likelihood is that only one of these teams are going to make it. I think that even with AL's transgressions, I think they're probably just a shoe-in for top 4. JDG and BLG just look a little bit too strong, and I think that it's Weibo that both of these teams are trying to fight against for either of them to try and make it in. Like I said, I think the odds of both of them getting there slim to none, if anything. So we'll keep our eyes out for which one of them it is that can make that march. And for Top Esports, this win up against Invictus Gaming is crucial. Again, the rest of the schedule doesn't get any better for them. I think this is probably the easiest game that they've got. And then they need to take series up against other teams that are probably a rung above Invictus Gaming as well.
If we look at the stage right now, there's only one team on the stage. The IG has not showed up yet.
They are late.
Empty chairs aplenty. 369, hanging out with the rest of Top Esports. But as we go into the draft stuff, what are the big changes you want to see from IG? Because that was a decently stereotypical IG comp, but more so, I think for me, if I'm going to tee things off, is I want to see Rookie back on like a roaming mid laner that can push and move, that can be that active mid lane to connect with Wei.
I mean, I think that's obviously going to go well for them, honestly. It's a very good point, and it's a very solid IG strategy that they've gone back to. But I think if Rookie is saying, give me Syndra, they are probably in this position where they're just going to do it based off of him probably being the leader of this IG composition, and just in terms of people recognizing, okay, this guy's probably the best player on our team, we don't want to let him down, we don't want to say to him, you can't pick this champ, and then nothing happen. That's the type of thing that breeds contempt in a roster. So I think that the idea that Rookie just needs to get out on the map, probably quite likely. I think that Wei was one of the real big wins from the last game. He looked incredible on the Kiana. Despite the fact that they ended up losing, I think that Kiana was a massive lit point of power for them through game number 1. So we'll see if, that pairing, that link up can continue to happen. They've got that remaining synergy from a little bit of 2025 that we saw. So
True.
Hopefully they can get out onto that bot side, maybe get up to the top lane and help Saboro out in what is a very difficult matchup that he's finding himself in already. Or even just go into the jungle, right? Use this mid-jungle duo and start to put your mid and your jungle ahead.
Yeah, that would be a good game plan, I think. A good starting point for IG. For Top Esports, it's just ride his rain, keep going with what you got, Rude, or what?
Yeah, I mean, if the enemy team drafts 4 carries and no front line, pick one front line, win the game. And then they did that pretty well, I'm just going to say. We do see, though, this time, both first pick and blue side for Top Esports, so we're going back to, we lost game 1 in the last season, and Top Esports, having won game 1, found themselves with what was typically sought as the best pick of both litters.
Yeah, I'm very curious why IG would have chosen that side and things, but curious nonetheless. We'll see what the answer is going to be for them. They have to have something up their sleeve, and that counter pick is going to be extremely important to kind of keep tabs on. Now, going into the second game, we do have a differentiation in the picks, or at least the bans so far. We do have the Silas joining the ban table, as well as that Nico that had been banned earlier in game 1. The Rise is that first ban from IG.
Okay, so Silas ban says Malphite to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is what I'm looking at right now. We will see whether or not that's one of the picks that Top Esports are looking for. Nio, obviously, probably putting a good amount of stock into that pick. We've still got a lot of, typically highly sought after picks to be taken off the board. Jarvan was I mean, they're just going for Malphite first pick here. Like, that has to be the case. Malphite is pretty bad into Mundo, pretty bad into
Would you
Silas.
not just ban it as IG? Yeah. I was like, please, just ban it. Just, you absolutely have to.
Well read, though, by IG. And, they've spent 2 bans in exchange for 1. And they took away the Nico as well on first pick, which I really don't like. I think this champ is so OP. Just take it first every time. Like, if you're saying that you can't play Nico blind, then I'm quite sad about your read on the meta. That just feels like one of those picks that you need to have in your back pocket. Either way, though, they go for Cream's Azir, and they're going to look for some stability coming out of that mid lane moving into game 2.
I love Cream's fascination with picking Azir this split. It is literally by far his most played champion. Gonna have played it for a 5th time now, and I'm a little hit or miss on this champ for Cream. Sometimes he's incredible on it, sometimes he does literally nothing. So I really want to see which version of that we're going to get for top. But on the other side, IG trying to pick some nice duos at least, get a little bit of range for that bot lane. Another signature range style pick for Photic in the Corki.
Yeah, it's played this a couple of times. I think so far 50-50 on the win rate for this Corki, but it's lane control typically. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Misfortune get locked in here by Diachi. It's one of his stronger picks that we've seen from him. It goes pretty well in terms of trading up against this Corki as well, so has some real emphasis and real power in that bot side, and not to mention pairs up quite nicely with the idea that we can slam somebody into a wall, slam multiple people into that wall, and get that bullet time rain down over them. True.
There you go. That's the big ticket lock-in here for Diachi, is the Misfortune with the damage through setup pieces is going to be extremely important. But this is a signature. This is kind of that new style that Rookie has been representing the last couple of years, that push and move mid, and it's going to be on the Talia this time. So a lot of setup tools for IG as well.
And this gives him that ability to do what we were asking him to do, right, in the pre-game. Let's link up with Wei, let's give Wei some real power and see what he can do. Make sure that that is going to be a 2v2 that you are scared to take as Top Esports. Now, I think that for IG, they should be looking at trying to take one of these heavy skirmish junglers, things like the Vi, especially with a Talia in the back pocket, fits very well. Even a Xin Zhao for the 3-talent strike doesn't look badly either. And try to get some of that really lethal 2v2 power down as well, especially with the Renekton in the top side as well. You've got so much early game control out of this IG composition already, and with the Corki backing that up in the bot side, feels like so far IG are all gas, no brakes. If they go for something that can continually put down pressure in the jungle, that's just going to emphasize that potential even higher.
And that's what Top Esports were expecting as well. They ban away that Nocturne to just make sure there can't be that initial engage coming through from Wei. See if there's going to be other tools they want to focus on in the jungle. But the Gnar and the Aatrox were the bans of IG.
I do think that by seeing this Poppy, you do want to play just that little bit further back and recognize that actually, if we engage and get Keeper's Verdict in a way, it's going to be pretty difficult for us to play out these fights. So it might opt or suggest that they need to start playing this pivot composition, but I think at this stage in the game, they're going to have to double down on the dive. Things like the Xin Zhao that are still up, you would expect to get taken here if you are away. Probably the last thing that's left in their roster. Could still go for Jarvan as well. I don't think Jarvan's particularly bad in this situation either. And they're actually going to counter pick over two-way in the jungle, and this does mean that this Poppy can get flexed. I think that's maybe what they were a little bit scared about. Take it away from Nio, give it to Feng Yue as well.
That might be the case here too. I love the Rel reintroduction, though, for Jway. I think it's one of his better champions, just for his all-in nature that he loves to go for. We'll see if Top Esports do lock that in. So Poppy will be flexible. Could even maybe go top lane. You never know, I guess. But the Xin Zhao is going to be that lock-in for Nio.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Fenway play the Poppy very recently. Didn't have the best keeper's verdicts, it's worth saying. So we'll keep our eyes out for how well he can, or has hopefully improved, and looks to set himself up through the remainder of this game. The Scion locked in on the top side for 369. A lot of other hovers, but it is going to be that top lane tank, the top lane meatball. And for Top Esports here, they've got a lot of consistent DPS coming out of the mid lane. I'm very concerned, though, for their power through the early stages of this game. Feels like they haven't really got an area of the map that they can look to play through early on. You'd expect the Azir to struggle into the Talia. You're looking probably 50-50 in that bot side. Maybe an advantage given the Poppy counters the Rel, but that top lane matchup, we're not expecting to go particularly favourably for them either.
I really like the Trundle here as the final pick for IG as well. I feel like it just rips through a lot of this front line, and you can't really stay and skirmish against it. Can also be pretty active in the early game.
Yeah, especially, you know, up against this Scion, it's just going to do so much work. Subjugate's going to work wonders if he overextends with that unstoppable onslaught. Will just be curtains for 369 pretty early on. And it's also a really good jeweler versus this Xin Zhao as well, right? You steal the AD in the early stages of the game, and it just means that you win out on that 1v1 pretty darn easily. And it links up nicely with Rookie, this 2v2 pairing. We're expecting to be able to go pretty well. That being said, how well does this IG composition do as we move super late on into the game? If they can get access to Cream, then it works really well. If they can't get access to Cream and he can position nicely, keep himself safe, then I expect him to be able to go pretty crazy in the mid lane.
I'm very curious if IG are going to have that kind of comeback in the series. Gives 3 games. That's what I expect in the Shinobi Wars. That's what I live for. But it was a situation where that decision-making in game number 1 really made me think a little bit higher of Top Esports. So even though I feel like their comp is a little bit more execution-based here and try to figure out how they can combat this early game against IG, I give them the benefit of the doubt, and I see a lot of similarities with that game number 1 with some of the execution that can be found in this game number 2. But I still do really like this edition of IG a little bit more than that game 1, and we'll see if they can bring it home, get us to 3 games in this game 2.
I think there's been a meta shift in the crowd gyro chance since the 30-second timer has had to come up. It's like the respawn timer on minions is lower, so...
I know, right? They got to get it quicker, but it works out beautifully, so far at least. Because before it would happen, and then you'd have like a minute and a half before anything happened on your game. But now it goes gyros into just 2v2 action in bot lane.
Yeah, and Wei here early on finds himself in the bot side of the jungle, and you can see Fengyue and Jiachi looking to really force out this Corki. Good to see that they are using this level 1 from the Misfortune to really make things work. Wei now spotted on this ward. He's going to struggle his way through, though, that Raptor camp, and Nio in response going to walk up to this top side, but need to look at seeing how well that Prio in the mid lane and how well that Prio in the top lane falls as to whether or not there's a defense. Looks like it's going to be quite easy the way to walk his way in.
So he's going to take the 2 camps and go. Maybe a little bit of a differentiation there as Wei is going to cut over to his top side. Because, again, you do not want to skirmish this Trundle early. He will win. And I think Nio is just going to be happy he can get out with 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win. No doubt for Wei. And they know that Nio came in here, so it's a case of trying to spot him and where it is that he went to. Any extra things that you can take here are good. Flashes in for the chomp.
The double flash. Now gets slowed from the chomp, though. He's going to want Cream's help, but Cream is just trying to push Rookie off the wave, going for his own kill. Luckily, the rest of IG are just going to back away. Nothing else going to come of it. That's both flashes down for the jungles.
Yeah, and you can see Rookie actually trying to stick around and trying to push the wave so that Cream couldn't move. Cream in response just decides, actually, if you're pushing the wave, I'm going to push you. And it costs a little bit of the HP of Rookie, but it does cost a little bit of the CS of Cream as well. So we can argue who's coming out on top in that facet. Worth saying that, you know, we were expecting this to be a pretty mid lane focused or pretty mid lane favoured matchup for IG coming into the series, but I will say Cream so far in the laning and in game number 1 felt pretty impressive and never really let Rookie anywhere near this series.
Yeah, every time they tried to make a play with Rookie, it always just seemed to be answered immediately, as both junglers will end up getting a little bit of vision down and spotted out on both sides of the map. But Nio is going to go for an invade here. Rookie's not necessarily going to want that to happen. Dway is going to move up as well. The back is being completed. No, stopped by Photic, but the blue buff had already gotten taken by Top Esports.
And that's what feels bad for Photic. He was looking for that recall a little bit earlier. He's now going to miss out a little bit more. On his wave down on the bot side, looks like Top Esports are looking to contest for this, but he knows that Nio just smited out the blue buff, so that smite on the bot side crab is going to go his way. And Wei should be able to take this set of Gromp as well. Has got the advantage of
being demon
carry, but that being said, it is only a tier, so Top Esports are going to work quite concisively to take this in favour of Nio.
Does this work into the... Oh, okay. A little bit of extra damage. Yeah, Flash is coming out, but the team stayed. Feng Yue gets the re-engage there with the charge, and now they got one kill going. It's going to be a trade, though, and this is the skirmish power we were talking about. Wei is just going to be swinging that hammer back and forth. Photic able to do a good amount of damage with the Gatling gun as well. Here comes Rookie, not able to find distance there. The heal will also be used in the bot lane, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, kill, though, goes in favor of Wei for IG and in favor of Feng Yue for Top Esports. So definitely a slight advantage going the way of IG there in the early instances, but obviously Nio was able to quickly take a little secure on that Gromp, as Saboro probably fine here, was trying to find that plate, but 369 not going to let him do that. I think pretty good defense there of the tier 1 turret, and for the most part here, largely even across the board. Jiachi finds just a little bit more gold because he was able to stick around on that bot lane. Photic tried to go back to base and get a recall out onto the map, got stopped, and then had to go back into the fight once again. But Jiachi coming out of the bot lane, or back into the bot lane with a BS sword versus just a long sword for Photic, does mean that this lead in the bot lane, I think, will grow for Top Esports. And if Nio can make his way down to that bot lane, attempt to leverage that early game lead that the Misfortune has got, we should be looking for dragons. We should be looking to get a little bit more out of this Misfortune than just a laning lead.
Speaking of, that dragon is up, and we do have Grubs coming up in about 2.5 minutes. I want to see if any teams, either team really, wants to try to focus on that early dragon or just get ready for the fight at Grubs. But is this combating a little bit of that early game prowess we were talking for IG?
Yeah, definitely. The point of the map that we were hoping would go Top Esports' way is currently, and this MF, we know it to be a very powerful laner, and we can see bot lane now. IG with no flash is looking to punish Feng Yue.
He is going to be punished. That pillar is doing work, but he beautifully stops the crash down, and now Nio comes in for the fight. Jiachi is getting the double taps on everybody. Feng Yue didn't go down, and Jiachi picks up a double kill.
It's a perfect bait by Feng Yue here. Holds his W for the Ferromancy crash down from Jue. And now Jiachi, with that BF sword in his inventory, he's going to go back to base, work towards his BT even sooner. Good flick from Rookie, not enough to steal it away as Nio, and double TP's coming in from both supports. There shouldn't really be anything here. And Feng Yue may be in a little bit of trouble, actually.
All right, yeah, he's a little bit of hurt. The crash down waited for that time. Wei can't get the kill out of Feng Yue. Now Rookie gets engaged up by Nio. Luckily, Wei is here. Now Wei is going to start doing some chunk damage, but Cream has arrived. Jiachi has arrived. The double chunk goes right back Wei's way, and Top Esports will claim a 4th kill of the game, 1.2k in the lead, and maybe history is about to be rewritten.
And I think that IG definitely struggling their way through this. They're not playing to the lanes that have those advantages. Looking down on this bot side, you can see actually a really good make-it rain from Jiachi slows the approach of IG. But they are able to still do that damage. They're able to get the damage down. And despite the fact that they use Summon a Heal to try and keep themselves nice and healthy, get that movement speed to try and close the gap. Jiachi zones off Photic. That BF sword doing a lot of work in terms of making that Corki fearful for walking through the face of the Misfortune. And now actually this is bleeding over. It's not just a bot lane lead. It's actually seeped into the mid lane. You can see a small experience advantage for Cream, who's now a 10 CS lead over Rookie. Looking back at that bot side, Jiachi finishes off a Vamp Scepter as well, picks up a Cull for good measure. So he knows he is advantaged right now, and he's going to be looking to extend that long into the mid game.
Man, the little things, right? Feng Yue getting these heroic charges, perfect timings, it feels like. I mean, we questioned this comp from Top Esports in a couple different ways in draft, and so far it's just been all about execution in this game number 2. But thinking of those next objectives means somebody's got to start striking at those things, and that grub seems like where everybody is heading.
Both of our bot lane is going to stick around on that bot side, but I think that this is what IG needs to do. Saboro is the one current linchpin of this composition where he's, 500 gold up over the Scion. That's the expectation for IG in this early game, so play around it. You could have maybe even looked in that mid lane before it got skewed by the bot side fights, but no, now you've only really got this Renekton to try to play around, and in fairness, Saboro on this Renekton has the opportunity to take out Jiaqi in these fights. The question that you have to ask is he going to be able to get access to the Misfortune through a Shurima Shuffle, through a Crescent Guard, through Poppycopter, getting everybody knocked away?
Yeah.
Access to the SNF and access to the Azir as this game gets later is not going to be easy for IG.
I would love to know how many blue buffs Wei has gotten, because I'm pretty sure Nio has gotten 2 at least in a row of Wei's. Now Dragon is going to be started up. It's pretty weak since it's still the first one, and it will be taken down by Top Esports, so right back to kind of what we saw last game of the series, where IG were on that top side progression of those neutral objectives, and Top Esports just going to be stacking up the dragons.
Hey, and so far so good for top again. I think as this game gets much later into the game, it's once again their composition that is going to thrive. IG are going to be the ones that struggle their way through this mid to late game. I think, yes, there's a front line for Top Esports and a little bit of a front line for IG. I think the Trundle is the X factor in this game. Can Wei find access with that subjugate to 369, and will he have enough damage to even get through him despite that? We're going to see things like that Keeper's Verdict knocking people away. We're going to see Cream constantly DPSing and hopefully upholding the powers of an Azir. So I do think that the later this game goes, the harder it gets for Invictus Gaming. Them losing out once again on those dragons, not going to be easy.
Oh, they're going to try to catch Photic out. They almost do. They get his Flash and Valkyrie down. So we'll be able to make it out to safety, but a little bit of an overextension in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's exceptional play once again by Feng Yue. Just walks in, uses his heroic charge to get in range, and then holds the W. Trying to play this little game of chicken with Photic. Are you going to W and then I can stop it? Or are you going to flash and get your way out to safety? Now, I think Photic having stepped up there costs him his flash. It's good that he lives, but he should never have been in that position in the first place.
Oh, Cream getting connected on by Rookie. Just a brunt of damage being taken down. Wei is right behind him, and this is the combo that I really want to see pulled off in some way, shape, or form here sooner rather than later. Rookie and Wei combining, getting some damage off, and having all that CC behind him to get Wei the extra hits. Now Nio is going to see Wei. At this point, Cream is feeling pretty good about his position through this mid lane. All the trios are going to be at least present here. Feng Yue is just going straight at Rookie. He was waiting to get a heroic charge back into the wall, but now he's got to be a little bit careful.
That is Ghost down from Rookie, so the maneuverability around any fights that seep into the next 2-3 minutes or so not going to be as present, but you can see a little bit of topside control attempting to be taken by Invictus Gaming. Top Esports, though, immediately book it down to this bot side. Photic knows he can't step up. He's 1,500 gold now behind his counterpart, and
wow,
they dodged all of the vision to come down here, but it doesn't mean that they're not just going to show. That's another plate going over, and they'll just be looking to take this turret really without any consequence.
And I guess that's where we can take a little bit of time to talk about this Jiaqi guy, because if you didn't know him, he spent the last year on some troubled teams, that's for sure, making rounds on RNG and FPX, but he's back home now. This is the organization that he made his mark in the LDL with, and he is back in Top Esports. And while game number 1 was a little quiet from him, this game number 2 is definitely roaring loud at this point. He does a lot of damage, and as I speak about him, he's going to be in a fight for his life here in the 2v2. There's the Keeper's Verdict used. Feng Yue going for Photic now, but Photic expertly dodging away from some of the damage. Wei is going to capitalize on an overextended Jiaqi. Feng Yue did stick around, and Nio did stop the advance. The beautiful flash heroic charge. It's not enough damage, though, but Nio will clean the kill there.
All of these fights, all of these trades, if they're not all ins, they favor Top Esports and they favor Jiaqi. He's still got ulti to try and let one rip and stop those resets, but that's all that he's going to do here. They will be able to take this turret off the back of that, and this lead for the Misfortune continues to grow. They weren't able to find the all-in, they weren't able to take him down immediately, so he just gets to BT sustain his way up through the wave.
We see a mid lane little play as Flash got burned by Rookie. Getting out of a play from Cream. I think Cream had his number there, but I'm not going to lie. I've been a really big fan of Jue. I think Jue has had some incredible moments. Yes, sometimes he's a little bit over-aggressive, but he's still a damn good support in the LPL. Feng Yue is gapping him like the Grand Canyon at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a product of counterpick, I will say. This is what happens when supports get counterpick and use it well. I'm a massive fan of this. Poppy has long been an answer to the rel because you can never engage. So the second that you look to try and crash down on somebody, Poppy presses Steadfast Presence, you can't do anything. This is it's a known answer and it's a known problem. We're trying to take rel blind, it's just supports are so infrequently happy to take this Poppy as a response. Feng Yue took it once recently, and this time round he's really making it work and having a very good showing on it.
I always love Poppy in the LPL. I feel like it's just so uncounterable in so many things that it can do. And now, speaking of uncounterable, it's the timers of the objective. We've got 40 seconds on the Rift Herald, 4 seconds on this Dragon. Would be second Dragon for Top Esports. Meanwhile, we see Saburo is just going for some proxy farming in the top side of the map.
Yeah, and if he's not going to make his way down to these objectives, there's not really a way for IG to take any fights. We look across the map where the leads are. It's a 3k gold lead for Jiaqi. Everywhere
That's
else,
insane.
You know, like little bits, dregs of gold going one way or the other. Saburo with a 500 gold lead pales in comparison to this Misfortune's advantage that she's found. And that's no real surprise. You know, 369 has reached this point where he's got enough gold, where he's got enough armor now to pretty much weather anything that the Renekton's going to do. He lost a couple of plates early on, but actually isn't going to feel too hard done by. He's now even able to get a little bit of gold back himself. And this is all because Saburo felt pressured. Okay, I probably have to walk down and try and do something around this bot side. Oh, Jiaqi's 3,000 gold to the good. I can't really do anything, so now I have to go elsewhere. And it gives a little bit of free time for the Scion to just claw a little bit of an advantage back. Yeah. Cole's going to prop on the next wave for Jiaqi, so that gold lead is going to grow even further. He's going to go back to finish a collector, probably get another BF sword. Like, this MF is so far ahead of the curve.
And it's just that extra damage that's going to be coming down. They've also completed, I believe they got all their quests completed at like 14 minutes in the game. And the longer it takes for Photic to get to his quest completion, the more this gold difference is going to grow for Jiaqi. And now the Rift Herald started by Top Esports. This could be a differentiation from that game number 1 that IG are not going to be very happy with. So they move forward to try to claim this area. They're going to go for their Rift Herald here, I believe, if they want to try to stick around.
Let's look at what's happening on the map, though. Okay, 369 is able to answer Saburo down on the bot side, but there's a wave being lost on top lane.
Oh, Rookie is going to take a big chunk of damage on his way in. Beautiful flash from Cream. He's just buying time away. Took the bait. That's going to be a double. Wind becomes lightning. Crescent Guard coming through. Dway just trying to buy a little bit of time now that Saburo's here. Keeper's Verdict going to be used, but I don't think Saburo can find an entrance. So it'll just be a bang-bang play in the top side. Nobody falls. 369 going to push up this bot side, and everything goes a little bit normalized here as we move to potentially another Rift Herald start by IG.
And the power of that Poppy really showing itself there. The Keeper's Verdict knocking away any potential engages. Everybody's still out on the map here for Top Esports. Saburo, though, the big point of IG, needs to make something happen.
That's a big mistake from Nio, though. Not expecting him to stick around. The double flash comes through, and now Top Esports have surrounded the Croc as they are going to take him down slowly but surely. It's the trade for the Rift Herald, but that's a decent chunk of gold going over to Top Esports. They got 470.
Yeah, they'll be happy to sacrifice the Rift Herald in favor of taking out the Renekton. This is again going to give more time to 369 to level that gap. As long as he can neutralize in the side lane, that's the real big ticket. This is now time where there's no gold being picked up by Saburo, no advantage being generated. And it means that when he comes into these next few team fights, he's less of an angry crocodile, more of a tame kitten in the fights. And that's not what they need. They needed this massive ferocious beast to come out and destroy Jiaqi. That's not going to happen. It's not going to be possible. And as he goes back to base the Misfortune, finishes that Collector, another BF sword in the back pocket, he's just raining damage down on everyone.
The hell is that gold differential, man? That is insane. You're almost on 3 items at 18 minutes into the game. That is disgusting. The thing about the Misfortune is, at this point with this much damage, it's not just the ulti that you have to watch out for.
No.
So we'll see how IG want to kind of approach those fights moving forward. We have about 1:40 till that next dragon, and it's already going to be sole point for top esports as we see Saburo trying to take it all in on 369.
Just got the shred, and you still think maybe with the Black Cleaver there's a route to it, but with no Dominus there's just not the power, not the Fury generation, not quite the damage there. And this is what we were talking about, that all 369 needs to do is be able to weather the storm of this Renekton, and you can see quite clearly, plain as day, that he's able to do that. Saburo trading as pretty much actively and aggressively as he can.
Gotta pad those numbers,
goes, man. Yeah, and what, you know?
It's the stat patter's dream.
Sorry.
As we're going to get a little scuffle. Nio just pushed off 2 people because he played with the confidence that he had his whole team behind him. Gets down the control ward. It's a do-or-die battle as Rookie is actually potentially moving for a Weaver's Wall play. But again, all eyes are centered around this bot side of the map. Rookie going to flash away from Cream's play. Now Cream going to be a little bit hurt, as it's going to be a trade of that ultimate for the flash from Cream.
I mean, we were talking about the gold lead in the bot lane. I mean, even in the mid lane now, it's really starting to have an impact. The Rylai's picked up for Cream. He's feeling very confident with his position in the game. As a miss on the Q from Jue means that he's got to back off instead of try to engage. Pillar doesn't quite land, and Jarchi just playing with them here.
Yeah, I mean, now they don't really have any tools to keep him at bay, as all 5 members of IG circle around. They're going to use the Rift Herald as a bit of a distraction. Carnifex here in the mid lane.
Dragon spawns now. 2 dragons
Saburo
already,
finds
and Saburo's
Nio.
going in.
You can't get away from that damage with the Crescent Guard, Nio, but the bullet time will lay down a good amount, as they do end up getting a jungle trade there. That's going to be Nio and way down ahead of the objective coming up. Here comes Rookie for the fight over with Saburo. Gets a beautiful seismic shove, but Cream tries to get the kill before. It's going to be the kill given over to Feng Yue, as it is traded to Rookie. Rookie going to go with another seismic shove and finally able to land a combo, get his first kill of the game.
Confident trades coming in, and these trades are favorable for Invictus Gaming. Whenever you're 1-for-1ing when you're so far behind, that is a win, but if there's more that comes from it, that's not good.
Oh, Photic. He just doesn't have the wherewithal to be in this mid lane, and that's going to be the flash down, the barrier down, all the damage down, and that's no summoner spells burned. Jachi going to dodge out of the seismic shove. Going to have to be a little bit careful here. Did have to burn the flash, but he's still doing well. Now the wall charge doesn't come through. It is still going to be Jachi getting a kill here, though. He steps up into Rookie, gets a double kill. Looking for more, too. He's got the Bloodthirster. You got to remember. He's able to get a good amount, but that's going to be a big shutdown away. Now Cream coming in, too. The TP going to be used by Saburo. Can they clean away? They won't do it. So it'll be Jachi giving his life, going for the show play.
Remember all that LDL development that you gave me, Top Esports? Here, let me pay that back. Now in the LPL, in the big leagues, he has a good time of things. He's going to dice back out Saburo, but he's slowed by Rylai's.
Saburo, he just did not expect that much damage to be there. Feng Yue goes forward. They can't get him. The flash from 369. You ain't getting away from the Sheriff on this top lane. 369 finds the kill.
Yeah, game 1 on Ambessa, he's able to live that 3v1 this time round, though Top Esports have a much more extreme lead. There's now Dre looking for more.
They just don't stop. It's just unstoppable. It's almost like IG want this lead to continue growing because it's 7,000 gold now. 369 going to be locked down with the seismic shove. Look how much damage Cream is doing here. He is just peppering them with this Gnasher's Tooth build, and Wei is about to die. Jachi goes for the bullet time. He gets the kill too, and we are just unstoppably fighting in this game. It is Valhalla for TES and IG.
And try as they might, IG cannot defend their mid-tier 1 turret. They may even lose a Baron off the back of this. And I think that Invictus Gaming, they had such a good start to this fight. Finding Nio using Saburo to do that looks really good, but then they get caught in the midst of the bullet time. Starting to see all the damage from Jachi start to rain true. Good little pick by the solo laners of IG, it's worth saying. Rookie with a good heads-up play makes his way down to this bot side using the Weaver's Wall to get himself a quick pickup. And a good shutdown onto Cream. able to keep himself safe, but then Jarchi in this fight here, one seismic shove dodge, flashes away from the Q, gets enough damage down, able to constantly use these double ups, and then once again the second re-engage comes through. Rookie, seismic shove, forward steps from Jarchi, gets himself alive, looks for a return play onto Fotic, goes to Valkyrie out to safety, and he's very nearly able to take Way out on the back side of this as well. I think Kree mispositioning one of his soldiers there as Way did flash out to safety, but might have been able to find that kill on the back half of it. Not to worry though, as for the most part it's just the Jarchi show. Now look at that gold lead, Mazel. You thought it was bad before, look at it now.
He's almost on 4 items, and we just got second item completed there for Fotic, but he is the main target. If they can find him, a lot of that damage, a lot of that lead is gone. But it's insane to me that we're 23 minutes in, and there's a 9,000 gold lead for Top Esports. They have changed the narrative of this series by having a whole-handed game number 1, and now finding the recipe to stop what IG wanted to do in the early game and find their own success in this game 2. TP is going to come down. Turret has already fallen. Sapporo is in a little bit of trouble now. They're going to get some good damage down, but that's not going to be enough to chase anybody out. They're going to keep sieging on the bot side, though, Rude.
Yeah, they've still got this Baron, and they've got the Azir turret behind them to fall back to, so there's no real angle to collapse from Invictus Gaming. Jarchi here walks up, takes up like a fifth of the turret in a single auto attack. If he can double up on someone else and then walk up again, it looks very good.
And then he's just so fast that he gets away from the seismic shove as well. 369 is pushing this mid lane. Turret plates are falling left and right. It's over 10,000 now in Top Esports. They lost that first series in the first round robin against IG, but they will not let that be the case here. They know it's do or die pretty much from here on out, and they're trying to put everything on the line as Jarchi is still holding bullet time on top of the Emperor's Divide. He has not been stopped. Sapporo's one job does not go to completion, and a double kill comes through for Jarchi yet again. This guy is earning his place in the stardom of Top Esports with a triple kill. Go ahead and give him the quadra. Come on, get him one more. He's going to walk for it. Jarchi trying to go for it. It is going to be Nio that gets it, so no Penta today, but Top Esports will change their fate as they move forward positively into the second round robin and are trying to inch their way into that top 4 conversation.
Try as Rookie might, he's not going to be able to clear these minions, and Top Esports with the double up on these turrets are going to be able to take it all the way.
Nio fell for the sins of Top Esports, but IG will fall for the sins of themselves. They did not respect this Top Esports team, and they have been beaten. Top Esports start their second round robin with a win.
Yeah, and a 2-0 win, a convincing win as well. Now up against IG, that's a really big boost for them, because if they're winning so convincingly against IG like this, you start to think, well, what can they do against the teams that are that ladder above, that rung above on the ladder of Invictus Gaming? Your Weibos, maybe your ALs who are looking a little bit shaky. Can Top Esports actually start taking sets up against those bigger teams? That battle for top 4, the ability to not have to go through the play-in stage is going to be so desperately sought after. And if they make it work, if they can continue with this trend of actually very, very solid game plans and solid gameplay as well, hopefully they can make that top 4 as well.
And that's such a redemption for Top Esports after losing a heart-wrenching series against AL last night, to come back and get a 2-0 in this style and move themselves up in the rung of the ladder. You know, all of these series matter so much for that top 4. Bottom 2, you have to go into that play-in, playoff, and fight for your life to get into the playoffs themselves. Whereas if you make it to that top 4, you are already in the playoffs. And I know all these teams are looking for it. They are now in the thick of things. They're with IG, with Weibo, and getting a little bit closer to JDG after they had lost. So it's getting closer and closer. And the biggest thing we have to think about for these teams is moving forward, right? You have Weibo coming up for Top Esports and AL coming up for IG. So it's not like the pressure backs down at all. You're in Group Ascend after all.
Yeah, you do just have consistently very difficult games. I think for Top Esports, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit that they weren't able to close the gap on the previous series that they played, right? When they played against IG a few days ago, they'll have been very upset that actually we didn't manage to take that series, and you know, they take this 2-0 today and they'll be thinking, what on earth happened when we met just a few days ago? Why couldn't we do this then? And you know, that series loss may come to plague them when we come to the final standings. We will wait and see, but a massive look, a massive performance, and overall, I mean, this time round it was Jarchi, I feel like, leading from the front on this misfortune. Again, for me, one of the more consistent players off this Top Esports roster, actually stepping into himself this time round.
Yeah, I think, just to go to the negative, and I'm sorry to do it, what the hell is going on with IG and why is it not working? Like, this combination of Wei and Rookie had been so good, and just off their last series, he looked like a monster. But having Rookie be so absent in mid lane took the life out of this team.
It did, especially with this matchup in particular. I think that Cream, one of the weaker mids we've got in Group Ascend, it didn't look like it in this series whatsoever. He destroyed Rookie in pretty much every single instance that we got to see them interact with one another. And that's not what you want to see as Invictus Gaming, especially since we knew coming into this series he's the player who's really been holding them together. That in tandem with Wei has been the recipe for success. So we're waiting to see what is actually going to be able to change for Invictus Gaming. Can they go back to whatever was working for them, or is it going to continue to be this quite sad, slow decline?
I hope not, because, I mean, going from the high highs from last year and trying to bring all that respect back to the org, and now having some fluctuations in their roster and trying to figure out what works for them. I hope nothing but the best for IG. I hope nothing but the best for all of our top Group Ascend teams, but top esports look like I wouldn't say a completely different animal in this one, but they definitely look a little more together on decisions that they make in game, and I think that is extremely important at this level of play, and it's really nice to see Top kind of showing that off a little bit. I mean, Nio overextended a couple times in that game. You could see kind of that mindset, the kind of newer player mindset there, but it always felt like 369 and Cream were there to kind of try to rein him in.
Yeah, and I think that you could also sort of see the idea, and maybe this is a double-edged sword where you're thinking, okay, the game's over, like I can do what I want. I'll try and play a little bit edge on the edge and try and limit test, for lack of a better term, because they know that they're far enough ahead to make that work. And
it's such a massive gold.
Yeah, this gold disparity between the two marksmen in just as a whole is incredible, but overall, yeah.
I mean, it like started at 3,000 and we were like, what the hell? And then it just kept growing. It just kept building, and we get to see a couple plays here, but an undersung hero, and maybe even not undersung because we talked about him a little bit. Feng Yue was insane on the Poppy. He was the linchpin for this team to work all of their plays around IG, and every time Dway tried to get one of these classic Dway engages, he had to double check himself if Feng Yue was going to be able to stop him.
I mean, the moral of this story is don't pick Rel into Poppy, because I think that Feng Yue is just the one who gets to benefit from playing the Poppy this time around. Realistically, it could have easily been Nio that got to do the same thing, but the Poppy answer to Rel has been a thing. It's just that support players don't like picking Poppy for whatever reason, so this will maybe be the reason and maybe a little bit more of an answer and showcase for why people should be taking this pick.
I love the Poppy, man. I want it so bad. I was even happy if Wei was going to play it, because I love Jungle Poppy in the LPL, but even plays like these where he's just buying so much damn time, you're like, how does this one champion get to do all of this against us? And I think it's something to think about moving forward. I mean, this is going to be now, I believe, his second most played along there with Nautilus for Feng Yue, so really want to see if this continues to maybe be a staple for him.
I mean, if people are going to keep picking Rel, there's no reason that he can't keep picking Poppy. And that's the real hope for top esports, is that Feng Yue can develop into being one of the better supports that we have in the league. I mean, we've got a lot of middle of the pack, I feel like, supports that are just waiting to push themselves into that discussion of being on the same level as probably Kael, and that's maybe where the conversation ends. You're looking at other players that need to try and push themselves into that conversation. Yeah. Maybe Feng Yue is one of the people that's going to start trying to do it.
We'll have to see, but that means we're getting to the end of things here for us, and I just want to ask you, we're getting to the second round robin now, Rude. Are there any big things you're looking out to, especially in this Group Ascend? Are there any teams you want to kind of keep your eye out on?
AL are on fraud watch at the minute. They can't be.
They're hollow, man.
Yeah, they're really. I don't know. I think they're looking a little bit worse for wear. I think the way I saw JDG play yesterday was completely removed from anything that we've seen from them before. I don't think that's going to be consistent. I'd like to say that they're probably going to go back to a dominating way a little bit later on, and probably in their next series. if Top Esports continue in this trend, who knows what could happen for them. They go 2-4, tied with Invictus Gaming, and could maybe push into being a top 4 team. BLG, I think, are a great team. That's not going to stop. And I think that IG need to try and find something to work for them.
All right, well, you heard it from the man himself. We'll be back tomorrow for more LPL English. Same time, same place for 2 more series. Huge shout out to everybody watching. Huge shout out to Ice behind the scenes for producing everything. It's been Mazel, it's been Rude Dude, it's been the LPL English, and we'll be back tomorrow.